Chapter 3011. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio evacuating the tribe First Order satellite? Yi Xian opened his eyes, and a glint of ecstasy flashed across his eyes as he clenched his fists subconsciously. He had finally reached the third major realm. As long as he could cross this boundary and enter the fourth major boundary, the planet grade, his cultivation base wouldn't be considered low even among the human race. Among the human race, the fourth major realm, the planet grade, was already considered a person who had entered the galaxy. An ordinary human expert would need at least 100 years to break through to the planet grade. Even the younger generation of some great family clans and factions would need 20 to 30 years to do so, even if they had a large amount of cultivation resources. How long had it been since Yi Xian entered the galaxy? Less than a year. This was enough to be proud of. Although it was because he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources, didn't he obtain these cultivation resources through his own hard work? I'm getting a little complacent. This can't be. Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly as he muttered self-deprecatingly. Then he stood up from the ground. The breakthrough of a major realm allowed him to clearly feel the growth of the power in his body. At this moment he had an unprecedented sense of power. However, now was not the time to indulge in this kind of joy. The black mosquito star was in danger, and a terrifying energy beam could blast through the sky at any time, creating a bottomless pit in a certain area. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Although the black mosquito star was huge, Yi Xian had nothing to worry about as long as he was here. If he had to say anything, it would at most be the demon slaves he had subdued. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to condense the slave seal to successfully subdue them. It would be a waste if they died. However, the truth was that among the dozens of demon slaves he had subdued in the Black Mosquito tribe, there were only a few left on the Black Mosquito star. Only Zhuofengtai, Huegu Lu, and a few other high-ranking members of the Black Mosquito star remained. As for the high-ranking members of the Black Mosquito tribe's other 9 demon star planets, they had already returned to their respective demon star planets the day after his saint ceremony. Even Hao Fangfang was taken away by his father, Hao Deshuang, back to the Black Roar planet. Now the Black Mosquito star was a little hard to see through. Hao Deshuang was the first to leave, and he was even in a hurry. It was clear that he did not want to get involved in this mess. As for the Black Mosquito star's demon slaves, they were all higher-ups. Whether it was Zhuofengtai, Huegu Lei, or the others, not to mention anything else, just their cultivation alone was above the black hole realm. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to worry about their safety. If there was really anyone who needed him to remember to leave the Black Mosquito planet, it would probably be the wretched old mosquito butcher. However, he had been following Yi Xian around like a sticky candy. Even if Yi Xian wanted to forget about him, it was basically impossible. When Yi Xian walked out of the Saint's side hall, he looked around and saw that everything within sight was bustling. There were quite a few demon dweller cities on the Black Mosquito planet. There were dozens of them. However, as he stood on the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak where the ancestral temple was located, he could only see the main city of the planet, Black Mosquito City. Right now, the low altitude of Black Mosquito City was densely packed with warships of various sizes. Although the demon people were not as passionate about technology as the human race's technology faction and the Everlasting Dynasty, they were attached to the Tianji clan, a strange race that was even more gifted than the humans in terms of technology research and creativity. Therefore, after so many years of assimilation, the experts of the demon people were already used to using technology, although they were not very proficient in it. Right now, there were warships of various sizes floating in the low altitude of Black Mosquito City. Other than the official warships, many of them were even the private warships of some demon people experts. At this critical moment of the survival of the tribe, very few people would continue to hide. It was good to be able to take away one more tribesman and some important resources. Soon, under Yi Xian's silent gaze, some warships that were fully loaded took off one after another. Soon they darted into the high atmosphere of the night sky. Of course, it was the atmosphere in the opposite direction of the human race's fleet. In just half an hour, the entire Black Mosquito City was almost empty. All the demon people experts were taken away by the warships. They were going to the other 9 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe to catch their breaths and then make more thorough arrangements. The situation in the Black Mosquito City was similar to that in the other demon cities on the Black Mosquito Star. In short, except for some stubborn people who would rather die than leave, all the members of the Black Mosquito tribe on the Black Mosquito Star were transferred away one after another. Although they were in a rush and did not have time to take away many important resources, those were just worldly possessions. At this time they could not care about them. Did it not matter? The few Black Hole Realm higher-ups in the Black Mosquito City, who had been taken as demon slaves by Yi Xian, had all left. Only Hui Gulei and Zhuofengtai each stayed with a dozen or so trusted subordinates. After everything was arranged and carried out, the two of them hurried to the Black Mosquito Peak, where the ancestral temple was, with a dozen or so trusted subordinates behind them. This was because Yi Xian had been standing there quietly with his hands behind his back. The Black Mosquito Star was getting emptier. Even when he extended his mental power and scanned the area with the demon people's mental power, there were only a dozen or so weak demon auras in the Black Mosquito City, and the few nearby demon cities. These were clearly demons who were seriously ill or waiting to die. Since they were going to die, it did not matter where they went, so they might as well die in their homeland. All of this caused Yi Xian to inexplicably sigh with emotion. He was indeed not a demon person. Sometimes he would even kill demons and take their brains. However, at this moment, Yi Xian really sympathized with the Black Mosquito Star and the entire demon race. At the end of the day, they were just a pitiful race that had been enslaved. Even the noble demon emperor had to personally send his closest uncle to the Tianji clan on a battleship before he inherited the throne. The uncle would be sent to the Tianji clan as a hostage and would never be allowed to return to his homeland. Perhaps the demon race had no choice but to do so. If the heavenly legacy race did not exist, they might not have become mortal enemies with humans. After all, they looked exactly the same, and perhaps they had some kind of bloodline connection from countless years ago. This was a heaven-defying idea. No one knew if anyone had thought about it before, but Yi Xian suddenly remembered it and remembered it. He decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would investigate this matter. The heavenly legacy race? How ruthless. I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of which, I've never seen a real member of the heavenly legacy race. Chapter 30:12. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. Caught in the crossfire. Holy Sun. All the tribesmen have settled down. Apart from those who were unwilling to leave because they were running out of time, everyone else has left. Now that the Black Mosquito Star has nothing to worry about, Holy Sun, should we also leave? Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, Zhuofengtai and Greybone flew over and landed on his left and right respectively. Behind the two of them were a dozen or so trusted subordinates. Their strengths were also extraordinary between the 5th and 7th Great Realms, the Star Realm and the Galaxy Realm. Perhaps it was because Yi Xian had surprised them by showing concern for the safety of the entire Black Mosquito tribe, so they had instructed Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei to settle down properly. This had unknowingly resolved the pain and conflict in their hearts. At this moment, Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei's tones were filled with unprecedented respect. Of the two of them, one was the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, while the other was the high priest. They were supreme existences in the entire Black Mosquito tribe. As for Yi Xian, he was just a newly appointed Holy Sun. Although he had an extraordinary status in the tribe, he was still inferior to the two of them, and could only be considered a junior. However, at this moment everything was reversed. The great commander and the high priest were so respectful to the newly appointed Holy Son of the tribe. Not only were they respectful to him, but their tones were also sincere. All of this caused the dozen or so confidants behind the two of them to be aghast. They had long heard rumors about the new Holy Son's identity, but they did not believe it. However, at this moment, after seeing the reactions of Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei as trusted subordinates, they were naturally the most familiar with Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei. Whether this respect was sincere or not could not be hidden from their senses. That was why they were so shocked at this moment. Could this Holy Sun Zhang really be the illegitimate son of the Demon Emperor? Otherwise, given the strength of Commander Zhua and Hui Gulei, how could they be so humble in front of him? In other words, if the great commander and high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe were so humble in front of this person, what about them? Thinking of this, the 20 or so demon dwellers could not help but tremble. Unknowingly, their slightly bowed waists were clearly collapsing even more at this moment. It's time to leave, Boom boom. Yixian nodded. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by an earth-shattering explosion that came from the sky. This explosion was so loud that it was as if the heavens and earth-shattering world. Yixian, Huigulei and Huigulei, as well as their trusted subordinates reflexively, they all looked at the sky and looked. In the next instant, the expressions of everyone changed abruptly, and they revealed a wisp of extreme shock and astonishment. In their line of sight, a huge and dazzling firework was exploding in the depths of the night sky. It was clearly a huge firework caused by the explosion of a battleship. A large part of the sky was illuminated, and even the atmosphere in that area was burned by the firework. As a result, the scene outside the atmosphere was reflected in the eyes of Yixian and the others. Obviously, this was the flagship of the elite fleet of the human clan's Immortal Legion, which was the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, which was caused by the energy beam of the super annihilation cannon, because what exploded at this moment was clearly a huge fortress of the royal clan's fleet with a diameter of 10,000 meters. A huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters had been completely blown into a cloud of dazzling fireworks by a single blast. Furthermore, this cloud of fireworks was rapidly extinguishing after blooming to the extreme. It was clear that the entire ship, including everything inside, had been incinerated into nothingness by the terrifying beam of light of the super annihilation cannon in a short period of time. There was nothing left to burn, which was why it was quickly extinguishing. This kind of power was absolutely impossible to achieve by the annihilation meteorite cannon of the middle fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It must be the super annihilation cannon of the small fortress that opened fire. Damn! Finally showing its power? Yixian blankly stared at the enormous firework in the sky that was rapidly extinguishing. His face was filled with a dumbstruck expression. Due to the fact that he was too shocked by the brilliance of this scene, he couldn't help but curse. At the same time, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. In his opinion, it was simply ridiculous and unbelievable, but at this moment it also emerged in his mind. This huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters is the one that old devil Wenxing chose to guard. Right? Swallowing his saliva, Yixian muttered to himself once again. The expression on his face became incomparably strange in the blink of an eye. If that's really the case, then this is too tragic. It can be said to be the most innocent lying down spear in history. The human fleet really knows how to choose. They just randomly chose a huge fortress to kill the chicken to warn the monkey as a deterrent, and they just happened to choose old devil Wenxing? I don't think this is possible. While Yixian was muttering to himself and looking at the sky with a strange expression on his face, in the main flagship of the royal fleet outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star, which was the command cabin of the Demon King with a diameter of 20,000 meters, Chanas, who was also shocked by the terrifying power of the super annihilation cannon, was also in a daze at this moment. Gulp, gulp. After a long time, Chanas also swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Then the expression on his face quickly became strange. It was definitely not weaker than Yixian's or even more so. At this moment, Chanas, who had vaguely regained his senses, finally regained his ability to speak. He muttered to himself, "This is really F** ket up. No, this is clearly F** ket up by F** Ker. Old devil Wenxing's luck is too bad. Isn't it? It hasn't even been an hour since we entered that large fortress. Yet it was blown away by a single cannon blast? What the F** ck? I was just muttering that once the fight starts, I should find a chance to take advantage of the chaos to blow up that fortress of his. Just as I was thinking about that, old devil Wenxing actually died by himself? Ha ha ha. This is clearly the rhythm of God's help. It seems that Zhang Wuji is indeed a lucky general. He casually came up with an idea, and in the end this is the result. I really need to teach him well later. Haha, once this kind of lucky general grows up, his future value will be even more amazing. Whether it was Yixian or Chanas at this moment, they still did not know the secret identity of Wenxing. If they knew that Wenxing was actually a spy who had been bought over by the human race and had been planted in the Demon King Star area all along, and at this moment, he was blown up by the main flagship of the human race's immortal army, the strange feeling in their hearts would be more than 10 times stronger. Chapter 3013. Translator. Neobo Studio Editor. Neobo Studio Naples flips out Naples. the general of the human race's technology faction and the commander of one of the immortal army's subordinate armies, was a top-notch expert with a square face in his 50s and a cold, solemn and dignified expression. As for his cultivation level, it was unknown. However, one thing was certain, and that was that he definitely surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. In other words, he was at least in the 11th realm. As for what this realm was, Yixian still didn't know. The highest realm that he knew of was the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Even in the colossal army of the Everlasting Dynasty, there were not many generals, only 20 or 30 in total. Among them, Naples was definitely one of the best. He was iron-blooded and ruthless, and his methods were tough. Hence, it was obviously unrealistic for Chanas to think of using delaying methods to obtain a life. As the Heaven Cutter opened fire for the second time, a huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters was blasted into a fireball and turned into nothingness. At the same time, High Priest Wenxing, who was planted by the human race and the demon race, was also accidentally killed because of this. At this moment, the staff of the Heaven Cutter's communication team followed the orders of the fleet's commander-in-chief, Admiral Naples, and sent a spy to the Royal Race Fleet's flagship thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, Chana's response was just as unyielding. Prince Xian is indeed in our hands. We caught him the moment we returned. However, hand him over? Impossible. At the end of this response, Chanas even threatened the human race's elite fleet. He warned that Prince Xian was in the flagship, the Demon King. If they had the ability, they should open fire on the Demon King. If they didn't have the ability, they should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the powerful fleets of the Tianji race and the many slave races from the first universe arrived, they probably wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. The reason why Chanas dared to say that was because he was confident. As long as the other party wasn't sure if Prince Xian was really in the Demon King, they definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even if all the other battleships and fortresses of the Royal Race Fleet were blasted into smithereens, as long as the Demon King was safe and sound, he had nothing to worry about. Regarding this point, the commander of the human fleet, Admiral Naples, was also well aware. He indeed suspected that what the other party said about Prince Xian being in the cabin of the Demon King was just an empty city strategy. However, because the safety of Prince Xian was too important, Naples didn't dare to gamble at all. At this moment, Chuantime, in the command of the Royal Race Fleet in the Royal Race Fleet's flagship, the higher-ups of the Human Race Fleet were all deep in their minds thinking. There were at least 1,000 people in the spaceship fleet base city. Surrounding the command cabin hall were all sorts of precision instruments. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was far superior to a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters in terms of basic functions. It also has many functions that the previous two bastions didn't have. That's why there were so many instruments and facilities. Among the thousands of people in the command cabin on the top floor, more than half of them were technical elites wearing the uniform of the Immortal Army. There were only 700 to 800 of them, but they were able to control the operation of the small fortress. This kind of elite skill was not something a normal army could compare to. Perhaps they were second only to the Tianji clan, who had a natural advantage in controlling machines. Apart from that, there were about 100 people in the command center of the hall. They were all high-ranking military officers of the Immortal Army. They were all Naples think tanks. Among them, there were a few figures in casual clothes. The Purplish Warbler was one of them. Although the Purplish Warbler was a direct descendant of the Shenyuan family in the Heavenly Underworld Empire, which was one of the 3 empires under the Immortal Dynasty, her identity and background were far from enough to establish a relationship with the higher-ups of the Immortal Army, which was directly under the Immortal Dynasty. The reason why she appeared in the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress was very simple. On that day, when the Purplish Warbler realized that the Immortal Dynasty would definitely make a move, he immediately left the Heavenly Underworld Imperial capital and paid a great price to use the interstellar transmission array to rush to the Heavenly Dust Empire's capital, and then to the Heavenly River Star from the Heavenly Dust Star. If the fleets of the immortal human dynasties wanted to enter the first universe, they would have to go through this natural wormhole in the domain of the falling domain. Not long after, the elite fleet of the Immortal Army arrived. While the fleet was stopping at the Sky River planet to resupply, The purplish warbler took the initiative to look for the fleet and requested to accompany them. She also expressed that she was friends with Prince Xian. Before Prince Xian's accident, she was with him. Moreover, her maid was with Prince Xian now. The two of them had gone missing together because of an accident. More importantly, she had some understanding of Prince Xian. At least, although Prince Xian had the ability to refine weapons and was extremely powerful, his personal battleship seemed to have been integrated with a small personal battleship that belonged to the purplish warbler later on. Therefore, even if Prince Xian refined his personal battleship later on, as long as it retained some of the characteristics of the purplish warbler's battleship, she would definitely be able to tell at a glance. Therefore, bringing her along might be of great help in finding Prince Xian in the first universe. The purplish warbler didn't mean to lie. In fact, Yi Xian had been recognized as Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty for a long time. Even if she told the truth, she wouldn't be liked. In order to follow the fleet to the first universe, she could only go with the flow and make the best of her mistake. She also thought that Yi Xian was the so-called Prince Xian. As for how to resolve this misunderstanding when Yi Xian returned in the future, that was no longer a problem for the purplish warbler to consider. To her, finding Yi Xian in Lulua was the most important thing at the moment. At this moment, when Chana's tough response was received by the small fortress of the sky-cleaving warship, the commander-in-chief of the human fleets, Admiral Naples, was immediately enraged and flew into a rage on the spot. Chana's right? The commander of the demonic imperial guards of the demonic imperial planet. Although this is the first time I've come into contact with you, I've heard of your great name. You actually dare to be so tough in the face of the super annihilation cannon of the small fortress. You've really impressed me. As he sneered, Naples raised his hand and pointed at the black mosquito planet in the void of the star field thousands of miles ahead. He shouted in a deep voice. Sky-cleaving warship, super annihilation cannon order. Target. Black mosquito planet. Fire with all your might 10 consecutive shots. Obliterate this demonic planet for this general. Hearing this, the hundreds of strategists of the immortal army trembled violently and turned to look at each other in horror. Chapter 30:14. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. The surprising appearance of Prince Xian. Boom. Boom. 10 huge pillars of white light shot out, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The interval between them was only about 10 seconds. In less than 2 minutes, the 10 energy light pillars had all been blasted out. The super annihilation cannon's energy pillars shot out from a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters were too terrifying. Even if it was a small meteor with a diameter of 20,000 meters, once it was shot out, the meteor that was enveloped by the energy pillar would be instantly vaporized and disappear. At this moment, the 10 energy pillars were shot out in a short period of time at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the atmosphere of the black mosquito star, and were heading for the land of the star. Before that, among the royal fleet of the Demonkin fleet hovering outside the atmosphere of the black mosquito planet, there were 6 stellar-level warships that were 3,000 meters long, 3 smaller fortresses that were 5,000 meters long, and 1 large fortress that was 10,000 meters in diameter. They were all turned into giant fireballs by the roaring energy pillars. In the blink of an eye, they were all burned into nothingness. This was clearly intentional. Not to mention the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level warships and the 5,000-meter-long and 10,000-meter-long fortresses. Even the 20,000-meter-long giant fortresses would only end up being destroyed in one shot under the terrifying energy pillars of the super annihilation cannon. F***CK. This is crazy. Who is the commander of this human fleet? Could it be that he was crazy? His methods are too tough. Among the hundreds of lieutenant generals in the immortal army, I can't find such an iron-blooded hawk. Could it be an admiral? Inside the giant fortress of the Demon King, Chanaz's face instantly turned pale. As he exclaimed, he immediately gave a series of orders. What are you waiting for? Damn it, you bunch of idiots. Run now. Run now. If the enemy fleet's overall commander is really an immortal general, his cultivation level definitely surpasses the Grotto Heaven realm. Not to mention this kind of super annihilation cannon, as long as he is willing, he alone can attack the Devil King. While the enemy is still worried about us fighting to the death and hasn't reacted yet, we must run now. Damn it. Move at full speed now. The entire fleet scatter and escape. Boom! Boom! As the Imperial Demonkin fleet began to scatter and flee, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the Black Mosquito star land beneath the fleet. The energy beam of the super annihilation cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was too terrifying, and it was not randomly scattered. Naples' instructions were very clear. The ultimate goal was to completely obliterate the main star of the Demonkin tribe. Although there were only 10 energy light pillars with a diameter of 20,000 meters, it was impossible for them to vaporize the Black Mosquito star like they vaporized a small meteor. After all, it was a massive planet. However, the operators of the cannons on the small fortress of the Heaven Cutter were the best of the best. According to their calculations and deductions, it was not a problem for them to destroy a colossal object like the Black Mosquito star with 10 energy beams. At this moment, as the 10 energy light pillars exploded, the entire Black Mosquito star, which was engulfed in a cloud of dust, failed to escape the fate of being obliterated. The huge celestial body fell apart and turned into 3 huge pieces of cosmic dust with irregular shapes. It no longer had the shape of a natural celestial body. Even the atmosphere that originally covered the entire Black Mosquito star completely dissipated and became a mess in this huge explosion. At this point, the Black Mosquito star had fallen. One of the main stars of the 10 Demonkin tribes had disappeared forever in the long river of history. Although almost all the people on the Black Mosquito star had evacuated in advance, Zhuofengtai, the chief priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei, the chief priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, and dozens of their trusted subordinates as well as Yixian and the wretched mosquito butcher were still there. The moment the 10 super annihilation cannons' energy light pillars bombarded them, a group of people gathered together. When they saw the terrifying energy light pillars whistling over, their expressions changed completely, and they cried out involuntarily in alarm. So ruthless and cruel? Who is the commander of the human fleet? This is too swift and decisive. Even Yixian was startled. Without thinking, he raised his hand and summoned the purple cave shuttle. With a thought, he opened the cabin door and said, "Everyone get in. This small warship of mine is an epic-level treasure in the starry sky. Its speed is no slower than that of a huge fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Other things aside, it's not a problem for us to escape." Hearing that it was an epic-level small private warship in the starry sky, Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei were stunned, including themselves. They had noticed that Yixian's warship was not ordinary, but they had never expected it to be so freakish. The Demonkin tribe was not good at technological innovation. In terms of warships, it was rare to see a legendary warship in the starry sky, let alone epic-level warships in the starry sky. Only the Tianji tribe, who had a natural advantage in technological production, and the human tribe, who had amazing creativity, could have such a thing. Soon everyone, including the wretched mosquito killer, entered the Dongshu shuttle. So did Hui Gulei, Zhuofengtai, and their trusted subordinates. Although they also had small private warships, compared to Yixian's Dongshu shuttle, they were not 1 or 2 levels lower. At this time, a large warship was too eye-catching and would become a target for the human fleet. Only this kind of small warship, which was hundreds of meters long, was the best means of escape. Yixian was the last one to enter the Dongshu shuttle. As he stepped in, the Dongshu shuttle, which was full of purple light, immediately whizzed away and rushed out of the Black Mosquito star, which seemed to be splitting the sky and earth, and the scene of the violent explosion was horrifying. Moreover, as the energy of the super annihilation cannon was far too terrifying, not only had the Black Mosquito celestial body been blasted apart, but even the surrounding space had shaken. As a result, the Dongshu shuttle did not activate its concealment formation. Under its extreme speed, the entire shuttle turned into a gorgeous violet streak of light that shot through space. This speed shocked even General Naples, who was staring at the huge holographic 3D screen on the small fortress of the heaven-cleaving ship. He whispered in surprise, "Huh? This speed? I didn't expect the demon tribe to have such a stunning small warship. This warship is at least at the epic star level." It had to be said that as the general of the Eternal Dynasty, his vision was extremely sharp. Hearing this, the purplish warbler couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He subconsciously looked at the warship. Then his expression changed drastically and he exclaimed in shock, "This warship clearly has the shadow of my purple lightning shuttle." The hull and color of the warship are similar. It's him. Prince Xian has appeared. The entire top-level command cabin of the heaven-cleaving ship was in an uproar. Everyone was excited at this moment. Chapter 30:15. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio, how did he do it? Are you sure? In the command cabin on the top floor of the sky-cleaving ship, everyone was rejoicing. As the commander-in-chief of the fleet, Admiral Naples, who was usually the strictest and would reprimand his subordinates in such a situation, didn't care at all this time. Everyone was excited and happy from the bottom of their hearts, including him. At this moment, the Neapolitan admiral was so excited that his entire body was trembling slightly. His face was filled with surprise as he turned his head to look at Xin Yuanzing, who had caused such a huge commotion with just a few words. His voice was filled with ecstasy as he said, "Girl, this is not a joke. Confirm it again." "There's no need to confirm it again. That's my purple lightning shuttle. How can I not recognize it?" Back on the Sky River planet, Prince Xian bought it and refined it himself, integrating it into his private battleship. Later on, I saw it in the Sky River sector. Although it has changed a little, it's more or less the same. There's no way I'd mistake it. At this moment, the purplish warbler was also very excited. Looking at the small private battleship that had turned into a stunning purple rainbow, her eyes were full of stars. Towards the end of her sentence, she was almost muttering to herself. Looking at the appearance of this battleship, it's obviously been refined at least once. I didn't expect it to be at the epic star level now. I didn't guess wrong back then. His ability to refine weapons is at least at the master level or even beyond that. At the side, many military officers, including Admiral Naples, were stunned. The former even exclaimed softly, "What? You're saying that this epic star-level small private battleship was refined by Prince Xian himself?" One had to know that in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, any array master or weapon master was definitely in existence with extraordinary status. Being able to reach the master level in these two fields was definitely not something that could be achieved through hard work. It was related to talent. A weapon refiner who can refine an epic star-level battleship is definitely not just at the master level. He's at least at the master level. Prince Xian is indeed amazing. My trip to the first universe was not in vain. After confirming that the small private battleship that had turned into a purple rainbow at an astonishing speed belonged to Prince Xian, and that this battleship had clearly been personally refined by him time and time again to reach its current starry sky epic grade, Admiral Naples became even more excited. Immediately he gave the order. The entire fleet is to follow them immediately. At the same time, connect to the communication system of that purple battleship, and reveal our identities to Prince Xian. As for the fleets of the Imperial clan that escaped, we don't have to bother with them for the time being. The most important thing now is to meet up with Prince Xian. The order was quickly passed down. All 11 bastions of the human fleet moved at full speed and chased after the Dongshu shuttle, which had turned into a streak of purple light. Since the completion of the last fusion, the Dongshu shuttle had reached the epic starry sky rank in terms of grade. The current speed of the Dongshu shuttle was indeed astonishing. After all the kinetic energy was poured into its speed, even a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters could not compare to it. It could even reach the maximum speed of a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Under such circumstances, even Shanasi's Imperial Demon Fleet would not be able to keep up with the Dongshu shuttle. At the very most, only the flagship, the Demon Ruler, would not lose sight of it. However, the 11 bastions of this human fleet were all giant fortresses with diameters of more than 20,000 meters. There was even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Faced with such pursuers, even the Dongshu shuttle would not be able to shake them off. The 11 bastions of the human race continued to follow closely behind the Dongshu shuttle. Moreover, the Dongshu shuttle received the communication message from the flagship, the Heaven Cutter, immediately. The other party's meaning was very simple and clear. They stated their identity and purpose of entering the Demon Star region in the first universe. They requested Prince Xian to return with them. As a trial prince of the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological faction, and as the voice of the entire human race and even the 10,000 Luo Federation was so loud, it was no longer suitable for Prince Xian to continue staying here. In this message, Naples also stated his identity as the general of the Immortal Army. At the same time, he conveyed the order from the higher-ups of the Immortal Dynasty. Prince Xian's ultimate trial was completed. He was ordered to return to the royal family immediately and accept the arrangements of the dynasty. This clearly meant that they were going to entrust him with important tasks and nurture him vigorously. With Prince Xian's current reputation in the entire human race and the 10,000 Luo Federation, as well as the fact that he had not only completed the ultimate trial of the royal family, but also obtained such an impressive result, once he returned to the immortal dynasty of the human race, he was almost destined to soar. From then on, he would no longer be an unknown descendant of the royal family. Instead, he would become one of the few people in the immortal dynasty's younger generation who could walk on the stage and command the wind and clouds. He could be considered to have officially stepped onto the glorious path of competing for the throne of the dynasty. However, all of this had a huge flaw for Yi Xian. He was not the real Prince Xian. Although he knew that he would definitely have a bright future if he returned with this elite fleet of the human race, it all belonged to Prince Xian. It had nothing to do with Yi Xian. If he really returned with Naples, the outcome would be extremely bad. Impersonating a prince was a huge crime, and Yi Xian could not bear it. However, from the tone of this Naples general, it seemed that he had already confirmed Yi Xian's identity and was determined to bring him back to the immortal dynasty. Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle was unable to shake off the other party for the time being. As such, it was as if a dead end had been formed. Apart from thinking of ways to make the other party give up, Yi Xian had no other choice. The best way to make the other party give up was to deny his identity as Prince Xian. If that was the case, the other party would naturally stop chasing him. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately sent a reply to the small fortress of the heaven-cleaving ship. Furthermore, as he was in a hurry, he even sent a few voice messages. The content was very simple. I'm not Prince Xian. I'm the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhang Wuji. You've got the wrong person. Can you stop chasing me? Under normal circumstances, the human fleet would obviously not continue chasing him after such a reply. This was because Prince Xian had no need to deny his identity at all. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that there was someone in the command cabin on the top floor of the heaven-cleaving ship that could recognize his voice. That person was the purplish warbler. At this moment, as Yi Xian's voice message appeared in the command cabin, the purplish warbler immediately exclaimed, "Brother Yi, it's really his voice. But why did he deny his identity and call himself the holy son of the demon tribe?" Chapter 30:16. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio Shocking Methods. How did he do it? As he muttered to himself, Admiral Naples' expression became increasingly strange. Since it's really him, then, how did he become the holy son of the demon tribe? It seems like he has a motive, so it's not convenient for him to admit it. But isn't this too unbelievable? A human actually became the holy son of the demon tribe? As General Naples muttered to himself, the hundreds of immortal army strategists exchanged glances with one another. Their expressions were strange. There were indeed human spies among the demon tribe, but these spies were all demon tribe members who had been bribed, not human powerhouses. Although demon tribe members and humans looked the same, demon tribe members' mental strength could block the detection of human consciousness. Therefore, it was extremely easy for demon tribe members to blend into the human race. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell at all. However, it was almost impossible for a human to blend into the demon tribe. Without the demon tribe's mental strength source core, one wouldn't possess the mental strength unique to demon tribe members. Under such circumstances, any human powerhouse who entered the demon tribe would be immediately distinguished. They would be as eye-catching as fireflies in the night sky. It could be said that before Prince Xian, no human powerhouse had ever been able to successfully infiltrate the demon tribe, let alone climb all the way to the position of holy son of one of the 10 demon tribes. This was in existence on the same level as the 10-star tribe leader. In the 10 demon tribes, it was second only to the great commander and high priest. In the face of Yi Xian's unexpected response, all the strategists of the immortal army present were at a loss. After a moment of shock, they all looked at Admiral Naples, waiting for his next order. Even the purplish warbler was the same. Although she had confirmed Yixian's identity, he must have his reasons for making such a response. In the face of all this, the purplish warbler was at a loss for what to do. Let's follow him for now. Occasionally we'll pretend to attack him. Since Prince Xian already has a new identity in the devil race, we have to at least make sure that we don't attract the suspicion of the devil race before we figure out his motive. Admiral Naples sighed. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, all the elites in the star web should work together and try their best to connect to the demon star web. See if they can connect and hack into it. If they succeed, immediately download all the information related to the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son, Zhang Wuji. Remember, you must ensure that nothing goes wrong and leave no traces behind. Otherwise, the demon will become suspicious. When that happens, Prince Xian's plan will be affected. His orders were quickly carried out. The bastions continued their pursuit, neither too fast nor too slow. From time to time, they would fire their annihilation meteor cannons from the bastions. However, they all brushed past the Dongshu shuttle by a hair's breadth and didn't cause any real damage. The information about the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son, Zhang Wuji, that Admiral Naples had requested was soon in his hands. At this moment, the information had been publicly displayed in the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant holographic 3D screen in the center of the command cabin at this moment. The screen displayed Yixian's bust, as well as information about his cultivation, strength, and some simple experiences. The moment she saw the bust, the purplish warbler immediately smiled in relief. Her face was full of sunshine as she murmured, "Brother Yi, it's really you. How could Ziying have mistaken the battleship for yours and misheard your voice?" This was obviously equivalent to the final confirmation. Hearing this, whether it was the general of Naples or the strategists of the immortal army around him, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The last string in their hearts that had been stretched taut was completely loosened. At the very least, Prince Xian's identity was confirmed. At the very least, Prince Xian was still safe and free for the time being. Since the development of the human race, the situation where the descendants of the great aristocratic families or the royal family were arrogant and domineering and did whatever they wanted had long disappeared. Generally speaking, the more a descendant of the royal family was, the more low-key they would be. If they wanted to be recognized by the public and be recognized by the royal family, they would have to go through more trials and prove their abilities. Only then would they be qualified to appear publicly as a member of the royal family. Take the Immortal Empire as an example. There were many descendants of the royal family, and even many of them were direct descendants. However, in reality there were only a few princes that the public knew. All of them had already gone through trials and proved their abilities. These few princes were allowed to be on the stage by the royal family, and officially started the competition for the right to inherit the throne. This didn't include Prince Xian. At least it didn't include him in the past. Therefore, regarding Prince Xian's appearance, not to mention others, even Admiral Naples did not know. He had never seen Prince Xian before, even though he was also on the imperial capital's undying star. Furthermore, when the princes of the Immortal Empire went out for the ultimate trial, they would also change their original appearance. For the strong people in the starry sky, this wasn't too difficult. Even the real Prince Xian, who was still trapped in the myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Wind, didn't show his original appearance. However, at this moment, after Yixian's bust was collected as information and brought back to the human race from the small fortress of the Heaven Cutter, the image of Prince Xian, who had long been famous in the human race, was unknowingly fixed. Yixian probably didn't expect that at this moment, he would represent the real Prince Xian and become the Prince Xian in the hearts of the entire human race and the entire Myriad Prison Federation. This misunderstanding was gradually becoming a reality, and it was walking further and further down a path that no one could have expected. In addition to the half-length portrait, the big screen also listed that Yixian had obtained a huge harvest from entering the Saint Demon Forbidden Area for the first time. He had even obtained a type of spiritual energy inheritance, becoming the second-ranked existence among the 10 great holy sons of the demon race, and so on. All of this made Naples and the others dumbfounded. As a human, it was already inconceivable that he could successfully blend into the demon race. This Prince Xian, on the other hand, not only didn't keep a low profile, but he also made a name for himself and was extremely high profile. This method was simply too amazing. Chapter 30:17. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations. The Arrival of the Servant 100 Races. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations. As Yixian entered the Demon Cultivator Star Zone, words appeared on the big screen. All the higher-ups of the Immortal Army in the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress saw it. The entire command cabin became noisy. Everyone whispered to each other and gasped from time to time. These elites of the Immortal Army naturally had a good understanding of the few princes who had been allowed to enter the stage to compete for the throne. However, from what they knew, the difference between those princes and Prince Xian was not small at all. Needless to say, Prince Xian's reputation had spread throughout the entire Myriad Luo Federation. Like an idol, he had gained the loyal support of countless fans. In addition, in terms of contributions to the Federation, Prince Xian had already entered the Earth leaderboard, while the other princes were still struggling. Furthermore, with everything that Prince Xian had done after entering the Demon Cultivator Star Zone, his ranking would soar again as soon as he returned. He might even be able to enter the Heaven leaderboard. Furthermore, Prince Xian was bold and meticulous. Not only did he have the guts to enter the Demon Cultivator Star Zone alone, but he also made such a name for himself. This wasn't something that could be done just by being bold. Without profound wisdom and meticulous planning, it was impossible. All of this was enough to show how stunning Prince Xian was. If he returned to the human race and the Immortal Dynasty, those princes who had been allowed to enter the stage wouldn't be able to defeat him. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the right to inherit the throne of the Immortal Dynasty would most likely fall into Prince Xian's hands. When they thought of this possibility, all the strategists were secretly excited. Their hearts were surging with emotions. If Prince Xian obtained the right to inherit the throne of the Immortal Dynasty, then they, as the higher-ups of the Immortal Army who had entered the Demon Cultivator Star Zone in the first universe to help Prince Xian when he was in danger and needed help the most, no matter how they looked at it, they would have formed good karma with Prince Xian. Once Prince Xian inherited the throne, they would definitely be important. At the very least, they would have more capital than the other higher-ups of the army. All of this made everyone's breathing heavy. Even Admiral Naples was like this. He couldn't ignore this point. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, there were dozens of people who had submitted. Among them, there were the most one-star generals. There were more than 22 star generals, 17 or 2-star generals, 12 3-star generals, 10 4-star generals, and 5-star generals, and 5-star generals, 8-star generals. However, there was only one marshal. Naples was only a 3-star general. It was said that a soldier who didn't want to be generals was not to be not. Similarly, a general who did not want to be a marshal was not a good general either. Naples to you generals. Naples. Was Naples's translations Atlas. Was Naples to Naples to Tutu to NNS. And this opportunity was only given once in every new emperor's reign. It was impossible for a new emperor to appoint 2 marshals in succession during his term. After all, to become a marshal of the Immortal Army, one's personal cultivation was also a requirement. Therefore, the marshals of the Immortal Army were almost all almighties. The possibility of them dying didn't exist at all. The only way for them to step down from their marshals was to follow the old emperor. In order to give the stage to the new emperor, he would have the opportunity to nurture his own forces and promote new marshals. Therefore, the old marshals followed the old emperor and retired. They would sit behind the scenes and become members of the Grand Elder Group in the Immortal Army in secret. Therefore, almost every 4-star and 5-star general in the dynasty would secretly observe the few princes who had already been approved by the dynasty to step onto the stage to compete for the throne. They would also choose a target to support from among them. As 3-star generals, they wouldn't have such thoughts. They had a long road ahead of them. It was a little too far to think about this now. But now, with the appearance of Prince Xian, especially with his amazing abilities, Naples, who hadn't thought much about this matter, couldn't help but be a little more active. At the same time, the hundreds of trusted advisors gathered around him were also restless. At this moment, all of them were breathing heavily. Their gazes converged on Naples, and they all began to ask questions. General, what should we do? Prince Xian's methods are amazing. He must have a big plan to climb all the way to the top of the demon race. Unfortunately, our unexpected arrival must have affected him. The upper echelons of the demon race aren't fools. After thinking about it for a while, they'll probably start to suspect Prince Xian. That's right. Prince Xian is no longer suitable to continue staying here. Even if his plan was amazing and had a high chance of success, but now we'll just take it that we've unintentionally ruined Prince Xian's plans. We'll personally accept the punishment later. But now we have to prioritize Prince Xian's safety. General, give the order. Prince Xian is stubborn, but we can't let him continue being stubborn. After all, if something happens, it'll definitely be a huge loss for the dynasty. With Prince Xian's amazing methods, even if this plan fails, he can still soar to the top. As these words spread, Naples' lieutenant general fell into deep thought. At this moment he was also thinking about the same thing. Without a doubt, the arrival of the human fleet had indeed troubled and affected Prince Xian. This was something that no one had expected. It could only be considered an unintentional mistake. There was no need to worry about punishment. Prince Xian was so amazing that he wouldn't care about such things. In reality, even if they hadn't come, the demon race might have looked at Prince Xian suspiciously. But all of this wasn't important now. The most important thing now was whether they should retreat or continue to pursue Prince Xian, and think of a way to bring him back to the first universe, even if it was by force. After thinking for a while, Naples finally made a decision. His eyes darkened as he immediately gave the order. Follow them immediately. Even if it's by force, we must bring Prince Xian back to the first universe. Also, Xianyuan girl, he might not know that you're here. Reveal your identity and persuade him. Just use voice transmission. At the side, just as Xianyuan Ziying nodded her head, the expressions of the few think tanks not far away changed as they cried out involuntarily. Not good. General, the slave fleet of the first universe has arrived. Some have arrived from all directions. The situation we're facing has worsened. Chapter 3018. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio Chaotic Black Mosquito Zone in the first universe. Although the Tianji clan was the well-deserved overlord, there were not many members of the Tianji clan. After all, the so-called Tianji clan were all intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness. They were not intelligent robots in the ordinary sense. The birth of every intelligent robot required a certain amount of opportunity and probability. Of course, this didn't mean that the number of robots in the Tianji race was small. In fact, although there weren't many robots in the Tianji race that had developed self-awareness, there were still a lot of semi-intelligent robots or pure intelligent robots. It was just that they couldn't be considered true members of the Tianji race. In addition to this semi-intelligent robot army, in the first universe, there were even more slave races under the Tianji clan, including the demon tribe. They were all slave races attached to the Tianji clan. Among these slave races, not all of them were truly loyal to the Tianji clan and were willing to be enslaved. Many slave races were restricted by the general situation and had no choice but to submit. For example, the demon tribe was one of them. From the attitude of the devil king Mo Wentian, Mo Qigong, and the other supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm, it could be seen that they were not willing to be enslaved. There were many such slave races. Of course, there were also some who were willing to be enslaved by the Tianji clan. In order to distinguish all of this, one had to be in close contact with them. Otherwise, one would not be able to tell. And now that the Heaven's Legacy race had issued this arrest warrant in the first universe, all the slave races in the first universe, whether or not they were truly willing to submit to the Heaven's Legacy race, had to at least show a certain attitude in response to the arrest warrant in the first universe. Therefore, each race more or less sent out some search forces. To put it bluntly, they were fleets. The slave races in the first universe came in all shapes and sizes. There were all kinds of life forms. The demon tribe, who looked no different from humans, was actually the most normal. They were most similar to humans and robots. There was one thing that had to be explained. That was the appearance of the machine tribe. Although they were essentially machines with self-consciousness in terms of appearance, all of them were actually the same as the human tribe, including the leader of the Tianji tribe, Di. After all, when Di was created by the human technology pioneer Xing Bo, he was a high-level intelligent robot. This kind of high-level robot, in terms of appearance, could not still have the appearance of a steel body. The materials used for their bodies had long been simulated. Currently, the materials used to construct the machine tribe's bodies were treasures used to refine weapons, so they could evolve on their own. However, in terms of appearance, almost all of the machine tribe members looked the same as humans. Apart from the demons, the other servant clans in the first universe were of all kinds of shapes and sizes. The more common ones were orcs, half-orcs, zergs, and so on. As for the more bizarre ones, there were even some life forms in the form of energy. There were all kinds of strange creatures. These servants of the Heaven's Legacy race also had warships. Perhaps some of them were born to move around naked in the universe, such as some energy life forms and some crystal life forms. However, after coming into contact with warships, they also fell in love with the crystallization of human technology and wisdom. The prosperity of technology and the birth of warships naturally had their reasons. Everything existed for a reason. Warships were so popular in the three universes today, and even in the human tribe's cultivation camp, there were many cultivators who used the human tribe's warships as blueprints to refine all kinds of strange magic treasures with different functions. This showed the great significance of warships. After all, with a super battleship like the Heaven Cutter, even if one was only in the meteor state, one could travel across the universe quickly without fear of being hunted down by the Grotto Heaven State cultivators. One could even kill the Grotto Heaven State cultivators. That was something that couldn't be done except for the battleships of the human clan and the magical treasures of the cultivators. If one wanted to use a high-level magic treasure, one had to have a certain level of strength. From this, one could see the advantages of warships. The warships of the Heaven's Legacy race in the first universe were all given to them by the Heaven's Legacy race. At this moment, more than 100 fleets of various sizes had arrived from all directions of the Black Mosquito space zone. The Heaven's Legacy race was just a general term. In fact, there were more than 100 races in the first universe that were subordinate to the Heaven's Legacy race. Among the fleets of more than 100, there were at least a dozen stellar-level warships that were 3,000 meters long. They were obviously here just for show. Some of them had more than a dozen fortresses that were 10,000 meters in diameter. This kind of fleet must be the loyal servants of the Heaven's Legacy race. With such a large fleet, they were truly here to help capture Prince Xian of the human tribe. With the arrival of the fleet of more than 100 slaves, the entire Black Mosquito space zone became lively and chaotic. Some fleets were still far away, while others had already discovered the elite fleets of the human tribe. However, as none of the hundreds of slave fleets had small fortresses that were 50,000 meters in diameter, there were at most one or two large fortresses that were 20,000 meters in diameter. It could be said that even though the elite fleets of the human tribe were heavily surrounded, they had not lost their advantage in terms of combat strength. The hundreds of slave fleets only dared to watch from afar, and did not dare to get too close. However, it was also because of this that the scene of the elite fleets of the human tribe chasing after a small purple private warship was clearly seen by all the fleets of the 100 races. Even Chanas, who had stopped fleeing and quietly returned to the void at the edge of the void because of the arrival of the 100 races' fleets, saw the scene as well. His expression immediately became strange and he muttered to himself, "That's strange. This is clearly that brat Zhang warship. Why is the human tribe's fleet chasing after him? Could Zhang Wuji be that Prince Xian of the human tribe?" This bold guess made Chanasi jump in fright, but he soon burst out laughing. He shook his head and tossed this guess to the back of his mind. No, this is too unbelievable. How can a prince of the human race possess the mental strength of the demon race? Furthermore, his talent is so shocking. And he even possesses level 6 mental strength. If he's Prince Xian of the human race, I'm afraid those prodigies of the demon race can go hang themselves. This was the biggest bug and also Yi Xian's greatest reliance. It was because of this that he was not worried about exposing his identity in the Demon Ruler Galaxy. Chapter 3019. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Satellite Level 2. Unfortunately, Naples wasn't a demon. Hence, he didn't have the pride of a demon in terms of mental strength. As such, it was impossible for him to have the same mindset as Chanas. In reality, even if he had thought of this, Naples wouldn't have let go. Since things had already progressed to this stage, he had to bring Prince Xian back to the third universe no matter what. Otherwise, if Prince Xian encountered any danger or some unforeseen event, he wouldn't be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times. He had already found Prince Xian, yet he didn't bring him back. In the end, Prince Xian perished in the first universe. Naples couldn't bear such a thing. The responsibility was too great. Countless fans of Prince Xian in the entire Wanluo Federation would denounce him. Naples felt a chill run down his spine just thinking about that scene. Therefore, even though the surrounding 100 servant fleets of the First Universe had arrived, the entire elite fleet of the human race was still tightly biting onto Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle under his orders. They didn't relax for even a moment, and because of the full power of the horse, the distance between the two had already started to slowly shrink. The fleet on the right seems to be a little too close. Could it be that they've seen us firing our cannons at Prince Xian without hitting him? Are they suspecting that our human fleet's aim isn't good enough? Perhaps it was because Prince Xian had been leading the entire human fleet around like a headless fly after chasing for so long, but the entire fleet was being led around by Prince Xian like a headless fly. At this moment, Naples's face was completely gloomy. He naturally didn't dare to be angry at Prince Xian. However, there was no lack of people around them who could vent their anger. The slave fleet that he had chosen could only be considered unlucky. They were a little too close and they happened to be in the void on the right, which was the best position to attack. General Naples didn't say anything else. If his trusted advisors couldn't understand what he meant, then they should all be laid off. Very quickly, 10 energy beams from the Annihilation Meteorite Cannon, each 5,000 meters in diameter, and 1 energy beam from the Super Annihilation Cannon, each 20,000 meters in diameter, shot out at almost the same time. This time the Vindicator opened fire as well. There were a total of 18 ships and bastions to the right of the fleet. At the same time as the human fleet fired, the 18 warships and bastions exploded in midair. They turned into giant fireballs and burned into ashes. Only the energy beam of the Super Annihilation Cannon shot out from the small fortress of Skycutter destroyed 2 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 m and 4 stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 m. There was no suspense at all. A small fortress was enough to sweep through everything in the chaotic Black Mosquito space zone. Although almost all the fleets of the slave races from the First Universe had arrived, as long as the fleet of the Heavenly Fate race hadn't arrived, this elite human fleet with only 11 bastions was more than enough to run amok with disdain and without fear of anything. These 17 or 18 battleships should have come from a certain slave race, but at this moment they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. Not even a hair was left behind. As the exploding fireballs gradually extinguished, they completely dissipated in the void of the universe. This scene was really chilling. When it appeared, the experts in the slave race's fleets from the First Universe clearly realized how terrifying the power of 1 round of fire from an elite fleet composed of 1 small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m and 10 stellar-level fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 m was. With this kind of shock and horror, the fleets of the hundreds of clans and slaves that had been ready to move finally retreated out of fear. However, they were still closely following the Dongshu shuttles and the human elite fleets in the center of the void, which were chasing after each other. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yi Xian, who was within the Dongshu shuttle, was about to go crazy. He was indeed about to go crazy. He was about to be driven crazy by Naples. If he didn't know that even if the Dongshu shuttle's star-obliterating cannons hit the solid hulls of the 11 human bastions, it would be like being bitten by a mosquito and wouldn't cause any damage to them at all, Yi Xian would have opened fire long ago. These human fools were really too infuriating. Didn't he already say that he wasn't some *T Prince Xian? What was the point of biting so hard? At this moment he was almost certain that there was something wrong with the commander of this human fleet, or that his mental state was questionable. Maybe he was just a paranoid maniac. Otherwise, why would this happen? It was also at this moment that Xianyuan Ziying's pleasantly surprised and anxious voice sounded from the communication system of the Dongshu shuttle, causing Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment. At the same time, he finally came to a realization and understood why the other party refused to let go. Big brother Yi, I'm Purplish Warbler. Can you not run? Admiral Naples is worried sick. It's very dangerous here. Come back with us first. The Tianji clan's fleet is about to arrive. When that time comes, our Immortal Legion's elite fleet will lose its advantage. The situation will worsen in an instant. Big brother Yi, did you hear that? Don't run. Hearing these familiar words, Yi Xian's entire body felt unwell. He was completely dumbstruck. No wonder. It seemed that he had anxiously replied with a voice message, and the other party had already confirmed his identity. But who would have thought that the purplish warbler was also in the human fleet? A mistake. A huge mistake. Fortunately, he had already planted slave imprints on Huegulu and Zhuofengtai's dozens of trusted subordinates. Otherwise, just the few words that Xianyuan girl had shouted would have exposed him. Of course, they were in Yi Xian's fleet, so they were not afraid of being exposed. But this was not the main problem now. Since the other party had confirmed his identity and confirmed that he was that *T Prince Xian, what should he do next? What a headache! Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm. Level 2 satellite. How did this work? He broke through again? Yi Xian was stunned. Just now, he had been using all his strength to control the Dongshu shuttle the entire time, so the energy consumption was extremely high. In order to maintain his best condition, Yi Xian had no choice but to throw large amounts of star core origin to the devouring system to replenish himself. There was even a level 9 star core among them. Chapter 30-20. The 10 most dangerous places. After figuring out the reason, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Although an unexpected breakthrough was a good thing, the situation in front of him was so complicated. If he didn't get rid of the tail behind him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to relax no matter what. He also couldn't feel happy. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, incomparably heavy. Big Brother Yi, can you hear me? Big Brother Yi, don't run. Can you ask Luluo to talk to me? Big Brother Yi, did you do something bad to Luluo? Are you feeling guilty? Otherwise, if you knew it was me, you would still run. In the communication system, the purplish warbler's shouts continued. Not only did Yi Xian hear it clearly, but even Zhuofengtai, Huegulu, and their dozens of trusted subordinates, as well as the wretched mosquito butchers group, all heard it clearly. Yi Xian subconsciously swept his gaze over this group of people. The purplish warbler's shouts made him feel a little guilty. Even if this group of people were his demon slaves, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Fortunately, the dozens of trusted subordinates of Zhuofengtai and Huegulu all had calm expressions. Even if they heard these words because the slave imprint had taken effect, their loyalty to Yi Xian was always at the top of their list. Therefore, no connection appeared in their minds. However, the wretched mosquito butcher clearly felt that something was wrong. His eyes kept rolling around, especially when he heard the purplish warbler's shouts asking if Yi Xian had done something to Luluo. That guy actually covered his mouth and snickered at the side. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately felt a burst of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that this wasn't the right time, he would have definitely taught him a lesson on the spot. Obviously, just this kind of behavior was enough to prove that there was something wrong with the wretched mosquito slayer. It wasn't that the slave imprint planted in his brain didn't have any effect, but this kind of effect was different from the other demon slaves. It was strange. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Zhuofengtai's and Huegulu's faces. What surprised him was that these two guys' faces were clearly a little strange. Although it wasn't as obvious as the wretched mosquito slayers, it was obvious that he was affected by the purplish warbler's words. This was not right. Previously, when they were on the black mosquito star, Huegulu and Zhuofengtai were fine. When they heard the news that was like a bomb, their reaction was the same as the other demon slaves. They were as calm as an ancient well. They did not even have any unnecessary thoughts. But now, he was clearly showing signs of developing into a wretched mosquito slayer. This discovery immediately made Yi Xian vigilant. He secretly decided to let the wretched mosquito slayer have less contact with the other demon slaves in the future. This guy was just a bunch of poison. Maybe he really was highly contagious. These thoughts only flashed through Yi Xian's mind before they were quickly thrown away. After all, now was not the time to think about these things. His attention returned to the predicament in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and turned off the communication system of the Dongshu shuttle. At this point, the purplish warbler's voice finally disappeared completely. During the whole process, Yi Xian did not reply. Previously, he didn't know how to answer, but when he heard about Luluo, he immediately felt guilty. It wasn't that he didn't intend to give an explanation to the purplish warbler, but this kind of situation was really not suitable. If there was a chance in the future, he would ask for forgiveness on the spot. If he really wanted to talk about it, Yi Xian did have some responsibility for Lulua's death. Unfortunately, it was useless to just turn off the communication system. Since that immortal general of the Naples army had already confirmed his identity, he definitely couldn't just let go of this situation when the situation was getting out of hand. Under the circumstances where a large number of strong masters from the First Universe's slave armies had arrived to capture Prince Xian, no matter what, he had to bring him back. This was what made Yi Xian angry. I clearly don't need it, but you still insist on taking it for granted. What's the difference between this and taking it for granted? At this thought, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. It seems like after going around in circles, I still have to think of a way myself. No matter what, I have to shake off this elite human fleet. Otherwise, all my subsequent plans will be ruined. It wasn't easy for me to become the demon's saint. Furthermore, the Black Mosquito tribe's main planet is gone. I can finally run around legitimately. Even Huegu Lu and Zuofengtai are in the Dongshu shuttle. If there's a need, I'll spread the news that both of them died in battle with the Black Mosquito tribe. When that time comes, I'll be the leader of the Black Mosquito tribe and temporarily hold the 3 positions of Great Commander, High Priest and Saint. This way, at least on the surface, I'll be on equal footing with the Great Commanders and High Priests of the other 9 tribes. Under such circumstances, it'll be very convenient on the surface if I head to the 9 tribes' territories to search for the Devouring origin. How is it possible for me to suddenly give up on such a favorable situation? How can I be willing? Furthermore, I'm not the real Prince Xian yet. If I really go back and expose myself, it'll be even more troublesome. Even if I have to go back after I'm done, I can only sneak back secretly. Yi Xian muttered to himself. At this point, he was completely certain that no matter what, he had to shake off this elite human fleet that was following him like a sticky candy. If he didn't, he really wouldn't be able to get through this ordeal. However, the Dongshu shuttle's speed couldn't be compared to the small human fortress that was 50,000 meters in diameter. This was a flaw that couldn't be avoided no matter what. Of course, Yi Xian could still fuse with the Dongshu shuttle again, and focus on increasing its speed or other similar abilities. However, this was something that couldn't be done now. It was a matter for the future. Currently, since its speed couldn't be compared to the enemy's flaw, the only way to shake off this elite human fleet was to make use of the terrain. At this thought, Yi Xian's mind flashed and he immediately thought of the 10 most dangerous places in the demonic star zone. The 10 most dangerous places referred to the 10 extremely dangerous star zones in the demonic star zone and its surroundings. For example, the black hole of life was one of them. Yi Xian had already been there and had reaped great rewards, returning in one piece. However, if other beings had entered it, they might not have been able to do so. Unfortunately, the black hole of life was too far away from the Black Mosquito star zone. With the speed of the human fleet behind them, Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle would probably be surrounded by them before they arrived. Therefore, he could only give up on the black hole of life. Chapter 30:21. Star Seeker. That expanse of space was called the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. Although it was called the Thunder Grave, it was, in fact, a galaxy that was half the size of the Black Mosquito star zone. The only difference was that the vast void was even scarier than the black holes of life, known as the space-swallowing black holes. In that vast space of the Milky Way for countless years, there had been countless thunderbolts and lightning, wreaking havoc endlessly. The moment a battleship entered, it was possible that it would be directly blasted into smithereens. If his physical body entered through the void, the result would be even more obvious. He would die even more miserably. These were not the natural thunderbolts and lightnings in the atmospheres of planets. These were naturally occurring thunderbolts and lightnings in the void of the universe. Their power was completely different. This starry sky thunder grave was known as the graveyard of thunder and lightning. Even thunder and lightning could only live and die here, unable to escape. If a creature or a battleship entered this place, the consequences could be imagined. But now this lightning graveyard was clearly the only hope for Yi Xian to get rid of the elite human fleet behind him. If he had a choice, he would rather enter any of the 10 deadlands than enter this starry sky lightning graveyard that was filled with endless thunder and lightning. The power of lightning was too terrifying, and it was often connected to the heavenly might. Ever since the last time he came into contact with the Saint Demon Forbidden area on the Demon Emperor planet, The cage that existed was most likely a strand of man-made Heavenly Dao or an incomplete Heavenly Dao's Heavenly Eye clone. Yixian didn't want to have even the slightest bit of involvement with the Heavenly Dao. Unfortunately, he had no choice this time. Among the 10 most dangerous places in the Demon Star area, the closest one was the Starry Sky Thunder Grave between the Black Mosquito Star area and the Black Wind Star area. The other 9 locations were rather far away. Before they could reach them, Yixian's Dongshu shuttle would be surrounded. Since there was no choice, there was no need to choose. Yixian immediately adjusted his direction according to the star map coordinates displayed on the screen of the Dongshu shuttle. He turned into a purple rainbow and rushed toward the Starry Sky Thunder Grave between the Black Mosquito Star area and the Black Wind Star area at an extremely fast speed. Of course, although he had no other choice, Yixian's purpose was to force back the human elite fleet that was tailing them from behind. He wasn't going to rush over and get himself killed. Therefore, even though this Starry Sky Lightning Tomb was extremely dangerous since Yixian had chosen this place to use, it meant that Yixian definitely had some confidence in himself and he definitely had something to rely on. He was not the kind of person who would not care about anything. If he did not have something to rely on, Yixian would definitely come up with another plan. What it was relying on was another natural treasure that had reached the Starry Sky Cardinal treasure level. It was called the discovery of the Rai D Seal. It was a supreme treasure grade origin treasure. Starry Sky supreme treasures were things that could only be found by chance. One had to have a great stroke of luck to encounter them. Even the Devouring system was not a Starry Sky grade treasure. It was a man-made object. And among all man-made objects, Yixian only knew one, and that was Xingbo's life fortress. It was now in Yixian's hands, but unfortunately, he had not found the energy to make it grow. In addition, Yixian had a total of 2 Starry Sky grade treasures. However, both were naturally nurtured in the universe and were not man-made objects. The other was the Starry Sky Indestructible Gold, which was a Starry Sky grade treasure grade mineral. He had already integrated it into his battle armor, making it the Starry Sky Epic grade Indestructible Glass Armor. As for the Lightning Emperor Seal, although it seemed to be a man-made magic treasure, in reality, it was nurtured by the heavens and nurtured by the void of the universe. Yixian had found these 2 Starry Sky grade treasures in the resource warehouse of the Demon Scout Corps' flagship, the Black Wind. It was obvious that the Demon Scout Corps had taken away a lot of good things in the graveyard of the human race's Universe 3. But at that time, the entire Demon Scout Corps had only collected 2 Starry Sky grade treasures after decades of accumulation. It was enough to show how rare such things were. The Rai D Seal. The Devouring system had identified it as a Starry Sky grade origin treasure. This sentence had 2 meanings. The first meaning was that it was a Starry Sky grade treasure. The second meaning was that it was an origin treasure. As for what kind of power it was obvious from its name. The Rai D Seal was naturally an origin treasure with thunder property. Moreover, from the word emperor in its name, it could be analyzed that this Rai D Seal was mostly immune to thunder and lightning, and even had the power to control thunder and lightning. It was easy to understand that the emperor had the power to control the world. Although Yixian hadn't had time to verify this point, the current situation was so critical that he couldn't care less. More importantly, he had confidence in the Devouring system. Since the Devouring system had identified it as a Starry Sky grade treasure, the Rai D Seal, there was absolutely no other possibility. This Rai D Seal was what Yixian had relied on to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. At this moment, as Yixian suddenly adjusted the direction of his advance slightly, the elite human race fleet that was closely following behind the Dongshu shuttle didn't see anything unusual. They immediately adjusted their direction slightly and continued to chase with all their strength. This situation had happened from time to time before. Under the control of Yixian, the Dongshu shuttle didn't always move in a straight line. It could be said that it was like a headless fly, flying around randomly and changing its direction from time to time. Therefore, when it changed its direction again, no one felt anything unusual. In addition to the elite human race fleet that was chasing the shuttle the tightest, all the large and small fleets of the slave races in the first universe also followed from a distance in the void. This included the Imperial Demon Race Fleet that Chanaz was in. Of course, the Imperial Demon Race Fleet had suffered heavy losses and now only had half of its strength left. It was miserable beyond words. The fleets of the slave races no longer dared to get too close, but it was clearly impossible for them to give up and leave. In their view, the fleet of the heavenly fate race would arrive soon. At that time, there would be at least a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. At that time, this rampaging elite fleet of the human race would lose all of its glory. An hour later, when the elite human race fleet had caught up by a large margin at this rate, it would take another 3 to 4 hours at most to surround Yixian's Dongshu shuttle. In the endless void ahead, a vast expanse of starry sky full of thunder and lightning finally appeared. At this moment, the familiar notification of the devouring system sounded in Yixian's mind. Hearing this sudden notification, Yixian was stunned for a moment, then instantly became ecstatic. Finally, it's here. Ding! Starry Sky Thunder Tomb discovered. Explore? Hint. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance to upgrade the system title. System current title. Level 2, Interstellar Adventurer. Chapter 3022. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Brave and Fearless Interstellar Explorer. The halo effect of this title adds an interstellar coordinate jump ability to the previous 2 levels of titles, Interstellar Traveler and Interstellar Adventurer. Once the jump is successfully activated, as long as you are in the same universe, you will be able to reach your destination in an instant, regardless of the universe distance. Hint. The interstellar coordinate jump ability can only reach the wormhole coordinates that have been imprinted in advance. If the coordinates have not been imprinted, the interstellar coordinate jump ability cannot be activated. Ding! System explanation complete. Do you wish to explore? At this point, the notification of the devouring system ended. What awaited was Yixian's final reply. There was no need to consider this reply. For Yixian, ever since he had upgraded his system title from Level 1 Interstellar Traveler to Level 2 Interstellar Adventurer, and obtained the terrifying ability to imprint the wormhole coordinates, he had been waiting for a long time. He was already looking forward to the next title upgrade in the system. Unfortunately, this opportunity to upgrade his system title was like a hidden dungeon in a game. It could only be triggered when certain conditions were met. Even if Yixian took the initiative to apply for it, it would be useless. The system would not care at all. And now, this hidden dungeon-like opportunity had finally arrived. As long as he successfully completed this exploration, his current Level 2 Interstellar Adventurer title would be officially upgraded to Level 3 Interstellar Explorer. Then, the wormhole coordinates that Yixian had imprinted in the black hole would no longer be a pity. It would become a trump card that could be used in times of crisis. For example, right now, if he was already a 3rd-level space explorer, it would only take a single thought for Yixian to shake off the elite human fleet behind him. As long as he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, no matter where he was, as long as he was in the 1st level of the universe, he would immediately disappear on the spot once the jump ability was activated. No matter how far he was, he would be able to successfully reach the black hole. It was simply the best way to escape. Unfortunately, although this only way was almost right in front of him, it did not belong to Yixian. If he wanted to obtain it, he would first have to successfully complete the exploration mission given by the system this time. In other words, he still had to go to the Star Thunder Tomb ahead. Furthermore, before he accepted the mission, Yixian didn't even know what the conditions for success were. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yixian immediately gave a definite reply. Immediately after, the notification from the devouring system rang in his mind once again. Ding! Host confirms to accept the exploration mission. Exploration target. Creation Thunder Source. Exploration requirement. Stay in the Thunder Source for 1 month and condense 10 Thunder Source pearls at the same time. Failure penalty. Erase one of the wormhole coordinates previously imprinted. What? This time there was actually a punishment for failure? Yixian was immediately stunned. Although the punishment for failing the exploration was only to erase one of the wormhole coordinates previously imprinted, Yixian had only imprinted 1 location in total. Although after erasing it, he could return to the black hole of life and re-imprint it, the pain of his soul being torn apart was no ordinary torture. Even Yixian didn't want to experience it a second time. In fact, in a universe plane, having one of these wormhole coordinates as a trump card for escaping was enough. Unless he encountered a particularly important place that he had to visit frequently in the future, Yixian would imprint a second wormhole coordinate in the same universe plane. Unfortunately, although the punishment was not light, all of this was not something Yixian could change based on his own will. The system had said that failure would result in a punishment, so he couldn't escape it and could only accept his fate. Unless he could guarantee success. The conditions to succeed in this exploration mission were very simple. There were 2 conditions. The first was to stay in this lightning graveyard, which was called the creation lightning source by the system, for a month. The second was to refine 10 lightning origin beads. The first condition was easy to understand, and Yixian was also confident. As for the second condition, he didn't even know what the thunder source pearls were. He was afraid that he would only be able to understand them after entering the tomb based on other clues. But no matter what, one thing was certain, and that was that he had already accepted the exploration mission. It was impossible to go back on his word now. In the dangerous area ahead, whether it was the creation thunder source or the star thunder tomb, Yixian had no other choice but to rush in head-on. And he had to hurry because the elite human fleet behind him was getting closer. It's just a thunder burial ground. It's not my burial ground anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go in. Muttering to himself, Yixian flipped his hand and took out the star origin treasure Rai-D seal from the undying world in his body. This was a rhombus-shaped seal stone that was only the size of a fist. It was entirely azure gold in color. Azure gold colors were rare to begin with, and this strange color was filled with profoundness. Just from its color alone, one could see that it was extraordinary. In addition, it was clearly a natural object, but it was coincidentally nurtured into the shape of a seal. This was another big oddity, and it was amazing. Yixian hadn't had time to refine this Rai-D seal. When he obtained it, Yixian was only at the meteor realm, so he was too weak to refine it. Maybe now that he was at the 3rd realm, the satellite realm, he could do it, but he really didn't have time to try at the moment. He could only hold it in his hand first, and think about it after entering the Star Thunder Tomb in front. Xiu. With absolute determination, the Dongshu shuttle, which had transformed into a breathtaking thick purple light, plunged headfirst into the starry sky thunder tomb in front of it, where countless green thunderbolts were exploding and golden thunderbolts were wreaking havoc without end. Seeing this scene in the battleships of the First Universe's Servant 100 clan fleet that were following from afar, there was a large sound of gasping. Especially Chana's, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of the Demon Royal Fleet's flagship. At this moment when he saw this scene, he was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground. He exclaimed, F***CK, is that kid Zhongwuji crazy? That's the Star Thunder Tomb, a place where even thunderbolts and lightning can only be buried, and he actually drove the warship head-on into it? This is clearly the rhythm of death. Crazy. He's definitely a crazy man. At the same time, in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship of the human race's elite fleet, the Heaven Conqueror, which was about to catch up, everyone, including Naples and the Purplish Warbler, changed their expressions at this moment, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. They naturally knew about the 10 most dangerous places in the demon race's star field. Even if they didn't know, at this moment the big screen in the command cabin was showing the introduction. He would actually rather enter this land of despair than return with me. Prince Xian He. Chapter 3023. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. The real fortress. As Yixian's void shuttle transformed into a purple streak of light and charged into the intertwined cyan and golden lightning in front of him, wreaking havoc in the starry sky thunder tomb. The elite fleet of the human clan that was originally following closely behind, and the fleet of the 100 servant clans that were faintly hanging in the distance were completely dumbfounded. The terror of the starry sky thunder tomb was known to all. It was ranked first among the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demonkin star zone, far surpassing the swallowing black hole, which had a large number of void-swallowing beasts. It was so famous that even the supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm didn't dare set foot there. Although the supreme commander of the human race's elite fleet, Admiral Naples, had surpassed the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, he didn't dare set foot there either. Needless to say, the powerhouses of the First Universe's slave fleet in the distance didn't need to be mentioned. There was one thing that had to be mentioned. That was the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demon Star Field. Although they were nominally referred to as the Demon Star Field, in fact these 10 most dangerous lands could almost be said to be the 10 most dangerous lands of the First Universe. The first universe was vast and boundless. Except for the area occupied by the overlord of this plane, the Tianji race, most of the other voids were divided and owned by the first universe's slave races. The Demonkin star zone was located at the edge of the first universe. The area it covered was only a small part of the edge of the first universe. However, in this small area, there were 10 most dangerous lands that could be called Starry Sky grade dangerous lands. Such an area didn't exist among the other slave races of the first universe. Even in the entire first universe, there weren't many most dangerous lands that could compare to the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demonkin star zone. There was clearly something strange about this. The Demonkin star zone, which only occupied a small corner of the first universe, included almost 80% of the most dangerous lands of the first universe. No one would believe that there was no special reason for this. Someone had once said that this had something to do with the origin of the demonic race. After all, the demonic race looked exactly the same as humans. The only difference was that they had a mind source core in their heads. If one ignored this fact and treated the demonic race as a human, it was actually possible to treat them as humans. Perhaps there really was some kind of secret that existed since time immemorial. According to this explanation, this secret was clearly related to the 10 great despairs of the Demonkin star region. However, no one had ever been able to give a definite answer about the truth. Who could say for sure what the truth was? At this moment, as Yixian's Dongshu shuttle charged into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, the first of the 10 great danger zones, the fleets that were following closely behind or far behind all stopped at the same time, falling into a dilemma. Especially this elite fleet of the human race. At this moment, the command cabin on the top floor of the heaven-cleaving ship was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the commander-in-chief of the fleet, Admiral Naples, waiting for his orders. However, in this kind of situation, no one dared to voice their opinions easily. The implications were too great. Even the purplish warbler kept her mouth shut. Yixian's attitude of not responding to her shouts made her grit her teeth. At the same time, countless doubts appeared in her heart. At this moment, she was completely out of ideas. Admiral Naples had already fallen into deep thought. His face was full of worry. Even with his supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm, he didn't dare to take a single step into this place where the blue and golden lightning were wreaking havoc. As for the idea of bringing the heaven-cleaving ship into this place, that was even more unrealistic. Not to mention this kind of starry sky fortress that was called a small fortress, but in reality it wasn't a real fortress. Even a real starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would definitely not dare to take a single step into this place. Whether it was the battleships or the celestial race's battleships or starry sky fortresses, there was a certain amount of electronic equipment. Once they entered the heaven-cleaving ship, these electronic equipment would instantly be affected by the power of the lightning. It was a small matter if they malfunctioned, but it was a big matter if they went out of control. If those electronic attack systems self-destructed, it would definitely be a disaster. Naples couldn't enter alone, and the heaven-cleaving ship was even more useless. In that case, there was no doubt about the choice in front of him. Naples only had 2 choices. He could return immediately and temporarily return to the third universe. After returning, he could come up with another rescue plan. In the entire human race, even the eternal dynasty of the technological faction had a large number of existences that were stronger than Naples. Among them, there were supreme existences that could safely enter this kind of starry sky thunder tomb with their own physical strength. Now that Prince Xian had entered the starry sky thunder tomb, with Naples' ability, there was no way to rescue him. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. Returning to the Eternal Dynasty and asking for help from the Eternal Dynasty was the best way to deal with this. The other choice was to stay here and wait for Prince Xian's return. From Naples' point of view, since Prince Xian had the guts to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb in front of them, he definitely had something to rely on. Although Naples didn't dare to believe this, Prince Xian's stunning appearance was right in front of him. It wasn't impossible. However, if they chose to stay here, the entire human elite fleet would face a crisis that couldn't be ignored. The fleet of the Tianji race would arrive at any time. That was definitely a real crisis. Boom! Boom! Just as Naples was hesitating, several earth-shattering explosions suddenly came from the void in front of them to their right. It alarmed the entire vast void. Countless eyes reflexively gathered in that direction. Then, everyone's expressions changed. That's What a huge fortress! It's much more terrifying than that small fortress of the human race. A diameter of 100,000 meters, which is equivalent to 100 kilometers. Haha, this is a real starry sky fortress. The fleet of the Tianji race has finally arrived. That's not right. It's just the Vanguard fortress. There should be other warships behind it, but this fortress should be the first to arrive. But that's enough. A real fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters is enough to crush that elite fleet of the human race. That's right, this starry sky fortress did have a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was a real starry sky fortress. Although the heaven cutter with a diameter of 50,000 meters was called a small fortress, it was only a name. In reality, a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was officially called a starry sky fortress. It couldn't be considered a starry sky fortress. This huge object that was shining with a bright silver color and exuded a strong metallic coldness was a real starry sky fortress. It came from the Tianji race. Chapter 30:24. Flee, flee, flee. This bright silver space fortress was called the Butterfly Transformation, and its highest commanders were two official members of the Celestial Legacy race. Judging from their appearances, they were two humans, one male and one female. Not only were they young, but they were also handsome and beautiful. The male was called Shan Bo, and the female was called Ying Tai. These two members of the Celestial Legacy race were clearly infatuated with the ancient human legend of the butterfly transformation. Not only did they have the same name as the main character of the story, they even named their space fortress the Butterfly Transformation. Even stranger was that although they only looked like humans on the outside, they were actually two automatons with self-awareness. However, these two automatons called each other husband and wife, and the Butterfly Transformation was their husband and wife unit. All of this was an imitation of the human race. After all, the Celestial Legacy race was created by the human race. Although they had betrayed the human race, deep down the Celestial Legacy race had always been on the side of the human race. They even dreamed of replacing the human race one day, and making all the beauty of the human race their own. The Butterfly Transformation. The beautiful Ying Tai, the handsome Shan Bo. If a human expert who didn't know the truth saw all of this, they might even be moved. But in reality, if one were to develop a good impression of the Heaven's Legacy race and approach them on their own accord, the final result would be extremely tragic. All members of the Celestial Legacy race harbored a deep-rooted hatred for the human race. The human race had created them, so they did not owe them anything. On the contrary, the Celestial Legacy race had betrayed the human race. The Celestial Legacy race was to blame for all of this, but they believed that the human race was the reason they had to bear the crime of betrayal. In the main camp of the Celestial Legacy race, any official member of the Celestial Legacy race would be instilled with this ideology as soon as they were born with self-awareness. They resented the human race, but they also envied the human race's creativity and momentum of prosperity. This was pure envy and jealousy. Just like how a child of the human race was educated since childhood, this root had long since been ingrained into the depths of their soul, and could no longer be changed. Currently, in this butterfly interstellar fortress, there were not many true members of the Tianji clan. Only Shan Bo and Ying Bo. As automatons with self-awareness, the members of the Heaven's Legacy race were blessed with the ability to control warships. Even the human race, with their powerful creativity, could only look on helplessly, unable to compare. No matter how perfect the control system of a massive interstellar fortress was, in the end, under the condition that the kinetic energy, defense, attack and other systems were all working normally, the number of people needed to control it would be at least 1,000. But the Heaven's Legacy race only needed 2 clansmen. Shan Bo and Ying Tai were the 2 living control centers. With them inside the butterfly, it was more than enough to perform all the functions of the space fortress. Of course, in addition to the 2 of them, there were also some semi-evolved robots, and even robots that had not developed self-awareness. There were still many of them in the butterfly, tens of thousands of them. Basically, they were responsible for some tasks such as maintenance and piloting small battle landing ships. At this moment, with the arrival of the butterfly interstellar fortress, the large number of slave fleets of the first universe in the distance cheered thunderously. However, the elite human fleet hovering outside the space thunder tomb was deathly silent. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and an extremely bad feeling of crisis struck their hearts. Run! Run immediately! Gather and run! Even if only one of us makes it out, we must report everything we know about Prince Xian to the Marshal and ask him to make a decision. In the command cabin on the top floor of the Skycutter, the third Admiral Naples did not hesitate at all. As he gave this order, he also made a clear rule. The other warships that can't escape must fight to the death rather than be captured. Everything about Prince Xian must not be known by the Heaven's Legacy race. This is the highest order. Once trapped, self-destruct immediately. Hum. 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 As soon as Admiral Naples gave the order, the 11 space fortresses, including the Skycutter, buzzed violently at the same time. This was a sign that the space jump function had been activated and was running at full speed. At the same time, the bright silver butterfly interstellar fortress in the void in the distance clearly emitted a similar but much more intense buzzing sound. The appearance of this sound meant two things. Either it was activating a space jump, or it was activating the main cannon of the fortress. The main cannon of a 20,000-meter-long cosmic fortress was the Annihilation Meteorite Cannon with a diameter of 5,000 meters. The main cannon of a 50,000-meter-long cosmic fortress was the Super Annihilation Cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters. On the other hand, the main cannon of the Real Star Fortress was the Death Ray Cannon, which had a diameter of 50,000 meters. Its light beam was black, and it was made of antimatter energy. If it hit the heaven-sundering battleship, it wouldn't be turned into a fireball. Instead, it would be wiped out quietly. It was extremely terrifying. This was also why Admiral Naples didn't even think about resisting when he saw that the other party had mobilized a real cosmic fortress. He immediately gave the order to scatter and flee. He wasn't afraid of death, but he had to send all the information about Prince Xian back to the third universe. When the time came, as long as the immortal dynasties of the human race sent one or even several cosmic fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, Prince Xian might be saved. However, that most likely had nothing to do with him. In the immortal armies, those who were qualified to control a cosmic fortress were at least 4-star generals. After all, a real cosmic fortress like this was the ultimate strategic weapon that was usually used as a deterrent. Whoosh! A feeble sound that was suffused with coldness came out, and a terrifying black pillar of light shot out from the butterfly in the distant void. With a diameter of 50,000 meters, it was enough to completely envelop the flagship of the human elite fleet, the Skycutter. What was even worse was that the black energy beam of the Death Light Cannon was aiming at the heaven-sundering ship. As a colossal cosmic fortress, the Skycutter needed a few more seconds to perform a space jump. 6 of the 10 cosmic fortresses around it had already performed a space jump and left, but the Skycutter was still in the final stage of the space jump. Once the energy beam of the Death Ray Cannon arrived, the Skycutter would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the 7th human cosmic fortress that had just completed a space jump jumped into the void between the energy beam of the Black Death Ray Cannon and the heaven-sundering battleship. Unfortunately, with its 20,000-meter-long hull, it couldn't completely block the 50,000-meter-long Death Ray Cannon's energy beam. Thus, this cosmic realm fortress suddenly began to self-destruct. Chapter 3025. Kamikaze Butterfly Boom. The huge ball of light exploded, and a 20,000-meter diameter cosmic realm fortress turned into a scorching ball of light. Almost at the same time, the Black Death Ray beam from the void ahead also coincidentally rushed over. 2 kinds of light, one was the burning red light in the category of matter, the other was the Black Death Ray of antimatter. They offset each other, and finally, when the red light ball produced by the explosion of this cosmic-level fortress disappeared, that black antimatter death ray beam also became extremely weak and could not cause any damage. This was the usual method used to intercept the Death Ray Cannon's black energy beam on the battlefield. After all, it was antimatter light energy. Although it was terrifying, its only flaw was that it could be offset by positive matter light energy. In fact, this could not be considered a disadvantage because on the battlefield, unless one could know in advance that the opponent would use such a strategic deterrent weapon, and thus prepare some unmanned fortresses in advance as a self-destruct interceptor. Otherwise, once the Death Ray Cannons appeared, the result would be that they could either let it hit wherever it wanted and wreak havoc on the battlefield, or pay a small price and use the other warships to self-destruct to form an interception and cancel out the black energy beam of the Death Ray Cannons. Just like now. But in fact, this so-called small price was a cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. No matter how small it was, how small could it be? From this perspective, the so-called weakness of the death ray cannon could not really be considered a weakness. Although it could be intercepted every time it was fired, even if the enemy intercepted it, they would have to pay a heavy price of a non-small warship. It was definitely worth it. Right now, for example, when the cosmic fortress moved forward and detonated itself, successfully intercepting and nullifying the black energy beam of the Butterfly's death ray cannon, inside the command cabin on the top floor of the Skycutter, 3-star Admiral Naples was so heartbroken that his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. A cosmic universe state fortress was a small matter, but the key was that there were more than 2,000 Undying Army elite soldiers in this fortress. They were all Naples' direct subordinates. In the blink of an eye, it turned into nothingness. Naples roared at the sky, "Butterfly, I swear that I will return to the first universe as long as I live. I will tear you to pieces with my own hands." Whether it was the everlasting dynasty of the human race or the Heaven's legacy race of the first universe, the number of space fortresses they controlled was limited. After fighting with each other for so many years, they basically had a record of each other's strategic deterrent weapons. Therefore, as soon as the Butterfly appeared, Naples recognized it at first glance. Unfortunately, even though he was a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, even if the difference in battleships between the two sides was ignored, Naples had no chance of winning, even if he engaged in a melee battle with the enemy's commander, Shanbo and Ing Tai. Those two fellows were both at the mystic light realm. Although they were robots, the human cultivators of the immortal dynasty could use gene cultivation fluid to develop their own potential and enter the Tao of cultivation in a different way from cultivation. In that case, the robots would be able to use even more means in this regard. Although the real members of the Heaven's legacy race didn't have real bodies of flesh and blood, they could use all kinds of materials to replace them. If one really dissected their bodies, what would appear before one's eyes wasn't just some wires and metal parts. Many things were special refining materials that were similar to flesh and blood. Some supreme treasure-level minerals and crystals could even be found in the bodies of the real members of the Heaven's legacy race. They were refining their own bodies like magic treasures. Not only could they use gene cultivation fluid like the human cultivators of the everlasting dynasty, but they could also make all kinds of changes. Therefore, the members of the Heaven's legacy race were generally very strong individually. There was even a saying in the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation that if one could pick up the body of a member of the Heaven's legacy race, they would instantly become rich. Just the supreme treasure-level minerals and materials in the body could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources. However, that kind of thing was basically impossible. At least it had never happened before. The bodies of members of the Heaven's legacy race weren't cabbages that could be found on the streets. As Admiral Naples roared, the Heaven's Vindicator finally successfully started a space jump. The huge body of the ship instantly disappeared. Just before it disappeared, the other cosmic state fortresses also completed their space jumps one step ahead of it. In the blink of an eye, the entire elite fleet of the human race evacuated. The only difference was that there were 11 fortresses when they came, but only 10 were left when they returned. One of the fortresses turned into cosmic dust and remained in the first universe forever. The more than 2,000 soldiers of the immortal army in that cosmic state fortress became the heroes of the human race. Surprisingly, the entire human race fleet had left. After the second space jump, they should be able to gather in front of the wormhole that led to the third universe and return. However, the Heaven's legacy race's Butterfly didn't seem to have any intention of chasing them. It still hovered in the void, motionless, in the command cabin on the top floor of the Heaven's Butterfly. Unlike the battleships and fortresses of the human race and the other slave races in the first universe, the command cabin of the Heaven's legacy race's fortress was empty. There was almost no one in sight. Other than some AI robots who were in charge of running errands, only 2 human figures could be seen. Of course, they only looked like humans. The 2 young people, one male and one female, were the Mystic Light Realm members of the Heaven's legacy race, Shanbo and Ing Tai. "Are we not going to chase?" The pretty Ing Tai turned around and glanced at Shanbo. Although it was a question, one could hear the certainty in her voice. Clearly, this was what she wanted as well. They have already paid the price. The warning has been achieved. What's there to chase? As he spoke, Shanbo turned around and looked in the direction of the Heaven Lightning graveyard. A playful smile appeared on his face. Compared to the elite fleet of the human race, I'm more interested in the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son called Zhangwuji. Aren't you the same? At this point, Uncle Sean paused for a moment, but the smile on his face grew even wider. How could a mere holy son of a demon tribe cause the elite fleet of an immortal dynasty of the human race to chase after him so ferociously? There's only one logical explanation, and that is that this person is Prince Xian or is related to Prince Xian's whereabouts. Take a guess. Is it the former or the latter? No, I'm thinking about another problem. Chapter 3026. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios commanding the thunder of the world. That cosmic fortress clearly had a chance to escape, but it didn't. Instead, it chose to intercept our Death Ray Cannon's antimatter energy beam, and was destroyed in the end. Do you think this is human emotion? With confusion in his eyes, Ying Tai's gaze was still fixed on the void as he muttered to himself. There was a deep sense of confusion in his words. Damn human emotion. Shanbo frowned, but a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the biggest weakness of humans. If it wasn't for emotion, how could the thousands of human elites in that cosmic fortress die? If it wasn't for emotion, how could Xingbo be? Alright, let's not talk about this. Leader doesn't allow us to talk about it. But one thing is for sure. Humans become weak because of those damn emotions. Ying Tai, don't make a mistake. Maybe you're right, but I don't think so. Shaking his head, Ying Tai seemed to have understood something. The confusion in his eyes faded a little, and there was a hint of clarity. Ever since you and I were born with our own consciousnesses, we were attracted by the story of humans turning into butterflies. We were fascinated by it. Therefore, I named myself Ying Tai, and you named yourself Shanbo. Even our fortress was named Butterfly Transformation. But all these are just appearances. The feeling you give me is no different from the other clansmen. Even the name Shanbo can't make me associate you with other people. But the real Zhu Ying Tai and Shanbo shouldn't be like this. In her eyes, no, in their eyes each other is unique. She would rather accompany them to turn into butterflies. This is emotion. Such beautiful human emotion. Why do you say it's the weakness of humans? It's the opposite. I think it's because of the emotion that humans have. The history of their clansmen is so wonderful. That's why they left behind such a beautiful story of turning into butterflies. Sigh. At this point, Ying Tai sighed faintly and laughed bitterly. It's a pity that your stubbornness makes you unable to understand all of this. It seems that if I want to truly experience the concept of transforming into a butterfly, I can only attempt to start an emotional journey with a human. Perhaps that so-called Prince Xian would be a good choice. At this point, Ying Tai turned to look at the starry sky lightning graveyard in front of him. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right. I admit that I am now interested in the question you just asked. Take a guess. Is that holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe Zhangwuji Prince Xian? Or is it merely related to Prince Xian's whereabouts? At the side, Shanbo's expression had completely darkened because of these words. Before he could respond, the hovering starry sky butterfly fortress, under Ying Tai's control, rapidly shot toward the starry sky lightning graveyard in front of them. Ying Tai's voice slowly rang out from the command cabin on the top floor. Since you and I are both interested in that Zhangwuji, and the starry sky butterfly fortress happens to have the ability to temporarily stay in the outskirts of the starry sky lightning graveyard, why don't we go in and take a look? If it doesn't work out, we can just retreat immediately. In response, Shanbo remained silent. However, he was currently thinking about how to kill that Zhangwuji while Ying Tai wasn't paying attention. It didn't matter if he was the holy son of the demonic tribe or Prince Xian of the human clan. Since he dared to make Ying Tai think this way, he must die. In the distance, the 100-servant tribe and the imperial tribe of the demonic tribe's fleet from the first universe were gradually approaching after seeing that the elite human fleet had been forced away. After all, the higher-ups of the Tianji tribe had arrived. They had to pay their respects as soon as possible. However, before they could get close, the bright silver fortress that looked like a small star turned into a streak of silver light and rushed into the terrifying starry sky lightning graveyard. Although they knew that this kind of starry sky fortress had the ability to temporarily stay in the outskirts of the starry sky lightning graveyard, this scene still caused a commotion. Heavens! The Tianji tribe's fortress actually rushed into the starry sky lightning graveyard. What happened? Isn't that just a new holy son of the demonic tribe's Black Mosquito tribe in that small purple private warship? Where did this person come from? How could he make the elite human fleet and the higher-ups of the Tianji tribe value him so much? There must be a secret behind this. It's just that I don't think we are qualified to fully understand this. Following these exclamations, in the command cabin on the top floor of the demon ruler, Chanasi's jaw really dropped to the ground this time. He was in a daze as he muttered to himself, "Firstly, that guy is a demon. Therefore he can't be Prince Xian. Then, how do we explain all this? What the F***ck? Why am I getting more and more confused?" The starry sky lightning graveyard. Yi Xian had no idea what was happening outside the starry sky lightning graveyard. At the instant he charged down from the stellar lightning tomb, it was as if he'd entered a completely different universe, a completely different world. Everything in his surroundings had changed, and he'd completely lost all connection and perception with the outside world. This was a world of lightning and thunder. Lightning was cyan in color. Lightning was golden. Green lightning and golden lightning were the main themes of this world. In this place there were no stars or cosmic dust. Even if there had been, after so many years of being struck by the endless green lightning and golden lightning, they had long been reduced to nothingness. In this world, only green lightning and golden lightning continued to wreak havoc. Life and death, repeated endlessly. Yi Xian didn't dare to go too deep. Although the Dongshu shuttle was a starry sky epic-level treasure ship, with the foundation of a small private warship, it could perform the wormhole jump that only large warships could withstand. This was because it had once incorporated a wormhole warship with extremely sturdy materials. But in this world of lightning and thunder, even if the Dongshu shuttle could withstand it, it wouldn't be able to last for long. If he wanted to go deeper, Yi Xian's only chance was to refine the starry sky origin treasure, the Rai D seal. Therefore, shortly after entering the starry sky lightning graveyard, Yi Xian stopped at the outer area and switched the Dongshu shuttle to automatic mode. The only requirement was that the energy shield be fully activated. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation while relying on the small azure gold lightning seal. The Rai D seal, also known as the Lightning Emperor, was the Emperor of Lightning and Thunder, the Supreme Will. Whether the Rai D seal lived up to its name would be revealed very soon. As long as Yi Xian successfully refined it and integrated it into his body, then all information about this starry sky origin treasure would be immediately available to Yi Xian. Chapter 30:27. Primordial 1 Golden Lotus Rumble. Rumble. Thunderous booms abruptly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. An inheritance scene. Another inheritance scene. Moreover, this was clearly a void filled with a boundless aura that belonged to the primordial era. This aura was exactly the same as what Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance scenes of the Dongshu giant tortoise, the giant golden dragon, and the heaven-falling bow. At the same time, it had the same aura as the mysterious primordial cage. Clearly, they belonged to the same era and had drifted in the same river of history without rest. At this moment, Yi Xian was enlightened. No wonder it was a starry sky origin treasure. It turned out that this Rai D seal had been nurtured since the primordial era. At that time, the universe had just been born. Everything in the universe carried a wisp of primordial qi. After countless years of nurturing, it naturally had the opportunity to become a starry sky origin treasure. This kind of opportunity and fortune could no longer be found in later generations. It would be difficult to reappear again. Although Yi Xian was sure that the inheritance scene in front of him must have originated from the primordial era of the same era as the Dongshu giant tortoise, in fact, this inheritance scene was still different from the ones he had seen before. The aura of the entire scene was more simple and unadorned. There were no signs of life, which meant that this scene could have originated from the early primordial era or even further back. Although there were stars in the vast void, there were not many of them. Moreover, almost all of them were undeveloped and barren. At the same time, at the end of the void in this inheritance scene, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly. It emitted an endless golden light that seemed to illuminate the entire universe. This golden lotus seemed to have been nurtured by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was so huge that even the stars seemed extremely weak and small in front of it. There was only one lotus seed on the stem of the golden lotus, but it was green in color. It was clearly an object shaped like a seal. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, extending and retracting endlessly. When Yixian saw this greenish gold seal, his spirit shook violently. No matter how wild his imagination was, he would never have imagined that the Rai-Di seal was actually nurtured in such a giant golden lotus with an aura that could cover the heavens and earth. It was clearly the only lotus seed that had been nurtured in the seed pod of this giant lotus. Rumble. Boom. The image of the inheritance was still and unmoving, but the rumbling of thunder continued. It entered Yixian's ears and shook his mind. Surrounding the green gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on top of the lotus canopy, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts extending and retracting. If one were to expand their line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, they would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls exploding one after another. Life and death were endless. Green lightning, golden lightning. All of this even gave Yixian an illusion, as if he had already exited the image of the Rai-Di seal inheritance and returned to reality, to the starry sky lightning graveyard. If not for the existence of the giant golden lotus in his line of sight. Gradually, the image of the inheritance began to change. Around the giant golden lotus, the green lightning balls became denser and denser, all of them exploding into countless huge golden lightning bolts. At first, they only wreaked havoc in the void, destroying countless stars. Eventually, these golden lightning bolts seemed to have received some sort of inspiration and actually gradually converged in one direction. It was the green gold lightning seal that existed as a single lotus seed on top of the giant golden lotus. Billions of golden lightning bolts completely enveloped the green gold lightning seal. Yixian even had an illusion that the green gold lightning seal, under the bombardment of these billions of golden lightning bolts, was completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. But in reality, this was not the case. The entire giant golden lotus was enveloped by billions of golden lightning bolts, but within it, there was a faint green gold glow that began to spread and gradually covered all of the golden lightning bolts. This faint green gold glow clearly contained some sort of mysterious power. It was slowly condensing inwards, along with the billions of golden lightning bolts that were covered by it, rapidly compressing together. Finally, the billions of golden lightning bolts disappeared, turning into a small golden ball, suspended above the green gold lightning seal, and then plunged into the seal, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Yixian's heart once again gave birth to a sense of enlightenment, and 7 words flashed in his mind. Billions of lightning bolts turned into source pearls. So this was how the thunder source pearls came to be. It was formed by billions of golden lightning bolts, representing the origin of thunder and lightning. This object could be said to be the original form of thunder and lightning in the world. And the green gold lightning seal that could condense all of the thunder and lightning in the world into source pearls. If not the Emperor of Thunder and Lightning, what else could it be? The 3 words Rai-Di seal lived up to its name. It was enough to command all of the thunder and lightning in the world. The evolution of this inheritance image not only allowed Yixian to understand the origin of the Rai-Di seal, but also the truth of the thunder source pearls, as well as the method to condense them. Thunder and lightning were originally the most ferocious things in the world. If one wanted to condense billions of bolts of lightning into source pearls in the end, it would be impossible to condense them into source pearls. Not to mention Yixian, who was only at the satellite stage of the 3rd Great Realm. Even a supreme existence like the 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples, who was at the mystic light stage of the 11th Great Realm, would not be able to do it. But with the Rai-Di seal, which could command all of the thunder and lightning in the world, it was a completely different matter. As long as one could refine the Rai-Di seal and completely control its power, then it would be possible to condense the thunder source pearls with billions of bolts of lightning. However, even just one thunder source pearl required billions of bolts of lightning to be condensed. This time, Yixian needed to condense 10 thunder source pearls to complete the system exploration mission. The amount of lightning and lightning required could be imagined. Fortunately, this was the star lightning tomb, a vast star region filled with lightning and lightning. In terms of raw materials, there was no shortage of them. In fact, only this region could possibly condense 10 thunder source pearls. If it was anywhere else, it would definitely be impossible. However, as far as Yixian was concerned, even though he had all the right conditions, It was still unknown whether he would be able to successfully complete the system's exploration mission this time. This was because he only had 3 months, 90 days. On average, he had to condense 1 Thunder Source Pearl every 9 days. Yixian wasn't sure if he would be able to do this. Everything would have to wait until the first Thunder Origin Pearl was condensed before he would know. Chapter 3028. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Satellite Level 4-inch Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough. Current cultivation level. Satellite Level 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough. Current cultivation level. Satellite Level 4. What? 2 consecutive breakthroughs? Yixian, who had just opened his eyes, was dumbfounded. Recently, 2 consecutive breakthroughs had been happening a little too often. Furthermore, almost every single one of these breakthroughs had been accidental, not the result of normal cultivation. However, after a short moment of shock, he quickly understood. This breakthrough was obviously related to the fact that he had successfully refined the Rai-D seal. After all, it was a galaxy origin treasure. After being refined by Yixian, everything about it had been integrated into Yixian's body. Under such circumstances, continuous breakthroughs were inevitable. This was the true power of the Rai-D seal. Due to the limitations of Yixian's cultivation level, it hadn't been able to fully display its power. If it had been fully displayed, its grade alone would have been enough to allow Yixian to break through dozens of small levels. In fact, the Fallen Sky Bow inheritance and the Golden Dragon scales he had obtained previously were all like this. As he thought about this, Yixian immediately felt relieved. No matter what, he had unexpectedly experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs. He had just entered the satellite level, yet he had reached the middle stage in the blink of an eye. This was a good thing. Pleasantly surprised, Yixian's consciousness quickly returned to its original state and entered his knowledge sea. At a glance, his sea of consciousness was indeed different. Originally, there was a small crystal or treasure floating in each of the 4 directions above his sea of consciousness, which represented the realm of his insightful emptiness realm. One direction was the Mind Source Core, which had undergone 5 transformations and evolutions and had reached level 6. On the other side was the Void Marrow Crystal, which had come from the Void Marrow Mother. It exuded a mysterious aura, and it still hadn't come into contact with Yixian's consciousness. As for the other 2 directions, they were the Golden Dragon scales that represented the Golden Giant Dragon bloodline, which were still at the entry level. There was also the small golden bow that represented the primordial ability of the heaven-falling bow. Although there was no description of its level, it was probably at the entry level. But now there was clearly one more thing floating above Yixian's sea of consciousness. It was the Rai-D seal that he held in his hand before he refined it. At this moment, the Rai-D seal had transformed into a fingernail-sized cyan gold seal that was suspended in the center of Yixian's sea of consciousness. It was entirely cyan gold in color, and from time to time cyan lightning and golden lightning would expand and contract. It inexplicably gave Yixian's sea of consciousness an additional strand of fierce lightning intent. The Rai-D seal was indeed worthy of being called the Thunder Emperor. Not only did it have the power to command all the lightning and thunder in the world, but its imperial aura was also dazzling. Currently, it was sitting in the center of Yixian's sea of consciousness, so it clearly gave off an aura that seemed to command the world. The small golden bow, the Golden Dragon scales, Yixian's Grade 6 Source Core, and the Void Marrow Crystal all seemed to be faintly suppressed by its imperial aura. It was unknown whether the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn would also be suppressed, but it was most likely bound to be. After all, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn and the Golden Dragon scales represented the Golden Giant Dragon, as well as the Primordial Yaksha represented by the small golden bow, were actually of the same level. As for the Headless Infant Corpse, although the 2 had never come into direct contact, Yixian's intuition told him that the mysterious and powerful Headless Infant Corpse wouldn't even care about the supreme imperial aura of the Rai-D seal. In addition, Yixian's sea of consciousness had clearly become much more majestic. After all, he was already at the mid-stage of the satellite grade, so he was naturally much more powerful than before. He reached the mid-stage in such a short time. 5 more small steps and he will be able to enter the 4th major boundary, the planet grade. Then, he will no longer be considered a weakling. I'm really looking forward to it. After retreating from the sea of consciousness, Yixian opened his eyes once again and looked at his empty right hand. His eyes glowed as he muttered to himself. In an instant, his self-confidence had reached its peak once again. While he had been refining the Rai-D seal, Yixian had been in the command cabin on the top floor of the Dongshu shuttle. Besides him, Hue Gulei, Zuofengtai, the wretched mosquito killer, and the others had also been there. However, before entering the state of cultivation, Yixian had controlled the Dongshu shuttle to set up a protective energy shield around his body, so there was no need to worry too much. At this moment, after getting up and removing the energy shield, Yixian turned his head and glanced at the crowd. He casually gave a few instructions and stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved it, keeping the Dongshu shuttle in his body. Although the protective shield of the Dongshu shuttle could temporarily resist the power of thunder and lightning outside the shuttle when it was fully activated, it consumed a huge amount of energy at every moment. Even though Yixian had countless star core origins, it was still very painful to keep it in his body. Under such circumstances, it was safer to keep it in his body. As for Yixian himself, even if his physical body was in the Thunder Graveyard star field at this moment, he would be completely fine. Just as his figure stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle, a faint green mist clearly surged out of Yixian's body. It did not spread too far, but instead covered about 3 inches of his entire body. Just these 3 layers of green mist were enough to protect Yixian in this Thunder Graveyard star field. The Thunder Emperor seal had already been refined by him. Now he could unleash the power of this cosmic source treasure with just a thought. This attribute of being able to ignore the damage of thunder and lightning was only one of the most basic attributes of this treasure. At this moment, Yixian was in the Thunder Graveyard star field where there was only endless green thunder and golden lightning. A thin layer of light green mist floated on the surface of his body. He stood there quietly, but imperceptibly gave off a supreme aura of being the emperor of this star field and commanding the entire Thunder Graveyard star field. This aura had nothing to do with his cultivation, and was purely an innate suppression of his attribute. Around him, the green lightning and golden lightning that had been raging endlessly clearly carried a sense of fear and subconsciously retreated into the distance. As a result, within a radius of 3 meters around him, there was actually a vacuum zone, and not a single green lightning or golden lightning appeared. These green thunder and golden lightning naturally did not have any consciousness. The reason they retreated was purely a natural reaction to the suppression of the Rai-D seal's emperor pressure. Yixian was extremely satisfied with all this. At the very least, within this starry sky lightning tomb that was called the head of the 10 great grounds of extremities, he was already capable of moving unhindered. With this prerequisite, he would be able to freely condense lightning origin pearls, and he would possess the basic conditions to successfully complete this system exploration mission. However, a thunder essence bead required hundreds of millions of thunderbolts and lightning to be refined. Although Yixian had refined the Rai-D seal and grasped the refining method and ability, there was still a question of time, which made him very nervous. Chapter 30:29. I must be seeing things. Rumble. Rumble. As soon as the butterfly Starry Sky Fortress rushed into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, it immediately attracted countless green and golden lightning bolts. The lightning bolts bombarded the fortress from all directions as if it was an invader. This was a world of lightning. All foreign objects would be rejected immediately. And this rejection, as the most powerful and violent lightning in the world, was a means of destruction. In an instant, the huge butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was drowned in the countless green and golden lightning bolts. But at the same time, a layer of black death ray energy shield appeared on the surface of the fortress. It was so thick that it was almost solid. When the green and golden lightning bolts came into contact with this death ray energy shield formed by antimatter light energy, their power was quickly cancelled out. Therefore, as long as this black death ray energy shield didn't disappear, the butterfly Starry Sky Fortress wouldn't be damaged. This was a 100,000-meter-long Starry Sky Fortress with a death ray energy shield. If it were a 50,000-meter-long Starry Sky Fortress, it wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the lightning bolts. The Black Death Ray energy shield and energy cannons weren't a secret in terms of technical level. The human race also had them, but the antimatter light energy generation equipment was too large. Therefore, only a 100,000-meter-long Starry Sky Fortress like this could be equipped with them. This was also why a 100,000-meter-long starry sky fortress was a whole level higher in terms of offensive power and survivability compared to a 50,000-meter-long starry sky fortress. The difference between the two wasn't as simple as the difference in size. However, although the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was protected from the lightning bolts after entering the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb because of the special properties of the Black Death Ray energy shield, this was only temporary and limited. This was because at every moment, the countless bolts of lightning that enveloped the gigantic ship were draining the Black Death Ray energy of the Death Ray energy shield. This was a terrifying consumption of energy. Even a true Starry Sky Fortress would not be able to hold on for long. In addition, the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress had a certain advantage in the speed of the Black Death Ray energy shield when it was consumed in the outer regions. However, once it entered the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, the amount and power of the lightning bolts would greatly increase, and the speed of the Black Death Ray energy shield would decrease. In that case, the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress would die. Therefore, even the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress didn't dare to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. At the same time the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was at the outer regions, Yixian didn't know any of this. The Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress. He didn't know where the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress came from. Starry Sky Fortress was Starry Sky Starry Sky. In this mysterious world where lightning bolts blotted out the sky and blocked all vision, spiritual sense and mental energy, Yixian's spiritual sense and mental energy weren't restricted at all. He had refined the Rai-D seal, and his body was like the Emperor of Lightning. Therefore, the lightning bolts wouldn't dare to interfere with his spiritual sense or mental energy. Have you ever seen a commoner dare to offend the Emperor's might? The Heaven Cutter Starry Sky Fortress and the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress were both enormous objects, but one was 50,000 meters in diameter, while the other was 100,000 meters in diameter. The colors of the ships were also different. Therefore, Yixian could tell the difference at a glance. In that instant his mind went blank. He immediately realized that something was wrong. There was no way this was a human warship. Judging from its size, it was a real Starry Sky Fortress. If he wasn't mistaken, it must have come from the Celestial Legacy race. In other words, the main fleet of the Celestial Legacy race had finally arrived. After realizing this, Yixian couldn't help but worry about the safety of the human fleet. Although he couldn't follow them back to the third universe, he was still a member of the human race. Moreover, the purplish warbler was still in the Heaven Cutter. Unfortunately, none of this could be affected or changed by his subjective opinion. Not to mention that the Celestial Legacy race's Starry Sky Fortress had already arrived. Even before this Silver Starry Sky Fortress arrived, what could Yixian do when facing the human fleet other than flee? Now that the situation had developed to this extent, the only thing he could do was hope that the human fleet could successfully escape. There was nothing else he could do. As a matter of fact, he was in even more trouble now, even more so than before. After all, the Celestial Legacy race's Silver Starry Sky Fortress definitely wouldn't have entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb for no reason. They were clearly here for Yixian. This also explained another problem. Either the human fleet had already been destroyed, or they had already escaped. Otherwise, the Celestial Legacy race's Starry Sky Fortress wouldn't have the time to deal with him. Given that there was still a short time, it was more likely that they had already escaped. At this thought, Yixian immediately felt relieved. However, at the same time, his heart immediately rose to his throat. Originally, it was very simple. Previously, he was being chased by a small Starry Sky Fortress that wanted to take him away to protect him. However, it was different now. The small Starry Sky Fortress chasing after him had become a real Starry Sky Fortress. Furthermore, the Celestial Legacy race had turned from allies to enemies. The severity of the situation made him speechless. It was life-threatening. Fortunately, this is the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, and fortunately, I have already refined the Rai-D seal. In this world, I am the only Emperor Realm Master. I hope I can use this advantage to successfully escape this calamity. With a gloomy expression, Yixian muttered to himself. His figure flickered, and he entered a state of concealment. He strode towards the deepest core of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. He was the only one who could maintain such a state of concealment in this kind of region where the fierce thunder and lightning were everywhere. If it was anyone else, even a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, it would be impossible for them to do so. They would instantly be struck back to their original form by the lightning and thunder. There was no room for negotiation. Just as Yixian entered a state of concealment and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky thunder tomb, Shanbo and Ning Tai, the two higher-ups of the celestial legacy race, were in the command cabin on the top floor of the Silver Butterfly Fortress, which was being bombarded by countless bolts of blue lightning and golden lightning. Their eyes narrowed at the same time as they muttered to themselves. Strange, I think I saw a figure walking naked in the starry sky thunder tomb? Chapter 30:30. Finally fulfilled as Yixian's figure entered Shanbo and Ning Tai's field of vision in less than half an instant. Neither of them saw him clearly. After muttering to themselves, they quickly threw this matter to the back of their minds. After all, in this starry sky lightning graveyard, even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters could not be guaranteed to remain unscathed. Therefore, crossing this area with just one's physical body was simply too inconceivable. It was impossible. The reason why they entered this place to search for Yixian's Dongshu shuttle was because in their opinion, Yixian was very likely to be Prince Xian of the human race. If that was really the case, then this Prince Xian was such a stunning figure who could secretly take away the two scout fortresses of the Demon Scout Army and boldly enter the Demon Star region. It was absolutely impossible to say that he did not have some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he could really survive in this harsh environment of the starry sky lightning graveyard. Therefore, they held a trace of a fluke mentality and entered to search. It was completely with the intention of treating a dead horse as a living horse. Let's start searching and see if that small purple warship is still there. If it's not, it was probably destroyed by these green and golden lightning. I hope that's not the result. Otherwise, my plan to start a relationship with the human race or the demon race will be aborted. It's rare that I have some interest in this guy called Zhang Wuji. I find him quite pleasing to the eye. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. Creak, creak. As soon as Shanbo finished speaking, Ning Tai replied as if he was talking to himself. Shanbo clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were about to spit fire. After a short while, this starry sky butterfly fortress slowly moved around the outskirts of the starry sky lightning graveyard. At every moment the energy consumption was terrifying. Even Shanbo and Ning Tai were pained. At the same time, in the depths of the starry sky lightning graveyard, outside of this area, the cyan lightning balls had already reached 100 meters in size, and the color was incomparably dense. As for the golden lightning bolts, each of them had a diameter of 10 meters, and were even more dazzling than the sun, directly burning people's eyes. Yixian had no doubt that a single bolt of green lightning or a bolt of golden lightning could blast a stellar-level warship with a diameter of 3,000 meters into smithereens. However, he was completely unscathed as he stood there with his physical body. All of the green lightning and golden lightning revolved around its body, not touching it. However, it carried an amiable feeling, incomparably joyous. After all, they were in the depths of the lightning graveyard. The green lightning and golden lightning here were much more powerful. To put it in a more human-like manner, they were much bolder. They no longer retreated far away in fear. Instead, they followed closely behind him. Because of this, no matter where Yixian went in this area, he would always be surrounded by green lightning and golden lightning. However, they didn't hurt him, nor did they have the ability to. Under the effect of the Rai Di seal, Yixian's entire body was now immune to lightning. Not to mention that there was no contact at all. Even if there was contact, there wouldn't be any reaction. This situation was also greatly beneficial for him to condense the thunder origin bead. At least he didn't need to search for lightning bolts everywhere. They would gather happily by themselves. In 3 months he had to condense 10 thunder origin beads. Yixian didn't dare to delay, nor could he afford to delay. He immediately began to condense them. He was very nervous about condensing the first thunder origin bead. After all, if it took a month or half a month to condense a single thunder origin bead, then this time system exploration mission would be completely over. He wasn't willing to bear the consequences. It was too painful. Rumble, Kacha, Kacha. As the Rai Di seal was brought out by Yixian and hung above his head, the entire depths of the thunder graveyard exploded in an instant, as if a ladle of ice water had been poured into a pot of boiling oil. Countless green lightning bolts were attracted and exploded above Yixian's head. A sea of golden lightning bolts struck down and wreaked havoc on Yixian's head. However, all of this couldn't cause any harm to Yixian. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of green mist. He stood in the void where the lightning was wreaking havoc with his hands behind his back, exuding a thick emperor's aura. He was unfazed by anything. Large amounts of green lightning and golden lightning gradually enveloped the Rai-D seal, and even Yixian's entire body. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon with green lightning and golden lightning flashing incessantly. Yixian, with the Rai-D seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon. At this moment, the green hazy mist that originally enveloped his body suddenly expanded and spread outwards, enveloping the entire giant green-gold cocoon and turning it into a misty green color. Then it began to condense inwards. The entire process was basically the same as what Yixian saw in the inheritance of the Rai-D seal. After an unknown amount of time, in the end, the giant cocoon that was like a small meteor and formed from hundreds of millions of bolts of green lightning and golden lightning finally disappeared. On the other hand, a golden thunder origin bead appeared above the Thunder Emperor seal that floated above Yixian's head. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it emitted an invisible pressure that could destroy the heavens and earth. At this moment, Yixian suddenly came to a realization in his heart. It seemed that the purpose of condensing this thunder source bead was not just to complete the system's exploration mission. The system's exploration mission was just a pretext, and the reward of 10 thunder source beads was a huge fortune for Yixian. This thunder source bead was obviously equivalent to a one-time use lightning attribute magic treasure, but its power was terrifying. According to Yixian's estimation, if he threw out one thunder source bead, it was estimated that even the supreme existence of the 10th realm of the heavenly insight realm would be wiped out in an instant. The power of a small thunder source bead formed by the extreme compression of hundreds of millions of thunderbolts and lightning could be imagined with one's toes. Realizing this, Yixian's enthusiasm immediately increased, and his entire body became excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it were any other place, condensing one thunder source bead would require an endless amount of effort and energy, but here almost everything came naturally. Under such circumstances, not to mention 10 thunder source beads, even if he had to condense 100 thunder source beads, he would be willing. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Yixian was getting excited, the successfully condensed thunder source bead entered the Rai-D seal with a flash. This thunder source bead was too strong, and other than the Rai-D seal, no other storage magic treasure could store it. Once stored, there was a possibility of it exploding at any time, and the loss was not worth it. At this point, Yixian finally got what he wanted, and successfully condensed the first thunder source bead. After the thunder source bead entered the Rai-D seal, he finally spared some time to check the time. It had been exactly 3 days. Chapter 30-31. Thundersea Fortress. The first Thunder Origin Pearl took 3 whole days to condense. However, that was because it was Yixian's first time and he was still a little unfamiliar with it. According to his calculations, as Yixian became more familiar with the next 9 Thunder Origin Pearls, the time required to condense the final Thunder Origin Pearl would definitely be shorter. That was indeed the case. For the next 9 Thunder Origin Pearls, the time required for Yixian to successfully condense them was indeed shorter than the previous one. When it came to the final Thunder Origin Pearl, it actually took less than 2 days to condense it. A total of 10 Thunder Origin Pearls had been condensed in just over 2 months. There was still 1 week left before the 3-month time limit for the system's exploration. When the final Thunder Origin Pearl was successfully condensed and was absorbed into the Rai-D seal, the familiar sound of the Devouring system finally rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, leader! Exploration mission of Thunder Origin creation completed. Title upgraded. Current title: Interstellar Explorer. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ability of Interstellar Explorer activated. Do you wish to immediately initiate an interstellar coordinate jump? As the 2 system notifications rang out, Yixian felt his entire body and mind relax. He felt so light that he almost flew. He had finally completed the system's exploration mission this time. The system's title had finally reached the 3rd level of Interstellar Explorer. He finally had the ability to initiate an interstellar coordinate jump. In other words, the current Yixian had nothing to fear even if he met a supreme being of the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. With a single thought he could initiate an interstellar coordinate jump and instantly enter the black hole of life. Not only was the black hole Yixian's secret escape route, but it was also his territory. Countless star ladles were stationed there. Even if a supreme being of the Grotto Heaven realm appeared, Yixian could command the star ladle army to crush him. For a moment Yixian was in high spirits. He felt a sense of exaltation. From this moment on, he no longer had to be careful and patient in the devil domain. Even if he was in danger, without using the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn and the headless infant corpse, he would at least be able to protect himself. With a thought, the Rai-Di seal, which was originally floating above Yixian's head, instantly disappeared into Yixian's body and returned to his knowledge sea, floating in the middle of it. Thanks to the addition of 10 Thunder Source Pearls, even Yixian could clearly sense that the Rai-Di seal was different from before. When the Rai-Di seal returned, the 4 treasures and crystals hovering above his mind became even quieter. There was a feeling of awe. Even the headless corpse on Yixian's left chest, which had transformed into a headless corpse lamp tattoo, seemed to move slightly at this moment. However, it only moved slightly. It felt as if, with the 10 Thunder Source Pearls as a foundation, the Rai-Di seal finally had the qualifications to be looked at by the headless infant corpse. This was Yixian's intuition, but he believed it without a doubt. The headless infant corpse was really mysterious and powerful. However, even though the Rai-Di seal had returned to Yixian's body, the 3-inch thick layer of green mist still remained. This layer of green mist had originated from the Rai-Di seal. Thanks to the 10 Thunder Source Pearls inside the Rai-Di seal, the Emperor's might had increased tremendously. This was immediately reflected on Yixian's body. Previously, in the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, the much more powerful green and golden lightning bolts had only been close to it. They were not like the similar existences in the periphery who would retreat out of fear. But now, with the great increase in the power of the Thunder Emperor seal, perhaps a part of the reason why it had consumed countless green lightning and golden lightning to condense into 10 thunder origin beads, directly led to the fact that in the depths of the Thunder Tomb, a large amount of green lightning and golden lightning far surpassed the surrounding area. When faced with the Thunder Emperor's might that emanated from Yixian's body, they actually displayed a scene of retreating far away due to fear. At this moment, Yixian stood there with his hands behind his back. However, there was not a single green lightning bolt or golden lightning bolt within 100 feet of him. An invisible and dense Emperor's might radiated from him, looking down on the entire boundless Thunder Tomb. His aura was unparalleled for a moment. Following the completion of the system's exploration mission, Yixian was pleasantly surprised for a moment before his emotions quickly calmed down. He began to think about his next move. According to his wishes, he should continue to condense the Thunder Source Pearls. However, on the one hand, the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was here and would not run away. When the time was right or when he was bored, he could come back at any time. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, he had been condensing the Thunder Source Pearls here for more than 2 months. He was indeed a little bored. Therefore, Yixian was not particularly inclined to continue to waste time here. He continued to condense the Thunder Source Pearls. On the other hand, he was still worried about the safety of the elite fleet of the human clan. Although he guessed that they should have escaped, he would not be at ease until he received definite information. Moreover, it had been nearly 3 months since the collapse of the Black Mosquito Star. As the Holy Sun, it was inconvenient for him to not appear for too long. Otherwise, in the case that there was no one in the Black Mosquito tribe, a commander, high priest or Holy Sun would appear out of thin air from the Demon Imperial Star to take control of the situation. In that case, if Yixian wanted to take on the position of the Holy Sun, or even the position of the Great Commander and the High Priest, he would have to take on the 3 important positions of the tribe. He would have to go around swindling people and openly searching for the devouring origin. Considering all this, it was indeed time for him to leave the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, wander around and show his face. After making the decision, Yixian's figure flashed, and he hurried from the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb to the periphery. After a short while, just as he arrived at the periphery of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, he encountered a starry sky fortress that had just rushed into the Thunder Tomb star area. It was the butterfly. Speaking of which, enemies often cross paths. In the past 3 months, the butterfly had only entered the starry sky Thunder Tomb 4 times. Previously, it had only entered 3 times. Now it was the 4th time. Each time it would stay in the Thunder Tomb star area for a day, searching a fan-shaped area of 45 degrees around the Thunder Tomb. Originally, this was the last time it entered, and it should have searched the entire periphery of the Thunder Tomb star area. If it did not find the purple warship, the butterfly would leave in a day and return to the Heavenly Legacy tribe. However, at this critical juncture, the 2 parties bumped into each other head-on. And this time it was not only Yi Xian who saw the butterfly, but also Shanbo and Ning Tai, the 2 high-ranking members of the Heavenly Legacy tribe inside the butterfly, who also saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian was sure of this by intuition, so his face was completely gloomy. Now he had no other choice but to use the power of the Thunder Sea to trap and kill this starry sky fortress of the Heavenly Legacy tribe. Chapter 30-32. Lightning Seal Emperor's Might. The 2 sides clashed head-on. Yi Xian was caught off guard and had no time to dodge or hide himself. The moment the opponent's massive star fortress entered his line of sight, Yi Xian knew that he had been exposed. If he had been on a warship at this time, there would have been some leeway to turn the situation around. However, Yi Xian was currently standing in the middle of this star Thunder Tomb with only his physical body. There was not even a single bolt of green lightning or golden lightning around him. All of them had retreated into the distance in fear. This scene was extremely shocking. After Yi Xian refined the Thunder Emperor seal and condensed 10 Thunder Origin beads, he had a better understanding of the power of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. He was already well aware of it. Without a doubt, this scene was extremely shocking to the Tianji race clansmen in the Star Fortress. They could not possibly pretend that they had not seen this and would definitely investigate this matter further. When that time came, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to Yi Xian. Therefore, his killing intent surged in the first instant. If this were any other place, Yi Xian would definitely be thinking of other countermeasures. However, since this was the Star Thunder Tomb and he had refined the Rai-D seal, he had complete control over all the green and golden lightning in this area. In that case, there was a possibility that he could kill the opponent. Yi Xian could not abandon what was close at hand for what was far away. Destroying this star fortress of the Tianji race was the most direct and convenient way to deal with it. Since there was a possibility, why not? Moreover, doing this would also give him a high chance of obtaining a star fortress of the Tianji race. Yi Xian only had 2 large star fortresses and a small star fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. Let alone a true star fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. He did not even have a small star fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, or a star fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. If he could obtain this star fortress of the Tianji race, his foundation would instantly soar by countless times. As this thought arose in his mind, Yi Xian's heart began to pound with excitement. His desire to kill had been aroused. At the same time, in the command cabin on the top floor of the interstellar fortress called the Butterfly, the 2 Heaven's Legacy race leaders, Shanbo and Ning Tai, both widened their eyes. Everything that happened in front of them made them feel as if they were in a dream. A demon cultivator whose cultivation aura was only at the satellite realm, was actually able to walk in the starry sky lightning grave with his physical body. What was even stranger was that he had his hands behind his back, as if he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. He was walking in an extremely comfortable manner. However, there was not a single bolt of green lightning or golden lightning within 100 meters of his body. It was as if all of them were fearful of him and were retreating far away. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, the 2 of them still didn't dare to believe it. It was too inconceivable. Why do I feel like there's a formless emperor's might emanating from this brat? It had nothing to do with anything else and only worked on these thunderbolts and lightning. Was this the rhythm that commanded all the thunderbolts in the world? How did he do it? This person has a big secret. Prince Xian? This identity is basically confirmed. No matter how amazing a holy son of a demon tribe is, it's impossible for him to have such a terrifying ability. However, it's not strange for a prince of the human race's eternal dynasty to be able to do this. Ha ha ha. I seem to have smelled the scent of love. a prince of the human race. With such an identity, although his cultivation is a bit weak, he is worthy of me. Uncle Sean, you should change your name in the future. Since I am Ingtai, this name of yours will cause him to misunderstand. Little fella, generally speaking, he likes to be jealous. Shanbo said the first sentence with a blank expression. However, Ingtai, whose eyes lit up after being stunned for a moment, excitedly said several sentences in a row. What he said was so hurtful to Shanbo's self-esteem. In an instant, Shanbo's face fell completely. At this moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. In his heart, he had already sentenced Yixian to death in advance. So what if his methods were strange? His cultivation was too weak. In Shanbo's opinion, as long as he made a move, he would definitely erase his opponent's existence. Now, he obviously hadn't realized how terrifying the emperor's might that commanded all the thunderbolts in the world represented in this world, where there was only endless thunderbolts and lightning. But he soon experienced it. A fist-sized azure golden seal appeared above Yixian's head. Azure lightning coiled around its entire body as it breathed endlessly. There were also countless golden lightning bolts that expanded and expanded, emitting a green brilliance that enveloped Yixian's figure, causing him to become hazy. At the same time, the formless emperor's might of thunder suddenly burst out and was rendered to the extreme. Rumble. Crack. Crack. As the Rai-D seal was activated and its power was fully activated by Yixian, the entire Starry Sky Thunder Tomb began to surge like a riot. Indeed, the entire Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was extremely vast, almost like a corner of a vast galaxy. Even a warship would need a certain amount of time to cross it. But this emperor's might of thunder ignored distance. When it spread out, even the green lightning and golden lightning from extremely far away instantly sensed this powerful emperor's might and responded. At this moment, the entire Starry Sky Thunder Tomb seemed to come to life. Countless bolts of green lightning surged and countless bolts of golden lightning surged, turning this entire vast area into a cage of thunder and lightning. At the edge of the entire Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, countless bolts of green lightning and golden lightning gathered together, leaving almost no gaps. They formed a vast thunder barrier, preventing any existence from entering and at the same time preventing any existence from leaving. All of this was Yixian's will. If he wanted to kill this Starry Sky Fortress of the Heaven's Legacy race, the first thing he had to do was cut off its escape route. At the same time, only he could do all of this. Moreover, if not for the power of the Rai-D seal, Yixian would not have been able to accomplish this either. At the same time that the lightning barrier was formed, a thought suddenly flashed through Yixian's mind. Could he also brand an interstellar coordinate here? After all, in this place he was a supreme emperor. If he encountered a powerful enemy in the future, he could clearly bring them to this place and use the geographical advantage to kill them. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure if the system's interstellar coordinate jumping ability could bring other experts besides Yixian to jump as well. Thus, this idea could only flash through his mind and was quickly tossed to the back of Yixian's mind. He would go back and verify it before making a decision. Soon after, a thunder origin bead slowly emerged from the Rai-D seal above Yixian's head. This time, Yixian planned to test out the thunder origin bead's power. Chapter 3033. Source Pearl Mystic Light Rumble. Kacha. Kacha. Following the formation of the lightning barrier at the edge of the Space Lightning Tomb, a large amount of green lightning and golden lightning began to bombard the interior of the lightning barrier, engulfing the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress in an overwhelming manner. Although the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was attacked by this kind of lightning when it entered the Space Lightning Tomb before, the situation before was completely different from now. This was clearly a kind of extreme bombardment under human control. The power of the lightning bolts increased exponentially, to the point that they surpassed the speed at which the death ray generator inside the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress could produce black death rays. The layer of black death ray shield outside the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was rapidly weakening. This was no longer a problem of energy consumption, but a problem that they could not resist at all. Soon, when the black death ray shield was completely neutralized, the hull of the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress would directly face the terrifying power of the green lightning and golden lightning. In the end, the ship would be destroyed and the people on board would perish in the blink of an eye. The situation had become so serious that it was a matter of life and death. Whether it was Shanbo or Ingtai, Both of them were shocked and panicked. Right now, the entire space lightning tomb had become a cage. There was no way to escape. Once they rushed to the lightning barrier at the edge of the lightning tomb, the hull of the Starry Sky Fortress would probably explode. The lightning bolts there were so densely packed together that there was almost no gap between them. They had completely formed a real barrier. However, inside this cage, the power of the green lightning and golden lightning bolts had also increased. If this continued, once the death ray shield of the butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was completely suppressed, they would have no choice but to directly expose themselves to the lightning tomb like the other party. Although the two of them were supreme mystic light realm cultivators, and even if their bodies were exposed to this lightning environment for a short period of time, they would definitely not be able to do so for long. However, there was no way to escape. In the end, only death awaited them. Thinking of this, Shanbo's expression changed drastically. A trace of regret appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "Damn it! How could I be so careless and be trapped in such an environment?" Even though the opponent's cultivation is so weak, he is almost invincible in this thunder graveyard. All the thunderbolts listen to his orders. This is the rhythm of borrowing the power of heaven and earth to crush us. It is too sullen. If he didn't have this ability, a mere satellite state cultivator like him wouldn't even be considered an ant in front of us. At this point, Shanbo seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed and his face flushed red. This was a sign that he had entered a state of excitement. His gaze was locked onto the Rai-D seal floating above Yixian's head. The reason this kid is able to reign supreme in this starry sky lightning graveyard and command the lightning of the world is obviously related to the green gold seal above his head. That's definitely an origin source treasure. Moreover, it's a lightning-attributed origin source treasure. Once I seize that treasure, this starry sky lightning tomb will obey my orders from now on. I can kill that kid with a single thought. He's not even comparable to an ant. There is no turning back. Either I die here or I seize his thunder source treasure. Ingtai, you stay in the fortress. I will be back soon. He is just a satellite state ant. So what if he can make use of the endless thunderbolts in this thunder graveyard? The height of his cultivation base is ultimately a shortcoming. Once I make a move, seizing a thunder source treasure is just a piece of cake. The more Shanbo spoke, the more he felt that this was the truth. The most important thing was that he had no other choice but to do this now. Therefore, even though he was nervous, he could only say these words to encourage himself. As he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared from the control cabin on the top floor of the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress. He appeared outside the ship, surrounded by a mysterious brilliance, and quickly shot toward the place where the thunderbolts had gathered. Ingtai, who had stayed in the Butterfly Star Fortress, was stunned at first, but then his eyes lit up. He slowly shook his head and sighed. This is good. Anyway, there won't be any sparks between us. Since the new Shanbo has appeared, the best ending for the old one is naturally to die. You are courting death. You can't blame me. Besides, if you can die in the hands of the new Shanbo, then it will give Ingtai a legitimate reason to go and find him. This matter will be discussed in the meeting between the upper echelons of the human race and the Tianji clan. Ingtai will have the right to reason. You killed my Shanbo. Since you can't pay for it, then you naturally have to be my new Shanbo. Ha ha ha. In that case, if the old Shanbo wants to die, then Ingtai will think that Yu Chang is the one. His words did make some sense, but the ruthlessness in his words sent chills down Ingtai's spine. This wasn't Ingtai, who wanted to turn into a butterfly with Shanbo. This was clearly a poisonous female scorpion that wanted to devour her husband. At the same time, outside the Butterfly Star Fortress, as a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, Shanbo did have the terrifying ability to stay in this kind of terrifying environment for a short period of time. The fact that he could do this without using the power of the Rai-D seal was enough to show the terrifying strength of a supreme existence in the mystic light realm. At this moment, Uncle Shan's body was surrounded by a mysterious profound light that was filled with a profound aura. His body transformed into an extremely fast-flowing arrow as he quickly shot towards Yixian. In the blink of an eye, he traversed more than half a distance. At this speed, he'd probably be able to arrive in front of Yixian in a few breaths of time. Once he got close, Yi Xian would not be able to protect the Rai-D seal with his insignificant fourth-order satellite cultivation. Realizing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched violently. With a great sense of danger approaching, he did not hesitate and immediately sent an attack command to the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. And it was extremely clear. He directly used a Thunder Origin Orb. Whoosh! Rumble! A weak yet sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The Thunder Origin bead, which had been spat out by the Thunder Emperor seal, and was revolving around the seal, instantly turned into a tiny golden light that was almost undetectable. It shot towards Shanbo, who was pouncing towards him at high speed. Along the way, there was clearly the sound of thunder surging. After all, it was the Thunder Origin Orb, which represented the origin power of thunder. Once it was activated, thunder would rumble endlessly. This could not be more normal. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this undetectable golden light collided with Shanbo. The latter was in this kind of environment where golden lightning was raging everywhere, and it was impossible to see through it, so he did not dodge at all. Chapter 30-34. Harvest. The Mystic Light Realm was the 11th realm in the universe. The so-called Mystic Light Realm was the protective mystic light that Shanbo used to protect his body. It was said that this mystic light had something to do with the laws of the universe. The 10th realm was the Grotto Heaven realm. After reaching the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm and successfully forming a faint strand of mystic light, they could be considered to have broken through to the first level of the Mystic Light realm. In the entire Mystic Light realm, the only thing a cultivator could do was to continuously strengthen the strand of mystic light that they formed. After reaching a certain point, the quantity would cause the quality to change, and they would be able to break through and enter the next realm. From this perspective, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this strand of Mystic Light realm was the life of a Mystic Light realm cultivator. When the Mystic Light was formed, life would exist. When the Mystic Light collapsed, everything would disappear. Even if they didn't die, they would return to their original form. In this kind of environment filled with endless lightning, the Mystic Light would collapse and return to its original form. The only result of falling back to the Grotto Heaven realm was death. Boom! There was an explosion, an extremely monotonous explosion. There was no continuous sound, no echo and no ripples. It was just a monotonous explosion. The power of this explosion shook the entire boundless starry sky lightning tomb, and it seemed like the space of this star region was about to collapse. As the explosion sounded, a scorching golden light spread out like a tide. The intensity of this light was so intense that even Yi Xian, who was like an emperor in this starry sky lightning tomb, couldn't look straight at it. He subconsciously squinted his eyes and tilted his head. When he turned around again, the golden tide that had spread out had completely dispersed. It fused back into the stellar lightning tomb, turning into endless green lightning and golden lightning. It was the origin energy that constantly gave birth to life. As for the Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon, whose aura clearly surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm, his figure had completely disappeared. Not a single strand of hair was left behind. Such power instantly stunned Yi Xian. Although he didn't know that the Mystic Light realm was after the Grotto Heaven realm, just from the terrifying aura he felt from Shanbo, he was sure that the other party was definitely in existence that surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. That was the cultivation base of the 11th major realm. However, this Thunder Origin bead had actually wiped them out in an instant, leaving not even a single strand of hair behind. Back then, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had only been able to crush the 9-star Ladybird Empress of the Grotto Heaven realm. But now, the Thunder Origin bead was able to instantly obliterate even the supreme existence of the 11th stage, who had surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. Even if it was a one-time use consumable, it was still a precious treasure. More importantly, if Yi Xian wanted to summon the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he would have to privately discuss with the headless infant corpse in advance. However, he had absolute control over the remaining 9 Thunder Origin pearls in his possession. He could blow up whoever he wanted, blow up however he wanted, and do as he pleased. Wouldn't that be great? Furthermore, he didn't have to worry about the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn exposing some of his secrets. It was a must-have item for traveling and killing people. Just based on this point alone, this trip to the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard was already a huge gain. Of course, the current crisis was obviously not over yet. Although he had killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, The 100,000-meter-wide starry sky fortress in front of him still existed. If he didn't deal with it, this matter wouldn't be over. With the terrifying power of the Thunder Origin Bee just now, Yi Xian didn't doubt that if he threw out another one, the 100,000-meter-wide starry sky fortress in front of him would instantly be blown to pieces. However, he instantly hesitated about this matter. After all, this was a real starry sky fortress. Even when the Wanluo Federation and the Tianji clan broke out in a war, this kind of starry sky fortress was usually stationed at the rear as a strategic deterrent weapon. The ones that were actually used to fight on the battlefield were usually those so-called small starry sky fortresses that were 50,000 meters wide. In the history of the Wanluo Federation, it seemed that they had never seized a starry sky fortress of the Tianji clan. Similarly, the Tianji clan had never seized one from this side. If this bright silver starry sky fortress in front of him could fall into his hands, not to mention its importance, just the tangible benefits would be incredible. If he didn't have the devouring system, if he didn't have the fragment of the immortal rank starry sky superbrain, Yi Xian wouldn't have the ability to refine the starry sky fortress's AI system. If that was the case, he wouldn't have this kind of unrealistic dream. However, Yi Xian clearly had all of this. In other words, as long as he did it properly, he definitely had the opportunity to refine this starry sky fortress and keep it in his undying world. Since that was the case, it was completely understandable that Yi Xian would have such a thought at this moment. Because although this idea was shocking, it clearly wasn't a dream. However, there was still a certain level of difficulty. If he wanted to refine it, Yi Xian would have to come into close contact with it. This was extremely dangerous. Just now, any random Tianji clan expert that appeared from this starry sky fortress was a supreme existence that surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. What if there were a few more such existences inside? Even if there were only a few Grotto Heaven realm existences, it would still be extremely dangerous for him. At this moment, he still didn't know that there was only one true Tianji clan member left in this starry sky fortress. Although there were quite a few semi-intelligent androids and AI androids, none of them had developed their own consciousness and couldn't be considered true members of the Tianji clan. Once the AI system of this starry sky fortress was refined, they would all switch sides and become androids loyal to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, thinking quickly about how to find out exactly how many Tianji clan members were left in this starry sky fortress. Then, he would think of a way to force them all out, which would make it easier for him to refine this starry sky fortress. Suddenly, a mysterious light flashed in the sky above the lightning graveyard, and the figure of a woman quietly appeared. This woman was naturally the last member of the Tianji clan in this starry sky fortress of the butterflies, the high-ranking member of the Tianji clan who called herself Ying Tai. In other words, after her appearance, there was no longer a single Tianji clan member in the starry sky fortress behind her. There were only a few semi-intelligent androids and AI androids left. However, Yi Xian didn't know this yet. Otherwise, he would have taken action immediately. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, at this moment, another powerful member of the Tianji clan suddenly appeared in the sky above the lightning graveyard, and the aura she exuded was no weaker than that of the previous one. Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of alarm, and for a moment he really forgot about his plan to refine this starry sky fortress. With a thought, he activated the Rai D seal hanging above his head and spat out a thunder source bead the size of a pigeon's egg. Chapter 30-35. Refine Fortress Kakik. You little sweetheart, you're really heartless. Could it be that you want to kill me like that guy? Killing your wife at the drop of a hat. Are you human royalty also heartless? Following the death of Shan Bo, Ying Tai had automatically treated Yi Xian, who had killed Shan Bo, as the person she felt the love of a human being. After all, this was what he owed her. Therefore, when her words came out of her mouth, it was incomparably natural. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. The other party had said that he was a member of the human royal family. It was obvious that he had mistaken Yi Futian for Prince Xian. Furthermore, she claimed to be Prince Xian's wife. Could it be that this person was not from the Tianji clan, but a human? This was not impossible. For example, the demon imperial family had generations of imperial uncles held hostage in the Heaven's Legacy race. It was also possible that the wife of a prince of an eternal dynasty had fallen into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. It wasn't that he was stupid. The key was that the Tianji race's androids were no different from humans in terms of appearance. Demon folk could be distinguished by their mental energy, and once they used their mental energy, they would be able to determine that they were not human. However, the Tianji race did not have this feature. In addition, Ying Tai's cultivation was who knew how many times stronger than Yi Xian's, so it was even more impossible for him to probe. However, Ying Tai had said it so naturally, so calmly, so it wasn't completely incomprehensible for Yi Xian to have such suspicions. Since that was the case, it really wasn't appropriate to kill him. At the very least, it was not appropriate to do so before confirming that this person was a member of the Celestial Legacy race. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any suspicions in his heart. This beautiful and flirtatious woman's cultivation was simply too high. She was actually the same as the Heavenly Fate clan member from before, possessing a cultivation that surpassed the Heavenly Passage realm. That Prince Xian's cultivation was only at this level, so how could his wife be so powerful? However, this was not completely impossible. After all, the other party was a prince, and it was very likely that she was a proud daughter of some family. Because of his status as a prince, she was willing to lower herself to marry him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian really didn't dare to be sure. After thinking for a while, he probed. Since you are Prince Xian's first wife and a hostage in the hands of the Tianji clan, why did they let you out? You're obviously lying to me. As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the butterfly starry sky fortress behind Ying Tai, his meaning obvious. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ying Tai's eyes lit up. He was stunned for a moment, then he was secretly delighted. She naturally understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. After all this fuss, this Prince Xian actually mistook her for a human. Furthermore, he most likely really did have such a wife in the human race. She guessed that they hadn't married yet, and the two of them had never even met. Prince Xian had been tossing and turning in the first universe all this time. She had only said that just now, but he actually mistook her for that human's future wife that he had never met. That's fine too. If he mistook her for a human and even his future wife, then she would be able to enjoy this human love even better. That's right, she also had to immerse herself in it. It would be best if even she mistook herself for a human, for Prince Xian's wife. Only then would she not reveal any flaws and be able to fully immerse herself in it. Only then would she be able to find the feeling as soon as possible. Was the love between Ying Tai and Shan Bo about to reappear on her body? Just thinking about it made her excited. As for his probing words today, it was really too simple. One sentence could resolve it. Thinking of this, Ying Tai immediately made a decision. As a supreme expert of the mystic light realm, hypnotizing herself a little wouldn't be a problem at all. She immediately did so. Of course, it was only a superficial hypnosis and not a deep one. If she wanted to wake up, she could do it with just a thought. But now, as a mystic light realm expert tried to hypnotize himself and told himself that he was a human, the future wife of this Prince Xian who had fallen into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race, Ying Tai's expression immediately turned sorrowful. Even her eyes were vaguely sparkling with sparkling tears. She choked and said, Shan Bo, although you and I have never met before, we have at least communicated through the star web twice. Didn't you always call me Ying Tai? Could it be that you can't even recognize my voice now? I heard that you were in the first universe and chased after you despite the danger. I didn't expect to be captured by the Tianji race and almost couldn't see you again. You actually still suspect me? Just now, you also used this kind of small golden pearl to kill that Tianji race higher up. Now, another one has come out of the seal. You clearly want to kill me as well. Woo. Shan Bo, if you have a lover in the first universe, even if it's a demon person or a robot of the Tianji race, as long as you tell me, I will cover my face and cry. I will return to the human race and become a nun. Why do you have to be so heartless and insist on killing me? As for the baseless suspicions in your words, you're just fooling yourself. Don't you know that the celestial clan's upper echelons generally own a space fortress or a space fortress? Everything else is a robot. You have been in the first universe for so long. How can you not know this? That Heaven's Legacy race clansman was clearly killed by you. Other than me, there are only a few AI mechs in this space fortress. How can they trap me? You are using such a simple and childish reason to fool me. This is clearly too perfunctory. Shan Bo, you have a change of heart. Oh. As she spoke, Ying Tai seemed to gradually immerse herself in it, and actually started crying. That delicate appearance of a pear flower in the rain, coupled with the pitiful appearance of covering her face and crying, instantly caused Yixian to be dumbfounded. At the same time his scalp went numb. Shanbo? Ingtai? What the f***ck? He really didn't expect that Prince Xian, who was still trapped in the myriad hell at the bottom of the Black Wind, would be so jealous. The two of them hadn't even met yet, but he was already calling her Shanbo, Ingtai. Now all of this was being blamed on him. What a scam! In addition, after listening to the other party's words, he also came to a realization. Just as this woman who called herself Ingtai said, the upper echelons of the Tianji clan did generally sit on a space fortress by themselves. After all, they were robots. In terms of mechanical intelligence, they had a huge advantage over humans. There was no need for them to have many people. That would be a waste of their race's resources. However, although Yixian believed most of what this woman said, he didn't completely believe it. He immediately had a plan in his mind and prepared for the final test. Chapter 3036. Fifth rank satellite. In Yixian's opinion, if the other party was from the Heaven's Legacy race, then her acting was clearly just to numb him so that she could take advantage of the situation to ambush him. In order to achieve this goal, it wouldn't be worth it to hand over the entire Starry Sky Fortress. Therefore, using refining this Starry Sky Fortress as a method of probing was extremely accurate according to Yixian's deduction and analysis. True gold wasn't afraid of fire, and it wasn't true gold that was afraid of fire. Unfortunately, although he had guessed partially correctly, he had guessed the other party's goal wrong. This was the root of the problem. If even the root of the problem was wrong, then what was the point of following up on this point? It could be said that a single mistake could lead to a complete mistake. Ingtai did this because she wanted to pursue the love between the human Ingtai and Shanbo. Under this premise, she really didn't care about an interstellar fortress. As an upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, as long as she was safe, even if she lost the butterfly transformation, she would be able to obtain a new butterfly transformation after returning to the Heaven's Legacy race. In fact, in her storage space there was a Starry Sky Fortress of the same level that was 100,000 meters long. That was Ingtai's personal fortress. As for this butterfly, it belonged to that damned Uncle Shan. If Yixian wanted to refine it, then to Ingtai she was just being generous. It wouldn't hurt her at all. It was precisely because of this that when Yixian probingly expressed that he wanted to refine this ownerless Starry Sky stronghold and take it for himself, not only did Ingtai not have any abnormal behavior, she even had a face full of pleasant surprise. She involuntarily cried out, "Heavens, you actually have such a method? This is the interstellar fortress of the mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race. The superbrain that is its AI is no ordinary superbrain. If you want to refine it, you need an immortal rank superbrain. My dear, you're too surprising. You actually have an immortal rank superbrain." These words were extremely true. Even if Ingtai didn't perform a shallow hypnosis on herself, her performance would still be so perfect. This was because this was exactly what she was feeling right now. They were filled with shock. This was an immortal rank superbrain. As far as she knew, other than the immortal star of the human race's science and technology faction, only the Tianji race's base camp had one. She didn't expect the human race's immortal dynasty to be so well hidden that Prince Xian had a second immortal star superbrain. The value of an immortal rank superbrain was even more valuable than 10 interstellar fortresses. From the looks of it, after he had perfectly experienced the beautiful feeling of Ingtai and Shanbo's love from this Prince Xian, he would be able to fulfill his wish and feel a little sick of it. At that time, he would be able to kill this Prince Xian and gain a great harvest. All of these were Ingtai's thoughts. Naturally, Yixian had no way of knowing. What he saw was Ingtai's perfect performance under this test. It was precisely this perfect performance that made Yixian sigh inwardly, confirming his identity as a human. Not only was it a human, but it was also the Ingtai of Prince Xian's Shanbo. It was just that for some inexplicable reason all of this had involved him. When he thought of this, Yixian felt his entire head swell up and his head hurt like crazy. However, he couldn't be bothered to think about all of this right now. No matter what, an undefended interstellar fortress was right in front of him. He had to deal with this matter first. Picking up an interstellar fortress for free wasn't a good thing that could happen every day. This was probably the first time something like this had happened in the first universe for tens of thousands of years. As he thought of this, Yixian left a bit of his consciousness to summon the Rai-D seal to guard against Ying Tai's sudden movements. At the same time, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to refine the butterfly interstellar fortress. This kind of refinement was actually very simple. To put it bluntly, it was to use the core of Yixian's personal interstellar communication system, which was the fragment of the immortal rank interstellar superbrain, to send out a superbrain frequency to connect to the control core of the interstellar fortress. Then, like a hacker, it would attack the interstellar fortress and finally brand the fragment of the immortal rank interstellar superbrain. That would be the end of the refinement. Of course, all of this sounded simple, but the entire process was extremely complicated. Just think of the huge amount of tedious and complicated data that hackers in ancient times had to face just to break through a firewall. Therefore, even with Yixian's current fourth-order satellite spiritual sense and mental strength, if he were to personally control this matter, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. The best way to solve this problem was to be a hands-off boss, and let the devouring system take over the control of the intelligent core of the personal interstellar communication system. Ding! Discovered interstellar fortress. Begin refinement immediately according to the host's instructions. Progress 1. Progress 2. As Xingxian's personal space communication system successfully connected and merged into the main control center of the stronghold that was no longer defended, the familiar notification of the devouring system quickly sounded in Yixian's mind. This was clearly the first time he'd started to invade and refine it, and even started to read the progress. This also proved that Ying Tai's words were true. If there was a second member of the Tianji race in this interstellar fortress, how could they allow all of this to happen? It should be known that although the interstellar superbrain used as the control core of the interstellar fortress wasn't an immortal rank, it was definitely not an ordinary superbrain. The control core of Yixian's personal interstellar communication system was only a fragment of an immortal rank superbrain. Although it was probably going to level up soon after consuming a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals, it was going to break through the fragment level soon. However, it was still a fragment. If the control core of the interstellar fortress was controlled by a member of the Tianji race, it would be impossible for Yixian's personal interstellar communication system to be so easily connected and merged into the interstellar fortress so quickly and easily. When he thought of this, Yixian's wariness towards Ying Tai immediately lessened. After all, everything that she had done proved that she was a human. Even Yixian felt that he couldn't find fault with her anymore. This process of reading the progress didn't last long. After all, the interstellar communication system was already undefended, so the refinement process wasn't stressful at all. After about half an hour, the notification of the devouring system rang in Yixian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refinement success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level: 5th order satellite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the superbrain fragment. Current level: infant. Chapter 3037. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I want to fall in love with you. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your personal space communication system has been successfully upgraded. Current level of the star brain: infant. Current level of coverage of the star brain: 1 light-year in diameter. Current level of network communication ability: after connecting, except for connecting and merging with the star brain of the same level, the star brain of the same level can be invaded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered the star brain's central frequency. Type microLAN. Star brain's level: normal. Do you want to connect immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered the star brain's central frequency. Type microLAN. Before Yixian could recover from his shock, a series of system notifications sounded out in his mind once again. Obviously, the notifications were because the fragment of his personal space communication system, which was the main control center of his space communication system, had been upgraded, which led to the upgrade of his personal space communication system. After the upgrade, the active search range of Yixian's personal space communication system had increased from 1 light-month to 1 light-year. This was definitely a huge improvement, which would be of great significance to his search for the origin of Devouring in the future. As for the star brain central frequency mentioned by the last 2 notifications, if he was not mistaken, It should be the signal of the star brain's central frequency sent out by some of the slave fleets of the first universe that were wandering around this space graveyard. Yixian simply ignored them. At this moment he didn't have the time to pay attention to those small fries. All his attention was focused on the mighty bright silver starry sky fortress in front of him. Although the butterfly fortress belonged to Shan Bo, Ying Tai could be considered half a master. Therefore she had a lot of control over it. Before Ying Tai walked out of the butterfly fortress, she had completely erased all the important and sensitive information, including everything related to herself and the heavenly legacy race. As a mystic light realm upper echelon of the heavens legacy race and half of the master of the butterfly transformation, it was easy for Ying Tai to do all this without leaving any traces. Even the devouring system and Yixian's personal communication system, the immortal grade superbrain that acted as the central control center of the artificial intelligence, couldn't detect anything. It was precisely because of this that even though Yixian had completely refined this universal fortress and made it his personal property, Yixian had learned nothing about the original designation of this universal fortress or any other important information related to the Heaven's legacy race. The devouring system immediately informed him of this. Although Yixian felt a little regretful, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. After all, this refinement had not only given him a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but he had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation base. His personal starry sky communication system had also been upgraded. All of this was a huge surprise. Even if it was a little regretful, it was still acceptable. Since he had refined it into his own universal fortress, he naturally had to give it a designation immediately. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous for such a huge fortress to not even have a designation. Yixian immediately fell into deep thought. After a while, an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that he had obtained this universal fortress in the graveyard of lightning. Since that was the case, what better designation would be better than Thunderbolt? Thunderbolt was domineering and resonated with his ability to command all the lightning in the world. Could not be more perfect. Yixian was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. From now on, this universal fortress belongs to me, Yixian. I bestow upon you the name of Thunderbolt. Amidst his laughter, Yixian waved his hand and stored Thunderbolt into his undying world in an instant. Although Yixian did not obtain too much information about the Tianji race from this universal fortress, Yixian completely understood some of its basic situation the moment he refined it. There were 9,999 AI androids with different functions and models in the entire space fortress. They were classified as maintenance androids, service androids, technical androids, and so on. The intelligent systems of all the robots were tied to Thunderbolt's central superbrain. After Yixian refined Thunderbolt's central superbrain and branded it with his personal starry sky communication system, these intelligent robots all regarded him as their master. The effect was even better than a slave imprint. But of course, among these intelligent robots, it was also possible for true self-awareness to be born. From that moment on, they would break away from the category of intelligent robots and become a new member of the machine race. All the members of the machine race were born from this. In the base camp of the machine race, they even had a set of special functional systems that were specially used to induce the robots to develop self-awareness. However, only special types of intelligent robots with great potential and value could receive the benefits of this system. Ordinary maintenance robots and service robots obviously did not have this opportunity. But even with this kind of free-range method, some intelligent robots would occasionally be lucky enough to develop self-awareness and evolve into true members of the machine race. This would require Yixian to observe and pay more attention in the future. Otherwise, once one of his mechanical servants was born with self-awareness, this would undoubtedly be equivalent to burying a time bomb. In the end, it wouldn't be a good thing. But all this was not something that needed to be considered now. The birth of true robots was not that simple and casual. After Yixian put away Thunderbolt's starry sky fortress, he glanced around and immediately fixed his eyes on Ying Tai. This woman was currently the most troublesome problem for him. First of all, I need to make one thing clear. I am not that Prince Xian. I am just a demon. Therefore you better not follow me. Otherwise, you will fall into the hands of the Tianji race sooner or later. After pondering for a while, Yixian tried to persuade Ying Tai to leave. Although this Thunderbolt graveyard is some distance away from the wormhole that leads to the third universe, With your cultivation that has surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm, I believe that before the follow-up forces of the Tianji race arrive, no one will be able to stop you. So hurry up and leave. Otherwise it will be too late. Kakik. You little sweetheart. Although you are still trying to trick me with words, at least you are worried about me. At least I didn't travel hundreds of millions of miles to find this place for nothing. Ingtai didn't take Yixian's persuasion to heart at all. Instead, she laughed once again, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. My dear, your concern makes me suddenly feel like I've found the sweetness of a butterfly's love. For this reason, I won't mention the part where you changed your heart before. We can start over. I have decided to follow you. If you don't go back, I will stay here with you. Chapter 30-38. Stop and rob. Falling in love? Transforming into a butterfly? Grand and spectacular? As Yixian mulled over these words, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he felt that this woman in front of him was definitely a huge problem. However, she was a human, and it wasn't easy for Yixian to kill her. Furthermore, her cultivation was so high. If she was determined to stick to Yixian, there was probably no way for him to get rid of her. What the F***ck? How did he end up with such a huge problem? That Prince Xian really wasn't a good person. Why did he have to provoke such an existence for no reason? As Yixian muttered to himself, his mind quickly turned. No matter what, he had to get rid of this woman. Otherwise, with her by his side, even if the Tianji clan was made up of a bunch of idiotic robots, they would know that he was related to that so-called Prince Xian. They wouldn't care if this woman mistook him for someone else. She was Prince Xian's fiancée. How could she mistake her future husband for someone else? Although this matter could be explained, the key point was that even if it was explained, people who shouldn't have been paying attention would still be attracted. This wasn't good for Yixian. After hearing this woman mention it twice, Yixian already knew that the 11th realm after the Heavenly Passage realm was originally called the Mystic Light realm. This woman was a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm. Under the circumstances where he couldn't attack her, Yixian originally had no chance of getting rid of her. However, that was in the past. As for now, Yixian's system title had been upgraded to the 3rd level of the Interstellar Explorer. He had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. To him, getting rid of a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm wasn't difficult at all, even if it was a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm. Thinking of this, Yixian's gloominess immediately dissipated. He had just obtained this ability and was planning to test it out. I'll say the same thing again. I'm not Prince Xian. You've got the wrong person. So don't follow me. You won't be able to keep up. If you don't believe me, I'll walk out of the Lightning Tomb right now. I don't want you to think that I used the Lightning Tomb's geographical advantage to shake you off. In order to make the other party give up, Yixian put in a lot of effort. As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced at Ingtai. Then he took a step forward. With just one step, he was already out of the Thunder Grave. His figure appeared in the void of the universe outside the Perilous Land. At the same time that he walked out, the lightning barrier at the edge of the Thunder Tomb had already been removed by Yixian with a thought. Therefore, Ingtai also stepped forward. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Yixian with a provocative expression. She seemed to be saying, "Fine, can't you get rid of me? Let's see how you do it." He appeared to be extremely confident. Unfortunately, Yixian was clearly more confident than her. I've said it before. Getting rid of you is as easy as pie. Sensing the provocation in the other party's eyes, Yixian's competitive spirit was also aroused. It was not a pleasant feeling to be looked down upon by a woman. At least he did not like it. This kind of self-righteous woman should be given a hard slap in the face. She would naturally know what was good for her after being slapped in the face. Thinking of this, Yixian grinned and immediately ordered the Devouring system to start the interstellar coordinate jump immediately. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system's notification rang in Yixian's mind. Ding! System confirmed. Interstellar coordinate jump ready. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The jump has started. Whoosh! A weak sound broke through the air. From above Yixian's head, a small crack suddenly appeared in the void. An aura that was exactly the same as Yixian's own blood essence poured out. It instantly pulled his body and turned into a weak light that disappeared into the crack. Then, without waiting for Ingtai to come back to her senses, the crack in the void instantly closed again. Everything returned to normal. Even with her supreme cultivation, she could not catch the slightest trace of it. In the blink of an eye, Yixian's figure had completely disappeared. All of this was obviously beyond Ingtai's expectations. Her confident face finally changed at this moment. She cried out involuntarily. "It has nothing to do with the lightning tomb. It's not teleportation. And it's not teleportation. What kind of method is this? How did he do it? Why do I have the illusion that he has gone to the other side of the universe in an instant? Traversing across a universe plane? How is this possible? The ultimate prince of the human race's eternal dynasty is indeed not simple. However, if you want to get rid of me like this, you are too naive. I'm afraid you haven't completely understood what the difference between the mystic light realm and the satellite realm means." At the end of her sentence, the shock on Ingtai's face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a calm expression that became more and more interested. Her figure flashed, and she quickly rushed in a direction. It should be this direction. It was not easy to find a feeling. You can't run away from my love of the butterfly. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yixian's figure fell from a crack in the void. The surroundings were dark. This void was where he had imprinted the first interstellar coordinate. In other words, he had already arrived at the black hole of life. The crack in the void above his head instantly closed again. Even if Yixian used his heart to investigate, he could not find any aura related to his blood essence or soul. It was indeed perfect. That show-off woman who called herself Ingtai was probably at a loss at this moment. Yixian grinned and immediately rushed toward the exit of the black hole of life. After all, the other party was a supreme existence at the mystic light realm. Yixian was not sure if she would be able to find any clues to determine the general direction of his jump. Therefore, Yixian had to leave this place as soon as possible to prevent the other party from catching up and exposing the escape coordinates he had left as a trump card. After all, the distance between the black hole of life and the star lightning tomb was not too far, especially for a supreme existence at the mystic light realm. Along the way, some of the void soldiers and generals sensed Yixian's aura and excitedly surrounded him. Yixian stopped for a moment and played with them for a while. However, he did not dare to waste any more time and quickly left the black hole of life. He changed direction and quickly flew away. At the same time, the gears in his mind turned quickly as he thought about his next move. According to his previous plan, the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe had collapsed, and Huegu Lu and Zhuofengtai had been hidden by him. This situation was perfect for Yixian to wander around and find the source of devouring energy and the energy needed for the wild dragon battleship. However, just wandering around alone was not enough. He had to have a space fortress at the very least. Otherwise, it would be too shabby. Although the wild dragon battleship in his hands could be seen, it was too broken. The Black Mosquito battleship and the Black Wind battleship could not be seen, let alone the Thunderbolt battleship. Chapter 3039. Bloodshed. Stop right there. Robbery. Yixian was inexplicably excited at the thought of those domineering words. Back in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star, Yixian had robbed the demonic experts of their spatial pagodas and stole their soul-eating beasts. He had almost gotten addicted to robbing. Who would have thought that he would be able to do it again today? It was inexplicably exciting. It was worth mentioning that the warships and space fortresses of the slave races in the first universe were basically all from the Tianji clan. Therefore, they were the same as the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and other demon scout fortresses. The only difference was that some of the space fortresses had some emblems on their outer walls. Obviously, this type of space fortress was not suitable for robbery. Otherwise, if one were to recklessly send it out to swindle others, they would inadvertently offend the entire slave race. Although Yixian did not care about this, it was not good to rob his own brother's race. However, some space fortresses did not have any emblems on their outer walls. These fortresses looked exactly the same. This type of space fortress could be considered a robbery target. In any case, after robbing it, all they had to do was switch the operators with their own demon slaves. No one would be able to tell anything. As for the matter of the Black Mosquito tribe not having a space fortress in Yixian, as the holy son of the tribe, suddenly obtaining one, when the time came they could just find an excuse to cover it up. Now that the Black Mosquito Star Zone was in chaos, the human elite fleet had just wreaked havoc here and destroyed some of the slave race's warships and space fortresses. When the time came, they could just say that they had accidentally found an ownerless space fortress in the void. The people inside were gone. They had probably escaped. After all, it was an ownerless space fortress. Why couldn't they just pick it up? As long as the slave clan that originally owned this fortress did not notice anything wrong, who would care too much about this matter without the victim's family? As for the success rate of the robbery, that was even less of a problem. In the first universe, the overlords of the Tianji clan were natural mechanical manipulators. They only needed one official clansman to control a huge space fortress. This was something that not even the most powerful scientists of the human race could do. But that was it. Among the other slave races, almost none of them could compare to the human race in terms of warship control or technology. Even the demon race didn't care much about technology, not to mention the half-developed races such as the Oxhead and Horseface races. Meanwhile, the AI core of Yixian's personal space communication system, which was the fragment of the immortal rank space superbrain, had grown to its infancy stage. It was much, much stronger than before. Under these circumstances, Yixian didn't even need to enter the space fortress that was listed as the target of the robbery. He was able to successfully refine the intelligence center of the target through his personal space communication system. At that time, he could completely control the target fortress remotely and temporarily imprison all the existences inside. Then, he could bring people in and take over the sparrow nest. He'd carefully calculated all of this in his mind, and he'd long since come up with a plan. He could be said to be full of confidence. After concealing his figure and presence, Yixian wandered around the void. He didn't dare to approach the Black Mosquito Star Zone. Instead, he searched for targets at the edge of the Demon Star Zone. Although the Black Mosquito Star Zone had the most fleets of the slave races in the first universe, because they were too close together, it was inconvenient to take action. After all, it was a robbery. It was better to look for dark alleys and remote areas. These areas also had fleets of the slave races, but there were fewer of them. But because of this, it was more suitable for Yixian to take action. Soon a fleet entered his sight. This fleet wasn't huge. It only had 2 stellar state ships and a huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The huge fortress looked exactly the same as the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship. Even the huge fortress in Demon Guard 1 Star Dock looked exactly the same. This huge fortress was obviously a standard one issued by the Tianji clan in the first universe. Most importantly, it didn't have any insignia on it. Even if someone stole it, no one would know its origin. That's it. Yixian followed it from afar. After reaching a certain distance, he issued an order to the Devouring system to activate his personal space communication system. He connected to and invaded the internal network of the huge fortress in front of him and refined it immediately. He imprinted the aura of the infant immortal rank superbrain and obtained full control of it. The system quickly responded and continued to act according to Yixian's instructions. Everything was done silently. The biological frequency of the superbrain was invisible. Apart from other superbrains of the same species, no one, no matter how powerful their cultivation was, would be able to detect this frequency fluctuation out of thin air. Otherwise, in the context of space, where experts were as numerous as carps crossing the river, the superbrain wouldn't be suitable to be the star web's main control center for the 3 universes. The entire process was silent and extremely fast. In less than half an hour, Yixian received the system's feedback that everything was done. The entire huge fortress had been refined and became Yixian's personal property. If he wanted to, he could take it into the undying world in his body with a wave of his hand. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he used the Devouring system as a relay and directly issued an order to the huge fortress to destroy the 2 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships that were protecting it. They were in cahoots. If they didn't destroy the 2 stellar-level battleships after taking over the huge fortress, news of this matter would definitely spread. Soon, the superstar destroyer cannon on the huge fortress was activated. Huge energy light beams blasted out from both sides. Due to the close distance, the 2 stellar-level battleships instantly turned into 2 huge fireballs. Not only were the existences in the 2 stellar-level battleships unable to recover from this sudden change of events, but even the experts from the slave race in the huge fortress were probably dumbfounded. Immediately withdraw the authority to activate all space portals and imprison all the enemies in a fixed area. Wait for our own people to pass through before opening the portals and starting the cleanup. After the destruction of the 2 stellar-level battleships, Yi Xian immediately issued a new order. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Dongshu shuttle in his undying world was activated. A large number of experts walked out from it and rushed into the huge fortress that had already opened up the main passage. Huegu Lu Zuofeng Tai Wang Biao, 1,000 ferocious mosquitoes, and 1,000 powerful soldier ladles. In fact, just the first 3 Origin Realm Supreme existences were enough to crush the experts from the slave race in the huge fortress. Yi Xian didn't even need to use the forces in the Black Mosquito and Black Wind. Chapter 30-40. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Evil Spirit Slime. The interior of this fortress was the same as the Black Mosquito ship. It was divided into 4 levels, and the interior was also constructed using space folding technology. The only difference was that instead of the 10,000 cataclysmic prison, the lower level was a giant insect nest. Space folding technology had been perfected by the Tianji clan of the First Universe for many years. Therefore, even the space fortress, which was assigned to the slave races of the First Universe, used this advanced technology. In the immortal dynasties of the human race, only the warships of the military could use this technology. This fortress was originally called the Evil Spirit, but Yi Xian did not like this name, so with a wave of his hand, he changed it to the Holy Sun. In the future, he would mainly use the identity of the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun to drive this space fortress around and swindle people. The name of the Holy Sun was the most suitable. At this moment, in the center of the spacious plaza on the 2nd level of the Holy Sun, there was a large pile of dark green corpses. It was like a mountain, and at a glance there were at least 10,000 corpses. What surprised Yi Xian was that these corpses were not demonkin, nor were they humanoid life forms. They were actually insects. Their bodies were about the same size as humans, but they were soft-bodied insects that looked like caterpillars. They were dark green all over and had demon-like faces. They looked extremely ferocious. These insect life forms had a very strange name. They were called Evil Spirit Slime. Perhaps it was because their appearance was too ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a kind of greenish-black poisonous liquid. Even among the 100 slave races of the Tianji race in the First Universe, this kind of evil spirit slime was extremely disliked. As for their masters, the Tianji clan, they obviously disliked them even more. This was perhaps the reason why this fleet of evil spirit slime was so lonely, wandering the edge of the Demonkin Star region without any companions. Now, all of the evil spirit slimes inside the Saint Child had been wiped out, turning into over 10,000 corpses that were piled up in a pile. In fact, there was no lack of experts among them. It was said that the strongest existences were 2 black hole stage 9 evil spirit slimes. However, in the face of the powerful army that Yi Xian had sent out, they were still easily annihilated. However, there was a nest in the saint's hold. It looked like a beehive and was packed with slime eggs. What a strange race. They built their nest on a bastion ship. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there were at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of evil spirit slime eggs in the lower cabin. Each of them was only the size of a human head. They were all packed together and had yet to hatch. If someone with trypophobia entered the lower cabin and saw this scene, they would probably go crazy on the spot. Just as Yi Xian was about to give the order to burn all the slime eggs in the hold, the notification from the Devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. This time, the contents of the notification completely stunned Yi Xian. The surprise came so quickly that he could not believe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered Crystal of the Fairies. Crystal of the Fairies, the crystallization of the power of the evil spirit slime. It is a natural life energy that can be absorbed by the world's insects. Do you want to collect it immediately? Crystal of the Fairies? The crystallization of the power of the evil spirit slime? How could the crystal of such an ugly soft-bodied reptile have the nerve to use such a grand name like the Crystal of the Fairies? This was the first thought that flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Although it was a little unbelievable, he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. None of this was important. The most important thing was that this unexpected success had finally led to the discovery of the energy source that could allow the world's insects to continue to reproduce and evolve. From the looks of it, The hundreds of millions of evil spirit slime eggs in the hold of the Holy Sun absolutely could not be burned. There were only about 10,000 evil spirit slime corpses in front of him, so there was a limit to the amount of crystal of the fairies that could be harvested. With the gigantic insect nest in the hold of the Holy Sun, Yixian would be able to obtain an endless supply of crystal of the fairies as more and more evil spirit slime hatched in the future. In this way, as the world's insects continued to grow, the evolution and growth of the Long Yixian fortress would also slowly enter the fast lane. When the Long Yixian fortress grew into an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, Yixian would be able to drive it around the 3 dimensions of the universe. A life fortress that could rapidly repair itself at any time anywhere was simply too weak compared to an interstellar fortress of the same level. With this kind of excitement, Yixian immediately gave the order to collect the crystal of the evil spirit slime corpses. This scene was indeed too bloody, so he couldn't bear to watch it. He turned around and walked into a passage in the plaza. Half an hour later, 10,000 crystal of the fairies were gathered together and handed to Yixian. The crystal of the fairies were only a type of small red crystal. Moreover, they were extremely small, sparkling and translucent. They looked about the same as a pomegranate, and the largest one was slightly smaller than a pinky nail. 10,000 crystal of the fairies were only a small bag, so it was not very eye-catching. Yixian didn't bother to look at them in detail. Apart from keeping 10 of the largest crystal of the fairies as samples, he put them in a small box and threw them into his undying world. The rest of the fairies were all tossed to the Devouring system, allowing it to transfer them to the Long Yixian fortress for the world's insects to absorb. He believed that not long after, the world's insects would be able to revive and evolve once again. As for the pile of evil spirit slime corpses, Yixian didn't let them go to waste. He immediately took out his Devil Bloodstar Tears sword. After 5 fusions, not only did the Devil Bloodstar Tears sword reach the epic grade of Starry Sky, it even gave birth to a Devil Bloodsword spirit. This kind of flesh energy was a great supplement for the Devil Bloodsword spirit. The moment it was taken out, Yixian heard the Devil Bloodsword spirit's cheerful buzzing sound coming from the Devil Bloodstar Tears sword. Following that, the Devil Bloodstar Tears sword was controlled by the Devil Bloodstar Tears sword. It turned into a ray of blood light and plunged into the small mountain of evil spirit slime corpses. The entire mountain of corpses withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Devil Bloodstar Tears sword had absorbed such a large amount of flesh energy several times now. According to Yixian's estimation, if there were no accidents, the Devil Bloodstar Tears sword was not far away from leveling up. Now it was already at the Starry Sky epic grade. If it went one step further, it would be at the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. Owning a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade combat weapon was absolutely the dream of any expert. But because of this, it would take a long time to reach the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. After all, it wasn't easy to reach the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. Chapter 3041. Various concurrent positions. The entire Demonkin Star region, especially the Black Mosquito Star region where the Black Mosquito tribe was located, did not return to normal after the departure of the elite human fleet from Naples. After all, the large and small fleets of the 100 servant races from the first universe had not gathered here because of the arrival of the human race's fleet. Their purpose was to search for and capture Prince Xian of the human race's everlasting dynasty. As long as Prince Xian was not caught, they could not leave so casually, even if it was to curry favor with the celestial legacy race or to do it half-heartedly. Yixian had been in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb for a period of time. During this period of time, everything that had happened in the Black Mosquito star field had already spread throughout the entire first universe. The complete destruction of the Black Mosquito tribe's main star, the unexpected fall of the demon race's imperial city's first high priest, Wenxing, and the huge loss of the servant fleet. This news was extremely shocking to the hundreds of slave races in the first universe. The Devil Imperial planet was especially shaken. It was said that after the news that Chief Priest Wenxing was blown into pieces by the flagship of the human elite fleet was sent back, the furious roar of Devil Emperor Mo Wention was heard from the depths of the Devil Imperial city. Wenxing was the favorite of the Devil Emperor, a supreme existence of the heavenly passage realm. How could Mo Wention not be angry when he died in such a sullen manner? However, if he were to find out that Wenxing was hiding another secret identity as a human spy under the high priest of the imperial city, What would the demon emperor think? Yixian didn't care about any of this. He was already rushing towards the black mosquito domain from the edge of the demon domain with the saint. Along the way, Yixian found a hidden void and took out the two space fortresses, the black wind and the black mosquito, from the undying world within his body. This included the Dongshu shuttle. The reason for this was naturally to free up manpower to enter the saint. With his current status, not only had he become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, but because Wufengtai and Hui Gulei had already been shelved by him, Yixian had already privately put on the two high hats of temporary Great Commander and temporary High Priest on his head. In short, in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, he was the one with the highest authority. Under such circumstances, the Holy Sun would basically be his personal fortress in the future, and there was no possibility of him handing it over to the tribe. Since that was the case, he naturally needed to keep some forces in the fortress. However, including the 1,000-man battalion led by Gue Hai Dao in the Dongshu shuttle, and the other 5,000-man battalions led by Cong Qingyu and the others, he did not dare to move a single one of the 6,000 scouts. He continued with his original arrangements. After all, these guys were all from the Demon Scout Corps, so they couldn't be exposed. The appearance of a wretched mosquito slayer in the Demonkin star system was already quite risky. If more came out, something bad would definitely happen. The higher-ups of the demon slaves like Nabashan, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito couldn't show themselves either. Other than that, he even sent Wufengtai and Hui Gulei into the Dongshu shuttle so that they could stay with Gue Hai Dao's army of 1,000 slaves and guide them so that they could improve their cultivation and grow as quickly as possible. They would definitely be of great use in the future. However, the dozens of subordinates following the two were left in the saint by Yixian. After all, they had been planted with the slave seal, and there was no problem of them dying in the light. With their presence, the news of Hui Gulei and Wufengtai's death could be confirmed. No one would doubt it. These guys were the trusted subordinates of the two for many years. Yixian also didn't move the 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles in the Dongshu shuttle. However, he transferred 1,000,000 mosquito beasts and 10,000 soldier ladles from the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship to the Saint. At the same time, he also moved the 8-star ladles and all the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles to the second level of the Saint. In this way, the two lower levels of the Saint were allocated. The bottom level was a nest of the evil slime, and the second level was for the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. Yixian wouldn't open the access to these two levels, so no one was allowed to enter or leave. As for the top level, it was naturally for him to use. As for the third level, there was a living area for the demon dwellers, which was enough to accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. Yixian planned to arrange for all the demon dwellers who controlled the saint to stay there. Of course, these thousands of demon dwellers had to be temporarily recruited. Fortunately, the Black Mosquito tribe still had 9 demon dwellers planets. The higher-ups had all been planted with slave imprints, so it wouldn't be a problem to recruit a few hundred demon dwellers on each demon dweller planet. Yixian would be able to recruit all 3,000 demon dwellers in one go. After doing all of this, he immediately stored the Void Hole shuttle and the Black Mosquito ship into the undying world within his body. Just as he was about to store the Black Wind as well, a thought flashed through Yixian's mind. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some unresolved matters within the Black Wind that he needed to deal with. To be precise, there were 2 matters. Firstly, the 1,000 over-elites of the Wanluo Federation who didn't manage to escape in the bottom level of the Wanluo prison, including Prince Xian. Secondly, the Black Wind ship's guardian demon beast, the Black Wind Beast. The Black Wind Beast wasn't in a hurry. Although the Black Wind ship was the main flagship of the Demon Dweller's scout army, the guardian demon beast was stronger than the Black Mosquito ship's Li Mosquito. Like Ba Chai, it had reached Black Hole Realm level 9. However, the Black 9's strength was nothing to Yixian now. Either the 8-star Wang Biao or Prince Xueben would be able to suppress it immediately. It wasn't good for this demon beast to show itself. He could just find some time to deal with it or subdue it. After all, it was locked up in the demon nest of the Black Wind ship and couldn't come out at all. As for the 1,000 over-elites of the Federation at the bottom level of the Black Wind ship, it seemed like it was time to check on them. There were more than 10,000 people locked up in the Black Wind ship's Wanluo prison. When Yixian refined the Black Wind ship, he only released close to 10,000 people, and didn't release the remaining 1,000 because of Prince Xian. He couldn't possibly leave him alone, right? That would be too obvious. As for the 1,000 over-elites of the Federation, Yi Xian planned to release them after returning to the third universe. Everything would be based on the Black Mosquito ship's model, so there was no need to worry. The key was that Prince Xian. Although Yi Xian didn't have any enmity with him, ever since he obtained the level 9 gene cultivation fluid from the Undying Star, and found a drop of undying ancestral dragon blood in it, he had coincidentally swallowed it in front of Prince Xian in the Wanluo prison. The conflict between the two could no longer be resolved. They were destined to be on opposite sides. This time, the arrival of the human race's elite fleet from Naples in the first universe already showed that Prince Xian's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Yi Xian could deal with the other 1,000 over-elites of the Federation a little later, but it was better to deal with Prince Xian as soon as possible. Chapter 3042. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Immortal Blood Crystal. It seems that the Black Wind still has close to 100,000 void soldier ladles. I hope that guy has been scared to death so that I won't have to make a move. Yi Xian sighed and muttered to himself as he stepped into the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. Among the 100,000 void soldier ladles, there were 5,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star general ladles. Of the 1,000 void soldier ladles that Yi Xian brought into the Dongshu shuttle, there were 200 void soldier ladles from the 4th realm to the 8th realm. In addition, of the 10,000 void soldier ladles that moved from the Black Wind to the Saint, there were 2,000 Black Hole Realm soldiers. In other words, there were close to 90,000 void soldier ladles in the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. Among them, there were close to 3,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star general ladles. There were only slightly more than 1,000 Federation elites still imprisoned in the myriad cataclysm. Although there were Black Hole Realm elites among them, there were only 6 or 7 of them. Moreover, they were only at the early stages of Black Hole Realm level 1 to level 3. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured. Under such circumstances, facing such a terrifying army of soldiers with terrifying numbers and strength, the 1,000 or so elites of the Federation had probably spent every day in fear ever since they moved in and started living together with them. Fortunately, the pillars of the cage were strong enough to give them a weak sense of security. However, with the Void Soldier's good teeth, Yi Xian wasn't sure if the pillars of the cage would be able to withstand it. It was only now that he realized that this was only the second time he had entered the Myriad Cataclysm in the Black Wind's Myriad Cataclysm. After releasing the 10,000 Federation elites, he hadn't gone back to take a look. He didn't know if Prince Xian and the others were still alive. At this thought, Yi Xian's expression turned strange. In an instant, he appeared in the prison guard's living quarters at the edge of the Black Wind's Myriad Cataclysm. There were void soldier ladles everywhere. Although the Heaven's Legacy race's space fortresses all use space-folding technology, the Myriad Cataclysm was only so big. It was still a little crowded for 100,000 void soldier ladles to enter. Seeing Yi Xian and feeling the aura of the Mother Marrow that was being emitted from his body, the void soldiers immediately let out a light cry of joy. They all crawled over and followed behind Yi Xian as they walked towards the cage area of the Myriad Heaven prison. After Yi Xian released the 10,000 Federation elites, the rest of the cataclysm were all gone. Refining the Black Wind would be able to achieve this. Seeing Yi Xian cataclysm again, the 1,000 Federation elites were all taken aback at first, but then they realized something. Their faces contorted in shock, but there was also a hint of doubtful joy in their eyes. Yi Xian cataclysm had mixed in with the 10,000 escapees and left with them. He had used the Devouring system to retract the pillars of the Myriad Cataclysm and open the Myriad Cataclysm. Thus, these people had no idea that Yi Xian cataclysm, the young man who had been captured in the Black Wind's Myriad Cataclysm, was actually the perpetrator of that inexplicable amnesty. But now they understood everything. Moreover, Yi Xian cataclysm had appeared here again, and the 100,000 terrifying black beetles around him were like pets, joyfully following behind him. There was no longer any suspense. This young man had already taken control of the Black Wind and possessed an incomparably powerful foundation. Just these black beetles alone were enough to sweep through a small country. This was also the reason why they were so happy. After all, they were all on the same side. Perhaps Yi Xian cataclysm's arrival represented their freedom. But at the same time, when they thought about how Yi Xian cataclysm hadn't appeared for such a long time, they realized that if he wanted to release them, he would have done so long ago. That was why, amidst their joy, they were also incomparably nervous and doubtful. Yixian Cataclysm didn't pay any attention to all of this. His gaze swept towards the cage where Prince Xian was, and then his expression changed abruptly. Out of the 1,000 over cages, the rest were undamaged. Only Prince Xian's cage had a large chunk of 10 thick black pillars eaten away, and a large hole had appeared on one side of the cage. It was large enough for a Black Hole Realm soldier to enter. Inside the cage, apart from some bloodstains on the ground, that Prince Xian was already gone. Eaten by the soldier? But why did it only eat him? The other 1,000 over people were clearly fine. With this doubt, Yixian Cataclysm subconsciously turned his head to look at the other cages around him. There was a questioning look in his eyes. The expressions of these people also became strange. They clearly understood what Yixian Cataclysm meant and then carefully spoke one after another. That guy is a lunatic. He deserves to be eaten by bugs. Since that day, that guy hasn't had a moment of peace. It's rare for him to shut up, but he only takes a break. At most, after 2 hours, he immediately starts scolding again. Not only are we annoyed, but even these bugs are annoyed by him. After scaring him a few times to no avail, they simply gnawed a hole, crawled in, and swallowed him whole. He's a complete lunatic. He keeps saying that he's Prince Xian. Who? How can the prince of our human race's everlasting dynasty be like this? What a shrew. As these words entered his ears, Yixian slowly opened his mouth wide. At first he was shocked, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end he was extremely emotional. This was truly a case of retribution for being cheap. Back then Yixian had been scolded so badly by him that he almost killed this brat on the spot. Who would have thought that in the end this brat would still die because of his cheap mouth? But then again, just based on this cheap mouth alone, no one would believe that he was Prince Xian of an everlasting dynasty. This was good too. At least this way, the everlasting dynasty's royal family's reputation would be preserved. Otherwise, once this matter spread through the other Federation elites in the Myriad Cataclysm, the entire royal family would be humiliated. Just as Yixian was thinking about this, a Black Hole Realm 7-star general suddenly crawled out from among the soldiers behind Yixian, and went straight to Yixian. After chirping lightly twice, it opened its mouth and spat out a fiery red crystal. This red crystal was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it was sparkling and translucent. It vaguely emitted an aura similar to that of the immortal ancestral dragon's blood that Yixian had refined. Yixian's expression changed slightly. Like a conditioned reflex, he moved as fast as lightning and instantly put the crystal back into his body. Fortunately, this general's body was huge and blocked in front of him. As such, those Federation elites in the 1,000-odd cages didn't see the crystal appear. At the same time, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, just as he had expected. Chapter 3043. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio Demonic Mutation. Yixian immediately left the Black Wind, ignoring the thousands of Federation elites who were still in their cages. After all, it was safe here, and he had no intention of explaining anything, so there was no need for him to say anything. After keeping the Black Wind into his undying world, he immediately returned to the command cabin on the top floor of the Saint. After giving the order to continue heading to the Black Mosquito Star Zone, he immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. The immortal blood crystal that he had just obtained was clearly the crystallization of the bloodline of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Legend had it that the immortal divine dragon's bloodline flowed within the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. After obtaining that drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood, Yixian had confirmed this legend. He also knew that the divine dragon's bloodline that flowed within the Immortal Dynasty's royal family came from the golden divine dragon of the primordial era. After Prince Xian was swallowed by the 7-star General Ladle, his flesh, clothes, and even the treasures he carried with him were probably all digested. The Void Soldier Ladle could even eat through the universe, let alone these things. However, the golden divine dragon's bloodline in his flesh and blood seemed to have been purified and condensed into an immortal blood crystal. Perhaps the 7-star General Ladle knew that the divine dragon's bloodline in his flesh and blood was good stuff, but it was too thin. Therefore, it purified it and created this item. Moreover, The divine dragon's bloodline that the immortal dynasty's royal family had somehow obtained gradually thinned with each generation. At the same time, it was also imprinted with the changes left behind by the royal family's supreme experts. Therefore, this immortal blood crystal had two meanings to Yixian. First, by absorbing it, Yixian's divine dragon's bloodline would improve further. Second, because the blood crystal was imprinted with the bloodline aura of the royal family's supreme experts, once Yixian merged it into his own bloodline, he would transform into the real Prince Xian. Although he would not be that person, his bloodline would definitely be that of the immortal dynasty's royal family. Perhaps even the imperial preceptor of the immortal dynasty, the heir, would not be able to deny this. The divine dragon aura in the blood crystal was not very strong. Although it had some effect on the evolution of Yixian's divine dragon bloodline, it was not very effective. However, the latter was more powerful. As long as this was realized, Yixian would no longer need to hide from the search of the immortal royal family. He could openly return to the third universe, and from then on, he would truly be Prince Xian. As for appearances and the like, in this current flourishing age of cultivation, even the weakest meteor tier 1 could easily conceal their figure or change their appearance. There was really no one who would be too conflicted about this point. This was the final trial after all. He couldn't even reveal his identity as a member of the royal family. It was only natural for him to change his appearance. Since he was used to this appearance, he was too lazy to change it back. After all, Prince Xian had used this appearance to become famous in the 3 universes. In order to take care of the feelings of his fans, it was reasonable to continue using this appearance. Replacing Prince Xian was an extremely shocking idea. However, because of the existence of this blood crystal, everything became possible. Yixian was not greedy for riches and honor. Instead, he wanted to grow. It was obvious how much power a prince had. He only wanted this kind of power because it was extremely convenient for him to search for the devouring origin and other cultivation resources. The blood crystal, which was only the size of a pigeon egg, quickly melted and merged with Yixian's flesh. A piercing pain spread from his bone marrow to the surface of his skin. It was a piercing pain that existed in every single cell of his body. It was the same feeling as when he had used the divine dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique to temper his body in the corpse pool. However, because of his previous foundation and the fact that the divine dragon bloodline in this blood crystal was not very rich, the piercing pain was much less than the previous time. However, for some reason this time only the area between his eyebrows, where Yixian had activated the demonic soul pupil after refining the demonic soul spirit that had turned into a little jade rabbit, was especially painful. It was not inferior to the previous time. Fortunately, this was the only part of his body where the pain was so intense, so it was not unbearable. The entire process of refining the blood crystal did not take long. It was over in less than 10 minutes. Yixian opened his eyes. At this moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level: Satellite level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the giant dragon body tempering technique. Current level: Growth level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the golden divine dragon bloodline mutation. Direction of mutation: Demonic torch dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutated demonic dragon bloodline special ability, Demonic Dragon's Gaze. Current level: Beginner level. As the series of system notifications sounded one after another, Yixian fell into a daze again. The leveling up of his cultivation was within his expectations. The only thing he was a little surprised about was that he had leveled up twice in a row. However, when he thought about it, not only did the blood crystal contain the divine dragon bloodline, but it also contained the aura of the bloodline imprint, left behind by generations of supreme masters. After absorbing it into his body, it was normal for him to level up twice in a row. In addition, the leveling up of the giant dragon body tempering technique from the beginner level to the growth level was also within his expectations. What truly shocked him was the mutation that had occurred during the advancement of the dragon bloodline. Leveling up? It sounded like a good thing, and when the system mentioned this, it also used the word congratulations, which was a great blessing. Thinking about the abnormal pain of the demon soul pupil between his eyebrows, Yixian felt that the so-called bloodline mutation this time was most likely related to the demon soul pupil. After his giant dragon bloodline had leveled up into the demonic dragon bloodline, he had obtained the demonic dragon bloodline special ability called the demonic dragon's gaze, which happened to be related to his eyes. Therefore, this point was basically confirmed. The words demonic torch dragon reminded Yixian of a primordial legend. In primordial legends, dragons could be regarded as a kind of supreme divine beast, and there were actually many kinds of them, each with their own characteristics and different powers, such as the winged dragon, horn dragon, jiao dragon, horn dragon, and so on. The golden divine dragon was powerful, but in some primordial legends, there was a kind of dragon that was even more powerful than the golden divine dragon. It was called the demonic dragon, the underworld dragon, or the torch dragon. In the legends, the torch dragon was also known as the Zhuyin, the Hui dragon, or the torch dragon. Its image was said to be that of a dragon with a human face. It held a candle in its mouth, illuminating the darkness in the northwest where there was no sun. Legend had it that its power was extremely great. When it opened its eyes, the sky was bright, which was the day. When it closed its eyes, the sky was dark, which was the night. Its eyes were the light. Its eyes were the light. It was a simple sentence, but the aura and majesty it displayed was enough to make one's heart tremble. When it opened its eyes, it was the day, and when it closed its eyes, it was the night. The whole world, such a big world, was decided by the simple opening of a living creature's eyes. This kind of saying was almost exaggerated and too mysterious. Chapter 3044. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. Goodbye to the ferocious mosquito emperor this time. Yixian had gained a lot. As a result, he, who had been pleasantly surprised recently, couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. His cultivation had reached the 8th stage of the satellite realm, and he only needed to advance one more stage to reach the full circle of the realm. After that, he would reach the 4th major realm, the planet realm. Even a rocket wouldn't be that fast. Obtaining the identity of the immortal royal bloodline had resolved the crisis in front of him. Yixian could openly return to the 3rd universe at any time. After returning, there would be many benefits. Using the identity of Prince Xian, it wouldn't take long for him to find the origin of engulfment to reap the rewards. More importantly, he had obtained the demonic dragon bloodline ability. He immediately looked inside and checked his mind. The golden scale that represented the inheritance of the golden dragon bloodline had indeed turned black and gold. It seemed more mysterious, thick, and ancient. Judging from its black and gold color, Yixian most likely possessed the bloodlines of the demonic dragon candle dragon and the golden dragon. This could be inferred from the fact that he possessed the dragon tempering technique and the demonic dragon's gaze, 2 different bloodline abilities of the dragon clan. This sudden fortuitous encounter changed Yixian's thoughts rapidly. He had decided to stay in the 1st universe because he wanted to find the origin of engulfment and an energy source that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The latter had been resolved. As for the former, after obtaining the identity of Prince Xian, returning to the 3rd universe to search would obviously be faster than searching here. In addition, the problem of Prince Xian's identity no longer existed. Therefore, Yixian suddenly had the thought of leaving. Of course, there were still some things that he had to do before leaving. First, he had to try to search for information about the origin of engulfment in the 1st universe. His personal star communication system had been upgraded to the growth stage, and it had entered the growth stage of the star superbrain. Its search radius had increased to a light year, and its functions had greatly increased. Yixian could try to secretly connect to the star network of the demonic emperor planet, which was the star network of the Tianji race, and see if he could find anything. In addition, before leaving, he had to visit the mosquito race planet once. Previously, the mad mosquito emperor had given Yixian 2 conditions. His cultivation must be before the origin realm. Also, his mind and art force art studio level art. If he could satisfy these 2 conditions at the same time, then Yixian would be able to return to the mosquito beast star. The mad mosquito emperor had once promised him with his Tao heart that he would give Yixian a great fortune. Although it wasn't because of this matter, it was just to say goodbye. Letting Prince Shueben and the mad mosquito emperor meet again was something that should be done. Originally, there were 2 other places he should go. One was the Holy Demon Forbidden Land, and the other was the Black Hole of Life. However, the former was still too dangerous for him, so he could only postpone this matter. As for the black hole of life, the countless void soldiers were doing well inside, so there was no need for him to make a trip there. If there was a need for him to go there, he could enter the first universe through the wormhole at any time and launch an interstellar coordinate jump. It was very convenient. In addition, Yixian still had some chores to clean up at the Black Mosquito tribe, and that was the dozens of higher-ups of the Black Mosquito 9 stars who had been taken as demon slaves by him. This time, when he returned to Universe 3, he did not know whether to bring them along with him. If he really did that, the entire Black Mosquito tribe would be finished. They would be leaderless. Therefore, after some consideration, Yixian gave up in the end. He would just treat it as a spy he had planted in the first universe. Who knows, it might be of great use in the future. In the end, he decided to go to the Mosquito Beast star first. Then, he would go to the Black Mosquito 9 stars and get 4,000 demon slaves to enter the saint and plant the slave mark. In this way, his 1,000 demon slave team would increase from 6 to 10. A total of 10,000 demon slaves. Just thinking about it was scary. After doing these two things, he would finally go to the demonic Emperor star. He would connect to the Star Network mainframe from afar and launch a search. If there was no result, he would immediately return to Universe 3. After deciding on the itinerary, Yixian immediately gave the order to advance at full speed. Their destination was the Mosquito Beast star. Half a day later, Yixian put away the saint in the distant void. His physical body crossed and entered the atmosphere of the Mosquito Beast star. At that moment he waved his hand and summoned Shuebin from the pet ring. The two of them, one in front and one behind, went straight to the center of the planet. As a supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm, the entire Mosquito Beast star was covered by the Mad Mosquito King's mental energy. He immediately sensed Yixian and Shuebin's arrival and appeared immediately. Then, after seeing Yixian for the first time, his expression changed and he exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Are you on steroids every day, brat? You're almost at the peak of the satellite realm? How many days have you been away?" Yixian was a little proud at first, but after sensing the Mad Mosquito King's aura, he immediately rolled his eyes. "I'm only at the 3rd level. No matter how many levels I have increased, it can't be compared to your breakthrough in the Grotto Heaven realm, right? Last time you were at the 1st level of the Grotto Heaven realm. How long has it been? You're already at the 7th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. You're the one on steroids every day. Hee hee brat, I'm not breaking through, I'm recovering. It's good that I'm in high spirits. Of course it's fast. Then what was your original cultivation level? Mystic Light Realm? Or even stronger?" Yixian took this opportunity to ask again. He had always been curious about the Mad Mosquito King's cultivation. This guy was too mysterious. "Huh, you even know that the 11th level is the Mystic Light Realm? Did you meet someone in the Mystic Light Realm recently?" The Mad Mosquito King immediately exclaimed in surprise. Then as he spoke, he released a strand of mental energy toward Yixian to investigate. When this strand of mental energy came into contact with Yixian's body, he didn't resist. He trusted the Mad Mosquito Emperor quite a bit. At the very least, the mental imprint that the other party had left outside his sea of consciousness had only been able to protect his sea of consciousness. It had never crossed the line and entered his sea of consciousness without permission. In the next second, the Mad Mosquito King suddenly exclaimed, "Golden Dragon Bloodline? Underworld Dragon 9 Bloodline? Desolate Ancient Yaksha Divine Ability? 6th level Mental Energy? And the aura of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. Heavens, this tattoo. Could it be the Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul? No, that's impossible." As the Mad Mosquito King exclaimed one after another, Yixian's body shook violently, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The Mad Mosquito King's mental energy clearly hadn't entered his mind. In fact, it had only touched his body for a moment, but it was as if it could see through Yixian. This was clearly through the faint aura left on Yixian's body by the Mad Mosquito King's bloodline and divine ability. Even that Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon and Prince Xian's fiancée Ying Tai definitely didn't have such an ability. Those two were supreme existences in the Mystic Light Realm. Chapter 3045. Crutchy Xian didn't hide much from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Other than the part about Prince Xian, he basically told the Mad Mosquito Emperor everything. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the most important secrets about the devouring system and the undying world to Yixian. On one hand, the reason why Yixian did this was because he trusted the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and on the other hand it was because he could be considered to have a strong foundation. Even if the Mad Mosquito Emperor was an existence that surpassed the profound light realm, with the headless corpse of an infant, it would be useless for him to scheme against him. In addition, Yixian's honesty had another purpose. He hoped to get some feedback from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Putting aside his cultivation realm, the fact that the Mad Mosquito Emperor was able to recognize the aura of the giant golden dragon and the underworld dragon Ninine, as well as the weeping soul blood ape and the desolate ancient Yaksha, showed just how mysterious he was. He even knew the origin of the headless corpse lamp tattoo on Yixian's chest with a single glance. He even uttered the words Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul in surprise. Was it the Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul corpse? Could it be that this headless infant's corpse is actually the embodiment of the will of the Heaven Tao from the primordial era? But why was it in the form of a baby? Who cut off its head? Also, what was the truth behind the War of the Ancients? If the headless infant corpse was really the will of the Heavenly Tao from the primordial era, then how could it have caused such a destructive war? The powerful beings of the primordial era were divided into two camps. One camp called themselves gods and the other camp was called demons. As the will of the Heavenly Tao of that era, how could it allow this to happen? In fact, all of this had been entangled in Yixian's mind recently. From time to time it would pop up, making him fascinated and subconsciously recall the primordial age. At this moment, with the Mad Mosquito Emperor's abnormal behavior, Yixian felt like he had found the hope of answering all of these questions. As such, he immediately told the Mad Mosquito Emperor about most of his experiences. Then he started to question the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Don't ask about these things. I won't tell you. More accurately, I can't tell you and I don't dare to tell you. At least, before that thing on your chest allows it, you won't be able to get any more information from me. As he spoke, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, whose face was filled with fear and was clearly still in a state of extreme shock, quickly glanced at Yixian's chest before letting out a sigh. You can forget what I said before. It will tell you what to do when the time comes. It will. Go back. I've heard about what happened in the Black Mosquito Star Zone recently. I didn't expect you to be a prince of the human race's everlasting dynasty. Since that's the case, you can't stay here any longer. Once Di of the Tianji clan finds out that he chose you, he'll probably pay any price to capture you. Even if the entire Tianji clan is destroyed, he'll definitely take you down. This matter can't be hidden for long. While Di still doesn't know, leave immediately. As for Xue Ben, speaking of this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor turned his head to look at Prince Xue Ben, who had been silent all this time but was much quieter than before. He seemed to be gradually returning to normal. There was a hint of gentleness in the Mad Mosquito Emperor's eyes. He smiled with relief. Before this, there was only hope for his recovery. Now, I'm absolutely sure that my son will recover his mind in the future, as long as he stays with you. Take him away. You respect him as your elder brother. What is there to worry about? Who would have thought that the bizarre affairs of the world could be so surprising? It's all worth it. So it has already, ha ha ha, laughing loudly. The Mad Mosquito Emperor no longer paid any attention to Yixian and Prince Xue Ben. He turned around and flew into the depths of the mosquito star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The "it" he mentioned at the end was clearly the headless infant corpse. From this, it could be seen that the Mad Mosquito Emperor was indeed aware of the headless infant corpse's origins. This also proved that his origins were not to be underestimated. How could he be in ordinary existence if he was related to the headless infant corpse? Yixian fell into deep thought. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's words made him even more confused. Even the Mad Mosquito Emperor was so afraid of the headless infant corpse. Moreover, it seemed that Di also knew about the headless infant corpse. What was the truth behind all this? Filled with confusion, Yixian immediately left the Mosquito Beast Star with the Bloodben Prince. Then, he circled around the entire Black Mosquito Star region and went to visit all of the remaining Black Mosquito 9 stars. In just 3 days, he had lured 4,000 demon dwellers into the Saint. Moreover, during this period of time, Yixian had used all his strength to condense 4,000 different level slave seals. At this point, all of the devil cultivator experts within the Holy Sun had become his devil slaves. Since he had decided to return to the third universe, he considered that the Black Mosquito tribe could not be leaderless. After all, the higher-ups of the Black Mosquito 9 stars were his people. This had become the secret headquarters that Yixian had left in the first universe. He really couldn't let him decline like this. In addition, the high priest of the imperial capital Wenxing had died. Huegulu had the opportunity to enter the Devil Royal Planet. After all, he was from Wenxing's bloodline. The Devil Emperor Mo Wentian would more or less take care of him for old time's sake. Therefore, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huegulu, and dozens of his trusted subordinates were all released by Yixian. They stayed on the Black Mountain Star. As for the great commanders Wafengtai, Yixian had just decided to take him away. It was a good thing to keep a demon dweller expert of the Fourth Order Origin Realm by his side. Although the 8 stars Wang Biao and Prince Xueben were also in the Origin Realm, it would not be convenient for them to appear often after they returned to the third universe. Wafengtai, on the other hand, looked no different from a human, so he did not have such concerns. After doing all this, the last thing Yixian needed to do in the Demon Dweller Star Zone was to go to the Devil Royal Planet. From the distant void he would invade the star net and connect to the Tianji clan's main net. Then, he would search for news of the engulfing origin. After doing this, he could return to the third universe and return to the human race as Prince Xian. At that time it would definitely be another exciting experience. With this expectation in mind, Yixian immediately left the Black Mosquito Star Zone and quickly rushed to the Devil Royal Star Zone. What he did not know was that on the second day after the Saint ship left the Black Mosquito Star Zone, the Star Zone was once again in turmoil. This time the situation was several times more serious than before. Even the Tianji clan Xingtai, who was in the 11th Profound Light Realm, was alarmed and hurried back to the Black Mosquito Star Zone from the Black Wind Star Zone. Chapter 3046. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The arrival of the human stronghold. The fleet of the human race's immortal dynasty had arrived once again. However, this time even Ingtai, who was at the Mystic Light Realm, didn't dare to act rashly. That's right, she did have a stronghold that was 100,000 meters in diameter in her body. However, Ingtai didn't choose to take out the stronghold to fight against this elite fleet of the human race. This was because she wasn't confident in winning at all. Thus, she could only choose to hide in the dark and observe from afar. This time, the human race's immortal army only had 5 battleships. This was half the number of battleships from last time, but their battle strength was many times greater. The 5 battleships were all strongholds that were 100,000 meters in diameter. In past wars, this level of Starry Sky Fortress was often used to guard the rear and serve as a strategic deterrent. But this time, the Immortal Dynasty had mobilized 5 Starry Sky Fortresses at once. Such a grand display of power even gave Ingtai a fright. This also showed how determined the Immortal Dynasty was this time. They had to find Prince Xian. If he was alive, they had to see him. If he was dead, they had to see his corpse. Perhaps this was why the dynasty had mobilized 5 battleships at once, all of which were 100,000 meters in diameter. Only such a stronghold could enter and leave safely in a dangerous place like the Heaven Lightning Tomb in a short period of time. Even the other cosmic battleships that were 50,000 meters in diameter definitely didn't have this ability. Entering would mean the destruction of the battleship and the death of the people on board. In the human race's technology faction, the high-ranking generals that had the right to command 100,000 meters in diameter stronghold were usually 4-star generals or even 5-star generals. However, this time, the commander of the fleet that had brought these 5 strongholds to the first universe in such a short period of time was still 3-star General Naples. This was clearly a hint that an exception was about to be made. After all, although Naples didn't bring Prince Xian back to the human race last time, he had still found him. It was just that Prince Xian had purposely avoided him for some reason. More importantly, when Naples' fleet encountered the Heaven's Legacy race's interstellar fortress, he immediately made the decision to scatter and flee, and he was the last to leave. This effectively ensured that Prince Xian's information would be successfully sent back. Even if the Tianji race's interstellar fortress launched a pursuit, with the small fortress in Naples resisting from behind, the 9 cosmic universes that had already begun jumping would be able to enter the wormhole in time. In short, this matter vividly displayed Naples' great responsibility and ability as a senior general of the Immortal Army. In addition, after returning, the dynasty's officials immediately reported the news of Prince Xian, allowing the countless fans of the prince in the human race and the Wan Luo Federation to know that the dynasty's military had not only dispatched a fleet but also lost a cosmic universe state and thousands of Immortal Army elites. Furthermore, Prince Xian's whereabouts had been confirmed. He was currently safe. As such, the resentment of the prince's fans gradually dissipated, and the pressure on the royal family was greatly reduced. A high-ranking member of the royal family in charge of the military was overjoyed. As such, it was only natural that he would give Naples a recommendation. It could be said that even if Naples still couldn't bring Prince Xian back to the human race this time, as long as he did something here, preferably a more intense battle and the destruction of 1 or 2 interstellar fortresses, he would still be treated as a hero by the royal family when he returned and would be given an exceptional recommendation. Of course, he wouldn't intentionally cause the destruction of the human race's interstellar fortresses. However, Naples had indeed descended with the intention of causing a huge ruckus. Only a great battle, could bring about the intensity of his desire. With such thoughts in mind, the moment the 5 interstellar fortresses of the human race descended on the Black Mosquito Star Zone, they immediately wiped out more than 10 fleets of the first universe's slave races that were roaming around this star zone. Following that, on the 3rd day, they directly performed a space jump and rushed towards the demonic Emperor planet. Since the destruction of a tribe's main planet didn't hurt the demonic race, then this time they would make an example out of the demonic Emperor planet. The 5 interstellar fortresses would definitely be able to destroy the demonic Emperor city. After all, the demonic race didn't have interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. As for Prince Xian, Naples had originally decided to go to the interstellar lightning grave to rescue him. However, during these 3 days of sweeping, he received news of Prince Xian's reappearance. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief, including a member of the royal family, who was the deputy commander of the fleet. This member of the royal family was the current immortal emperor's younger brother. Prince Xian should call him imperial uncle, and his name was Long Tianba. Among the outstanding princes of the empire who were active in public, the one who supported him was the second prince Long Shumian. As for Prince Xian, he was ranked 18th among the princes. Normally, he wasn't very close to this imperial uncle Long Tianba, let alone on good terms. The reason the latter had followed Naples' fleet to the first universe this time was obviously partly because of the internal strife between the royal families of the Immortal Empire. As for the truth, it was a taboo topic. Ordinary people had no way of knowing, and those who knew some inside information definitely wouldn't talk about it. Yi Xian was even more clueless about all of this. At this moment, he was still on his way to the demonic Emperor planet. It had only been 3 days since he left the Black Mosquito Star Zone. His Saint ship was just an ordinary 10,000-meter-long fortress. Even if it traveled at full speed and jumped through wormholes along the way, it would take at least 7 to 8 days to reach the demonic Emperor planet. What made people speechless was that Yi Xian had left 3 days earlier, but in the end, he fell behind Naples' fleet. On the afternoon of the 7th day, when the Saint ship finally arrived at the demonic Emperor Star Zone, Naples had already been there for half a day. After all, the entire fleet was a 10,000-meter-long fortress. 4 days was enough to travel from the Black Mosquito Star Zone to the demonic Emperor Star Zone. As a result, Ying Tai, who had been following closely behind the fleet in secret, was shaken off by Naples. Although she also had a fortress, it was really inconvenient for her to take it out. With the supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm, it would also take her 5 days to travel from the Black Mosquito Star Zone to the demonic Emperor Star Zone from the Black Mosquito Star Zone, which was only 2 days faster than the fortress. In other words, Ying Tai, who had traveled through space with her physical body, would only arrive the next day. Naples already knew that Prince Xian had left the Black Mosquito Star Zone and was heading towards the demonic Emperor planet. Furthermore, he had most likely already arrived. As such, the 5 human fortresses had all activated their concealment formations before entering this star zone. He had to first collect information and confirm Prince Xian's whereabouts before making a decision. If he could find Prince Xian, there would naturally be no need for a bloody battle. It would be more effective to bring him back immediately. Therefore, the 5 human fortresses quietly lay dormant in space not far from the demonic Emperor planet and secretly collected information. Chapter 3047. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The root of all evil. Similarly, Yi Xian had activated the concealment matrix to enter the demonic Emperor galaxy. His personal interstellar communicator could be accessed within a light-year's range. Therefore, Yi Xian's saint had stopped not far from the demonic Emperor galaxy. The distance between the two was not far, but neither was aware of the other's existence. That was quite a sight to behold. As the saint child slowly came to a stop, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to activate his personal star communication system. He ordered it to use all its strength to search for all the star network signals in the nearby void, and list them out one by one for him to choose who to connect with. The system responded quickly. Ding! Personal interstellar communicator activated. Beginning search for interstellar signals. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Detected interstellar signals. Strength weak. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Detected interstellar communicator. Strength average. Ding! System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Every time the devouring system found an interstellar communicator or interstellar superbrain signal, it would be displayed on the search results list. Yi Xian did not waste any time and began to examine them one by one. Why are these 5 interstellar communicators so strong? Soon, Yi Xian found 5 highlighted objects on the search results list. All of them were interstellar communicators, and they were extremely strong. Interstellar signals were actually interstellar communicators. After all, the central control of the interstellar network was the interstellar superbrain. But there were still differences between the two. The interstellar superbrain could clearly distinguish between the two. Interstellar communicators were usually sent out by the interstellar superbrain that built a large-scale open network on an administrative planet or a larger interstellar domain. Interstellar communicators were specially distinguished and referred to as interstellar communicators. Interstellar communicators were usually local area network signals of warships or space fortresses. An open network could not be accessed from any interstellar network. Otherwise, it would be considered trespassing. In other words, the signals came from either 5 battleships or a bastion. That was to be expected. The Milky Way was full of planets and then battleships. The key was that the signal was so strong. Basically, they must be very close to each other. Or perhaps, the superbrains of these 5 battleships were all at the immortal rank. The latter was obviously impossible, so it could only be the former. However, there was not a single warship in sight around Yi Xian's saint ship. It was obvious that the other party was also in a concealed state. Furthermore, with Yi Xian's immortal rank intercom and his current strength as a juvenile, he would be able to lock onto the general location of the star brain signal of an ordinary battleship or even a space fortress, even if the other party was hidden. However, not only were the 5 star brain waves ridiculously strong, they were also erratic, making it impossible to lock onto them. That's at least 5 cosmic state fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was immediately shocked. The first thing that came to his mind was the Tianji race's ambush. Of course, it could also be the 5 cosmic state fortresses that the Demon Emperor planet and several other fleets of the slave races in the first universe had put together. However, no matter which one it was, one thing was for sure. This had to be related to Yi Xian. This was the first universe. The demons and the slave race's fleets had activated a concealment formation and were lying in wait here. They couldn't have set up a trap for their own people, right? The only person they were targeting was Prince Xian. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? Or could it be that the matter of him killing that mystic light realm Tianji race upper echelon and seizing his silver cosmic fortress had already been exposed? Other than that, Yi Xian couldn't think of any other reason why the other party would make such a big fuss. 5 cosmic state fortresses. They could easily wipe out the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Fortunately, when I entered the Demon Emperor star field this time, I activated the concealment formation before coming here. In addition, as the main control center of the Holy Sun was refined by my personal starry sky communication system, The main control center of the latter is an immortal-grade superbrain that has entered its infancy stage. Therefore, while refining the Saint's main control center, its additional attributes were also improved to a certain extent. It no longer has to fear the signal search of the superbrain in this kind of small fortress. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. While feeling shocked, Yixian couldn't help but secretly rejoice. I'm afraid that the other party would have discovered me as soon as I entered the Demon Emperor planet. When that happens, the 5 cosmic state fortresses will open fire at the same time. If I'm caught off guard, even if I don't die, I'll lose a layer of skin. As he thought of this, a layer of white sweat appeared on his back. In that kind of situation, the Saint would definitely be lost, and he, in his haste, might not have had enough time to activate an interstellar coordinate jump. That would have been a dead end. After a moment of lingering fear, Yixian became even more cautious. He even specially reminded the Devouring system to inform the personal cosmic communication system attached to it, so as to maintain the concealment of the signal as much as possible. However, this time, since he was already here, and he could immediately return to Universe 3 after finishing this last task. At that time, even if his identity was exposed and he had to escape publicly, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, even though Yixian realized that the other party had an ambush and that the 5 small star-level strongholds were in the nearby void, he still didn't give up on his plan to invade the Demon Emperor's star network and use it to invade the next level of the Heavenly Legacy Clan's star network. How could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Moreover, he hadn't even entered the Demon Emperor planet, but was still in the void of the Star River, which was quite a distance away from the Demon Emperor planet. If Yixian didn't even have the guts to do this, then there was no need for him to wander the Star River and seek Tao with his heart. At this time, the signal search of the communication system had been completed. Yixian quickly found the signal of the Demon Emperor planet's starry sky network, and then ordered his personal communication system to immediately connect, infiltrate, and directly use this network to log into the next level of the Tianji clan's main network, and launch a conditional search. This time, the search condition he gave was the origin of Devouring. Considering that the name of the origin of Devouring might be different here, Yixian even described the characteristics of the origin of Devouring in detail. Although the Devouring system knew about this, it wouldn't take the initiative to use it as a search condition, and so it didn't issue an order to the attached communication system. After the order was issued, the communication system immediately executed, easily infiltrating the Demon Emperor planet's starry sky network, and then launching a cross-level invasion. The whole process took about 10 minutes, and Yixian had already received the search results from the Tianji clan's main network. What made him extremely excited was that this time, he had originally planned to make every possible effort, but he didn't expect to receive an unexpected surprise in the end. The suspected origin of the origin of the origin of the origin of Devouring did indeed exist in Universe 1. Chapter 3048. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales that scared this prince to death. Although Yixian had found a place suspected to be the source of the Devouring origin, he had no way of going there to investigate and confirm for the time being. The root of all evil was a danger zone, a dangerous danger zone on the level of a middle plane in the first universe. As for the life black hole and the starry sky thunder tomb that Yixian had already been to, they could only be considered dangerous places on the level of a large star domain. The source of all evil was a level higher than them, and the degree of danger could be seen from this alone. More importantly, the root of all evil was not in the demon-human star field or its surroundings. It was extremely far away, located near the central domain of the first universe. That was also where the Celestial Legacy Race's headquarters was located. Even with the space fortress of 100,000 meters in diameter, traveling day and night at full speed and jumping through wormholes along the way, it would still take at least a month to get there. The reason why the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress had arrived at the Demonkin Star region so quickly was because it happened to be passing by the Demonkin Star region. It had received a command from the Tianji race's main network in the central region of the first universe, so it had quickly rushed over. If the Butterfly Fortress had been in the central domain of the first universe, it probably would not have reached the demon-human star field even if it had traveled at full speed. In addition, although there were many natural wormholes that could be used to jump through during the long journey from the demon-human star field to the central domain of the first universe, Some of the more important wormholes were always guarded by the Celestial Legacy race's main fleets due to their high strategic value. Even if they could force their way through one wormhole, the news would quickly spread. At that time, not only would they not be able to enter the next wormhole, but they would also have to face the encirclement of a massive Celestial Legacy race fleet when they exited the next wormhole. In other words, this trip to the root of all evil in the central domain of the first universe was not only fraught with danger, but also time. The time limit of 1 month was only for the space fortresses of the Celestial Legacy race or their slaves. As a human, Yi Xian could not possibly reach the destination within this time limit. If he could not even enter the wormhole, what was the point? Of course, he could also carry out interstellar travel and give up on jumping through wormholes. He could travel in the normal starry sky and rush there at full speed. However, in that case, it would only take him 3 to 5 years to reach the central region of the first universe. It would be too late. In addition, Yi Xian urgently needed to return to the third universe's science and technology faction to deal with the Immortal Dynasty's matters. Furthermore, it would be much more convenient to search for information about the engulfing origin over there. Therefore, after some thought, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of immediately heading to the Devouring origin. Everything would have to wait until he returned to Universe 3 and confirmed whether he could find the Devouring origin there. Then, he would make a final decision based on the results. In that case, all the affairs in the first universe were basically over. There was only one problem that Yi Xian needed to consider, which was the return trip to the third universe of the human race. He had originally planned to take advantage of the fact that the 5 small fortresses in the nearby galaxies were still unaware of the Saints' arrival before they were exposed, and he had planned to quietly retreat as quickly as possible. However, this idea was destined to be a fool's dream, because the moment he decided to return, a shocking and huge change suddenly occurred in this originally tranquil void of the Saint. Everything happened without warning. Caught off guard, Yi Xian was so shocked that half of his soul flew away. This prince was almost scared to death. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, 5 black death ray energy beams with a diameter of about 20,000 meters appeared from 5 different voids in the distance almost at the same time. When the rapid vibrations of space that seemed to be on the verge of destruction rang out, Yi Xian's hair stood on end. Before he could see the 5 terrifying energy beams, he had already realized what kind of existences the 5 big guys lurking in the void around the Saint were from this unique vibrating sound. How could those be small cosmic fortresses? They were clearly 5 cosmic fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. When the Tianji clan's Silver Fortress fired these destructive death ray cannons, Yi Xian had already memorized this unique vibrating sound. There was no way he could have made a mistake. What was even more frightening was that these 5 terrifying death light beams shot out from different directions. Although their targets were all aimed at the Demon Emperor star that was thousands of kilometers away, Yi Xian's Holy Sun ship just happened to be in front of one of the energy beams that shot out from it. In other words, if he couldn't avoid it in time, the Saint would instantly be destroyed and everyone on board would perish. The 5 death ray energy beams were all 20,000 meters in diameter, while Yi Xian's Saint was only a giant fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. If it was hit, it would definitely be vaporized in an instant. The entire space fortress and everything inside, including Yi Xian, would be completely annihilated. Unfortunately, at this time, he still didn't know where the cosmic fortress that fired these 5 terrifying energy beams came from, or which camp it belonged to. If it came from the Tianji clan, once the Saint was exposed, Yi Xian's fate would actually be no different from being blown to dust by the enemy's cannons. However, he obviously didn't have time to consider this point. A life and death crisis had already descended and was rapidly approaching. No matter what, he had to avoid it. Even if he was exposed, there was no other way. Otherwise, he would die immediately. This death ray energy beam that happened to be fired at the Saint was 20,000 meters in diameter, while the Saint's hull was 10,000 meters in diameter. In other words, if he wanted to avoid it, the Saint only needed to move a distance of 10,000 meters. It could be to the left or to the right. In the context of the stars, a distance of 10,000 meters was really insignificant. However, if a condition was added, that the death ray cannon's energy beam was approaching at an extremely fast speed, then this matter was no longer as simple as it seemed. Could even be said to be gripping. Whether it could succeed or not completely depended on the Saint's reaction speed and a bit of luck. All of this was instantly analyzed in Yixian's mind, and he came to a conclusion. Almost at the same time, his sharp cry rang out, reverberating throughout the entire command cabin on the top floor of the Saint Child. That kind of heart-wrenching urgency made the hearts of those who heard it tremble. "Get out of the way now, Wang." Before he could finish speaking, a faint buzzing sound that had reached an extremely high frequency drilled into his ears. It was clearly the sound of that death ray energy beam brushing past the side of the ship. Chapter 3049. Translator. Nayerbo Studio Editor. Nayerbo Studio caught, rumble. Boom. Before Yixian could recover from his shock, 5 earth-shattering explosions sounded out from the Demon Emperor star that was thousands of kilometers away. As the capital of the demonic imperial race, the demonic imperial planet had its limits no matter how weak it was. At the very least, there was a starry sky defense system and a long-range warning system. Although the energy beams of the death ray cannons were extremely fast, they were thousands of miles away after all. Perhaps the demonic imperial planet had already received a warning and activated the starry sky defense system when they were halfway there. To put it simply, it was a defensive light shield that covered the entire demonic imperial planet, including its atmosphere. This defensive light shield was formed by countless miniature energy base stations that were set up in various places outside the atmosphere of the demonic imperial planet and inside the planet as nodes. They instantly released a terrifying amount of energy and connected together. The 5 earth-shattering explosions were caused by the energy beams of the death ray cannons when they hit the defensive light shield. Generally speaking, when it was necessary to activate this kind of ultimate starry sky defense system, it was basically equivalent to an existential crisis. Therefore, such defensive light shields were all set up at great cost. Moreover, once the defensive light shield was activated, no expense was spared in terms of consumption. In short, everything was given to ensure that its efficacy was maximized. Because of this, when the 5 energy beams hit the defensive light shield that had been successfully activated, they did not instantly penetrate it. After the earth-shattering explosions, the entire defensive light shield lasted for about 2 seconds before it collapsed. Countless energy nodes that had been set up with a terrifying amount of manpower and material resources were turned into trash in less than 3 seconds. However, this short period of less than 3 seconds was enough for the demonic imperial planet. A huge disaster was successfully averted. The death ray cannons in the Starry Sky Fortress were extremely special. Because the energy beams were created by the antimatter light energy generator in the fortress, its biggest characteristic was that it could devour all positive matter, including light. Everything that blocked its path would be wiped out in an instant as if it had never existed. However, this was also the biggest weakness of the death ray cannons. This ability to devour all positive matter was actually achieved through the opposition and melting of positive and negative matter and energy. In other words, if the positive energy in front of them exceeded the total power of the death ray cannon's energy beam, then the energy beam would be cancelled out and disappear quietly, unable to cause any damage or lethality. Although the ultimate space defense system of the demonic emperor planet had been destroyed in less than 3 seconds, the antimatter energy of the 5 death ray cannons had been reduced by almost 80% in those 3 seconds. The moment the defensive light shield collapsed, the 5 energy beams still shot toward the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet within the light shield. They penetrated it and entered the interior of the planet. However, the light beams, which were black to the point of being almost bright, were now so dim that they were about to disappear. With less than 20% of its power left, even if it reached the sky above the city, it would not be able to break through the city's defense system. The commander of the human fortress fleet, Admiral Naples, had already expected all of this. In his opinion, the worst that could happen was to launch another round of attacks. The Starry Sky defense system of the Demon Emperor planet had been completely destroyed. The second round of attacks from the death ray cannons would directly blast into the interior of the planet. If that did not work, there would be a third round. In short, today he had no choice but to show off his wildness here. Of course, this was also because he had just confirmed that Prince Xian, who had rushed over from the Black Mosquito Star, had not entered the Demon Emperor planet through the intelligence gathering and analysis. That was why he dared to do so. Unfortunately, before the order to launch the second round of attacks had been issued, Naples had already seen a demon fortress suddenly appear in the distant void in front of him on the huge holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him. The other party was lucky. Originally, it was blocking the path of the death ray cannon shot from the flagship fortress under his feet. However, in the end, at the most critical moment, it gave up the maintenance of the concealment array formation and unleashed its full strength, narrowly avoiding the kiss of destruction of the death ray cannon's energy beam. Immediately after, Naples recognized this demon fortress. He had already investigated it thoroughly. Although there was no insignia on the ship, he was sure that this was the Saint. "Damn it, I almost killed Prince Xian." Admiral Naples's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Then, his body shook violently as he immediately issued a new order. His roar was like thunder. "All fortresses, listen up. Surround him immediately. At the same time, activate the fortress-level space oscillation. Increase the power to the maximum. This time we must capture Xian alive. Pui, we must take our prince away safely. After we succeed, return immediately. Don't waste a second." With this new order, the previous battle order was automatically cancelled. Prince Xian's unexpected appearance, and he seemed to be right in the middle of the 5 fortresses. This was clearly the rhythm of a fish that had taken the initiative to dive into the net. Apart from such a pleasant surprise, everyone in the human fortress fleet, including Naples, had completely forgotten about the Demon Emperor planet at this moment. The only thought in their minds was to capture Prince Xian and take him away. Only Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress with Naples, had an extremely gloomy expression. From time to time, a trace of sinister light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was clearly shocked and extremely displeased. As for the purplish warbler, who was standing beside Naples, she had already nervously raised her jade-like hand to cover her mouth. In that instant just now, she was so shocked that her soul almost jumped out of her body. Soon, the 5 human fortresses, including the flagship fortress of Naples, rapidly approached from different directions. At the same time, they brought with them a series of buzzing sounds that were extremely fast in the void. Before the Saint ship could react, it was surrounded like a dumpling and fell into the encirclement of the 5 fortresses. The effect of the space oscillator at the level of a space fortress was not ordinary. Yi Xian, who was inside the Saint ship, instantly realized that his fortress could not move. Not only could it not perform a space jump, but it could not even sail in the waves that were at the heart of the storm. This was a true space restriction formed by the 5 space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, simultaneously activating the spaceship's giant space oscillator. Under such circumstances, an ordinary planetary battleship of 1,000 meters would probably be shaken until its hull collapsed and was destroyed. Faced with all this, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He had decided to return